Let's do one.
Well, they're all just standing around.
I think the way to proceed is each of us to talk, and then people ask questions. I don't think there's a secret to how to proceed. We'll see. Hello, everybody. I'd like to welcome everyone to today's seminar, The Singularity of Stanley Aronowitz. The event is co-sponsored by the MA program in Liberal Studies, on which Stanley was a faculty member, as well as the Institute for the Radical Imagination, which Michael Pelias, Stanley, and myself co-founded together with some other comrades a few years ago. There in the back, whichever is left, there are some back issues of our journal Situations, of which I encourage people to subscribe to and to read. It's also free online for people who don't want to pay money. Everything is free online. We're going to have lunch for those people who know. One of the principles that Stanley and the rest of us live by is nothing is too good for the working class. So we have, and Stanley would always stop me and say, and especially their representatives, which is of course true. But so we'll have for Italy, we'll cater lunch, and we have wine and different things for later on. So for now, I'd like to introduce David Humphreys, who is the executive officer of the MA in Liberal Studies program, where I also teach, as well as being a member of the board of the Institute. And I encourage everyone to come to study in the Miles programs and, learn all kinds of wonderful things. But David.
So I'm an English professor. I'll try to be really brief. It's tough for me though. So, well, first of all, it's a great honor to be here. I was thinking, I have 3 points. So the first one, if you'll indulge me, is a little personal. So I'm from Youngstown, Ohio. If you study labor study, you may know a bit about it. If not, you can ask me later. But it was, when I was born, it was Steel City. And when I left, it was Crime Town. So it was pretty tough. And when I was a little kid, we used to call, the older folks would call the soot pay dirt because it meant you're getting paid from the steel mills. My dad worked at Republic Steel. And I lived about 2 blocks, about 200 yards from the Ohio Leather Works, which closed before the steel mills. And when I was about 5 or 6, one of the big industries in Youngstown was arson. So someone torched it, and I was out playing with my brother in the yard, and just ashes and cinders started coming out of the sky. And in my mind, I kind of associate those 2 images, you know, the soot that paid for things and the ashes when they started burning things down. So I was thinking about Stanley and sort of how many people address all of those things, you know, what it means to be in a union, what it means to be or try to be a working class intellectual, what it means to be a public intellectual, and I should say what it means to think about the environment and other things more broadly, because the soot wasn't really great for the lungs and other things, even though it did bring those paydays. Second thing I was kind of thinking is I'm kind of odd, just the people in the room and the people whose spirit are in the room. I think what any one of us who had an uncertain or a difficult journey, we kind of look for those leading lights. Obviously Stanley being one of those for many of us, but I guess being a bit of a punk rock and a jazz fan, those 2 things, I like to be in the room with people. You know, Peter's saying to try to get as many people here, and you feel the energy. So I remember when I was just starting out as a master's student, I guess this one's also an indulgence. Second point, though, I only have 3. I was a young guy at Ohio State, and it was February, and who was there? Dr. West. And my friends and I were like, well, we got to go to this. Now, I will say it was not the Horseshoe. It wasn't the 100,000 people, but it was a big auditorium that you spoke at. And my friend and I were pretty far away, and we're like ready to have our minds blown. And I totally remember this. You started with a quote from T.S. Eliot, and we looked at each other like, how is he going to pull this off? Where is he going with this? And I just remember how, I don't remember every rhetorical move after that. And it's probably not on YouTube, so you have to take my word that quote started there. And it was very inspiring. And I've been fortunate coming here to the Graduate Center to finish my PhD to be in the room with such great people who honestly helped me so much on my journey. So it's a great honor to be here. Then the third and last point, which is why Peter had me here, was it's not an easy time. I was just talking, you know, as a public university, I've been in CUNY. I recognize some people. I got my PhD here, finished in 2004. I've never seen it like this. You know, my home campus, I'm fortunate to be the acting EO this semester. I'm almost done here at the grad center in the Miles program, but my day job's at Queensborough Community College. So you really know what's going on, talking to the students, whether it's homelessness, the challenges they face, and the buildings are falling down. They're literally falling down. I'm talking ceiling tiles are popping out of the ceiling. So it's a difficult time. And I think as the speakers here today, the seminar, we think about structural changes. I just wanted to put a follow-up pitch in for the liberal studies program, because it's not an easy time for us here at the grad center either, but it's a safe space where people can find their way. And I've been really happy that we've been able to help students who are non-traditional, who really fulfill the CUNY mission to go on to the next stage in their professional lives, their personal lives, and their academic lives. So I would encourage you, if you know of students who may be thinking about a master's program, thinking about a career in activism, maybe just trying to figure out if they are a PhD student, it's a great place. And I would encourage you to consider sending them there. So thanks, and it's an honor to be here today.
Thank you, David. You know, Stanley passed away. It's going on 2 years, almost a year and a half. And we waited to do something until we could all do something live, because we do want to have people face to face and have that energy. And, you know, and for many of us, it's not obviously an academic question. We've worked, you know, I mean, I worked with Stanley since 91 or 92 and collaborated, and, you know, all these years together. And for many of us, it's more than just a question of books and ideas, but I mean, it's also, of course, and fundamentally also about the ideas and the politics. And one of the things that we did together is to create the journal Situations, the institute where we offer various classes. We do a Marxist summer school in the summers. You can go to the come to Greece for 2 weeks and take seminars in Marxism. And the people, you know, Tom's Diner, the people with the island we go are the people who own Tom's Diner, and they always say, you know, are you going to bring Brother West to the island? I said, sooner or later, he's also going to come to the island. But I would like to introduce Michael Pelias to say a few words on behalf of the Institute for the Radical Imagination.
So, thank you, Peter. Thank you so much, and I want to welcome everybody. Thank you for coming today. This is a very special event to honor and celebrate the life of Stanley Aronowitz. We're blessed, and I'll introduce him in a second. He'll be speaking to have Cornel West here to open the proceedings. We have 4 panels planned today, and I think it speaks to the breadth of Stanley Aronowitz's contribution to the world of ideas. We have a panel on literature as social knowledge, a panel on labor and power, a panel on the necessity of philosophy, which was the second chapter of his book of The Crisis of Historical Materialism, and finally, the knowledge factories, since we're getting many of these as plural now, not just the factory. And you know, to me, the Singularity, I think, is a great title for this event. Stanley possessed a uniqueness. He possessed I think a specialness that very few of us ever encounter in our lives. Someone with a great breadth, you know, great personality, great charisma, care, unbelievable. I think this is something that was not spoken about Stanley actively, how much care he had for everybody, you know, even though at times it would not come across, right? The level of care was absolutely profound, you know, and we talked about this many times. Yes, I've read Heidegger on care. Yes, I've read Bernard Stiegler now on care. So this notion is something that I think has been a forgotten moment with Stanley, and the care for ideas, the care for the intellect, which was absolutely spectacular in terms of how he transmitted knowledge to the next generation and the generation before that. And I know in terms of my talks, I was not there when they first became friends, Cornel and Stanley, but I know they spent many hours discussing the Frankfurt School, Georg Lukács, people that are now only read somewhat in the graduate schools, no longer in alternative study groups, which the Institute for Radical Imagination was formed to do, to give people that opportunity to explore knowledge outside of the traditional educational institutions and develop some kind of radical consciousness. So I welcome everybody here today. I welcome you to visit the Radical Imagination I think it's .institute, the website. We offer many special classes. We're just finishing one, what is called Thinking on the Transition. Is there a possibility of a transition to thinking and acting into the future? We'll be offering a class on Stanley's Crisis as well. That'll be co-taught, and many other things coming up on digitalization. We have a new phrase called homo datum, you know, instead of homo sapiens or homo economicus, homo datum. So anyway, I want to introduce, he needs no introduction. I'm going to be, you know, very brief today until the panels this afternoon. I want to introduce the incomparable Cornel West, jazz man of philosophy, a very dear friend of Stanley's. Stanley, when he had the stroke, he couldn't wait for Cornel to visit him. You know, always look forward to this. And thanks to Jim Vretos for bringing Cornel over at times, you know, and he just loved those visits. That was very special to him, in between, of course, the visits from all of his other colleagues and friends. But it was very special to him, and they had a very special relationship. And I'm sure that Cornel will allude to this and, engage, as he also often does. So without further ado, Cornel West will open our Singularity of Stanley Aronowitz. Thank you so much.
No, I'd like to salute dear brother Michael and David and Peter and all of those who have facilitated our coming together. I want to begin by just highlighting the family of our dear brother Stanley. Brother Michael, just stand, no, brother, stand, brother Michael. Stand, brother Michael. Stand, brother Michael. Give it up for our, this is the son. Stand, Sister Kim. There they are. No, indeed. This is part. Yes. This is part of the legacy of our dear brother Stanley. And they good looking just like Stanley. We want to, of course, salute also Sister Nona, who's now in Kingston, I think Sister Kim said, and Dory, who was a little precious when Stanley's grandchild. And it's very important, I think, to begin on this particular note, because Stanley was always committed to the concrete human being, the fleshified persons, those who are shuddering and suffering and struggling against circumstances not of their own choosing. It is very difficult for me to talk about Stanley because he was such a special person in my life. We knew each other for 45 years. We would meet weekly at Tom's restaurant or a pizza place. And Stanley was just so fundamentally committed to the life of the mind. I don't think there's been a greater intellectual who was in love with working class people and culture in the history of the American empire. Emerging from the proletarian slices of East Bronx, going to PS 57, and then making his way to high school and arts and music, because his precious mother Frances was a painter. Brother Jim, you remember that portrait of Stanley had on the wall in his office of his mother? And Brother Nat, his father, working at New York Port Authority, civil servant. He and Stanley going at it in a creative, loving, and complicated way. Brother Michael Denning, we and I were just talking about the dedication of false promises to Nat Aronowitz, born 1905 to 1967, who showed me things and words and helped me find a passion for justice. Now that's a very Aronowitzian formulation, because that's the same father who would give him an ultimatum. You're gonna have to leave this house if you're still involved in all these radical politics. You already got kicked out of Brooklyn College because you wanted to promote the Labor Youth League, and Dean Maloney said no. So what did Stanley do? He left. That's our brother Stanley. Always radically cutting against the grain, 15 years in the labor force as an everyday, ordinary worker doing already extraordinary things, because his commitment to the life of the mind and the world of ideas still absolute. Sister Jane, Professor Jane, he first married there in New Jersey. Stanley's trajectory is singular. I love that word in the title of our gathering. And that's the word he uses over and over again in his marvelous 2012 reflection on C. Wright Mills. C. Wright Mills was a singular figure, not just in sociology, but in the Republic of Letters. C. Wright Mills was a singular person because he didn't capitulate like most of the New York intellectuals, whatever their ethnicity, to the Cold War liberalism, to the US imperialism, to the seduction of the American empire, most importantly, the careerism and the opportunism of the emerging professional managerial class. Stanley never, ever sold out to the powers that be, owing to his integrity, his honesty. I think, for example, of the last page, of page 442, False Promises, where he said, the great socialist Rosa Luxemburg forever tells us to acknowledge the left can only honestly and clearly speak among workers, not lead workers. That's Brother Stanley, fundamentally committed to the tradition that he and I would talk about week in and week out. Hardly in the lexicon, hardly in the jargon these days of intellectuals. It's called the Council Communist Movement. Hancock and Gorder, poet. Henrietta Roland Hulse, poet. Meaning what? As an intellectual fundamentally committed to the empowerment and the ennoblement of working class people across race and gender and nation. He was an internationalist, one of the few vanilla intellectuals who understood the centrality of US slavery, the centrality of white supremacy in the making of the specificity of the American capitalist civilization. Stanley stands out in so many ways, not because he's pure or pristine. Oh no, Stanley would be the first one to say, given his comic sense of the world. We talk about Jonathan Swift, we talk about Jane Joyce, we talk about my own special artist Chekhov. I had to put Chekhov on because he was obsessed with Dostoevsky. But the sense of the radical incongruity and the contradictions that are shot to each and every one of us, each and every historical moment, each and every movement. And yet he never, ever, ever was thoroughly surprised by the powers that be and never paralyzed by despair. Even the epigraph of False Promises, talking about the Cloaks Workers Union, the union of the bosses. His grandfather helped found that union. Another critique from within the family, but still willing to be himself and ally himself with the needle workers who would talk about Dubinsky and Hillquit and Thomas's. Either workers are making false promises, that's the name of the text, the false promises by doing what? Preaching socialism and practicing fascism and saving capitalism by the bosses. Typical Aronowitzian formulation, dialectical critique. I am for unionism, but for the most part, it has been a fundamental instrument of capital of the powers that be. I'm associating with the left wing of this movement, and I'm going with them all the way down. So it was also the case in Newark, because Newark became chocolate after the rebellion of 1967. Jane, Stanley, we're staying with these chocolate people. First time I ever heard Stanley speak. I heard him speak a zillion times because I followed him all over the city, just like he followed me to different churches and universities and things. We were brothers, still are brothers. Member of my family. Will be till the day I die. But old Brother Stanley would say, Brother West, I did pick up some rhetorical sensibilities by speaking in those black churches, and they were not used to secular Jewish brothers from the Bronx. Feeling my words, feeling my spirit. That was Brother Stanley, with never a note. Just like Hans-Georg Gadamer, never used one note when it came to reflecting on what was on his mind after doing what? Just like a jazz musician. So disciplined, voracious reading over and over again, and then taking off and soaring like an eagle. And self-taught. False Promises was before his dissertation. We don't have an example of that in the history of the American intellectual life, with one exception, Sinclair Drake, who wrote Black Metropolis in 1949 and wrote a dissertation on those leaving the Caribbean to Cardiff, Wales in 1952. Black Metropolis, still a classic to this day. False Promises, our old brother Michael Denny, one of the few, if any, persons who can talk about that to work in light of his own magisterial corpus, because it builds so much on all the complexities and levels of the shaping of American working class consciousness. So I'm going to pull back on that text. But I believe that text remains a classic, very much like E.P. Thompson's Making of the Working Class of 63, both of those texts written when they were in their late 30s. Stanley writes that before his dissertation. Very much self-taught. Almost puts to shame so many of these highly formalized, academicized scholars who gain access to unbelievable privileges and opportunities and still have so little to say when it comes to serious intellectual substance, let alone political courage. You say, oh, Brother West, I could tell he was your friend. You highly biased. No, I'm telling the truth about Stanley. I just happen to love him too. But I'm telling the truth when the history is written of the rise and fall of the American empire. And we tease out those intellectuals who were fundamentally committed to telling the truth, standing up for justice, being concerned to pursue justice at any cost. Stanley Aronowitz is going to be one of the few. Not because he was right all the time, because he could talk about food, shelter, the American dream early on and be so prophetic. He could talk about education under siege with our dear brother Henry Giroux. It's very important to mention Henry Giroux and all those wonderful texts they did together as he was on the run, had to go to Canada because of the academic ostracism and so forth. My favorite text, The Crisis in Historical Materialism, Class Culture, Politics, and Marxist Theory. One of the most important interventions into the discourse of Marxist theory and praxis in the last 75 years. Honest, preserving a Marxist moment in every movement, but an openness to the woman's movement, the Black movements, anti-homophobic movements, ecological movements, given his deep connection to Murray Bookchin and a host of others who talked about a critique of nature, and then that wonderful dissertation of Science is Power, Ideology and Discourse in Modern Society, when science itself becomes a form of ideology, deeply rooted to the first name he mentions in False Promises in his acknowledgement, Herbert Marcuse, in the Frankfurt School, but also William Appleton Williams in Gabriel Kolko. He's one of the few working class thinkers, historians, who always connected the formation of the working class to U.S. militarism abroad, U.S. imperialism abroad. You know how rare that was then, and too often, with the exception of Michael Denning and a few others, still is rare today. The narrowness, the parochialism, the provincialism of so much of the academy always created deep anger and righteous indignation in Brother Stanley. But what would he say? That has little to do with what our calling is. We had long discussions with those two great essays of Max Weber in 1917 and 1919 on vocation, Beruf, Wissenschaft as Beruf, science and scholarship as calling or vocation, politics as vocation. And then I pushed on him some Ralph Waldo Emerson. Now, he was not crazy about Emerson. We had a lot of wonderful tussles over that. And the American scholar and the calling of what it is to be specifically an American lover of the life of the mind, and then, like Stanley, also to be a lover of everyday people, working people, poor people, and look at the world through the lens of what Adorno would call the redemptive perspective, from below. Even when it looks bleak, even when it looks dim, you're still concerned with the truth, and the condition of truth is to allow suffering to speak, to be concerned about those voices, not just when they're echoes of the mass culture, echoes of the ideological apparatus of the prevailing status quo, but the voices, when working people find their voices, just like when jazz musicians and blues women find their voices. And Stanley was one of the few intellectuals who was religiously musical and artistically immersed, even as he was still tied to rigorous social analysis. That's what it means to be a thinker with a synaptic vision, capacious imagination, a synecdochic sensibility, concerned about the relation of parts and wholes and the interdependence and interrelation of those parts, and the whole always being more than the sum of the parts. That's anti-specialization. That's anti-careerist. That's de-disciplinizing the discourse. It's not a matter of even interdisciplinary, because that still presupposes separate disciplines. He's de-disciplinizing. He's a thinker. He's not a mental analyst. He's not an academic product of a particular disciplinary mode of engagement. He's concerned about the world, the whole, the sense of the whole, or what his favorite figure of all time. And I'm going to conclude. I know I'm going too long. Georg Lukács. Oh my God. All you got to do is put a smile on Stanley's face by saying, Georg Lukács changed his life. My Lukácsian text. Lukács is going to be he who serves as the launching pad for my critique of Marxism as a master discourse, not in an anti-Marxist spirit, but like Franz Fanon, to stretch Marxism in such a way that it becomes as flexible and fluid as John Coltrane on the soprano saxophone. It's flowing, protean, but still rooted in mode of production, relation of production, but understands culture, ideology, structures of value, structures of feeling, structures of perception, and Stanley's irreducible personality, charismatic, full of so much love of life and language and literature and laughter, so much zest. I used to see Stanley. I said, brother, you provide the answer to the great question of John Keats. Keats used to say, the fundamental question of life is energy or despair. All you got to do is meet Stanley and see Stanley and spend some time with Stanley and know it's about energy. Unstoppable predilection for authorizing alternatives, utopian impulse, energy in his relations, even in his personal dialogues. He could shift from structural analysis of late capitalism to intimate talks about relationships. I said, well, Stanley, that's TMI, too much information for me, brother. But that's Stanley. He was, in the language of my own Black tradition, he had a radical freedom in love. He had a radical love in freedom. He was one of the rarest of free human beings. And his own beloved Dostoevsky used to say, it's rare to find free human beings. Most human beings don't want freedom. They want a piper to follow. They want authority to defer to. Stanley was the opposite. How blessed we have been and will forever be interacting with him and his texts and his legacy and keeping track of his precious family. To know that that brother was somebody who impacted us in our lives. He reminds me of what Montaigne said about Plutarch. The exact words that Nietzsche said about Montaigne. It gives me joy to know that somebody like Stanley Aronowitz walked to earth and gave me wings. And nothing can take that away from me. Unto death, how blessed we are, how important it is to reflect on the singularity of our dear brother, my brother, Stanley Aronowitz.
So we're going to move on in a second. It's all downhill from now. So anyway, but you know, like good downhill racers, we'll navigate the slopes. Thank you so much, Cornel. Absolutely beautiful. And he really speaks again so passionately and so directly to the singularity, this term that we really need to recapture for some of our best and most caring and fundamentally, if you will, revolutionary minds of the 20th century and going into the 21st century. We're in the presence of the real deal, Stanley's thought, and today we hope we will live up to the expectations that he may have of us. And this is really about everything from influence to friendship and of course to the legacy. And this is what we hope to do today, moving forward. So I'm going to move on to the first panel. Because lunch is arriving in about an hour and 10 minutes. So I'm going to move on to the first panel, which is literature and social knowledge. It's taken from a title, Literature as Social Knowledge, a piece that Stanley wrote in Dead Artists Live Theories on the work of Mikhail Bakhtin, in which he tried to situate literature as part of the social sciences, how to study literature, with all due respect to Lucien Goldman's Sociology of Literature. I think it was a major advance on Goldman's earlier piece, the famous Romanian Parisian intellectual. So I want to invite up Michael Denning, who is here, Andrew Long, who I think will facilitate the panel, and Sonia Suresh. And we're joined from Rome, and thank you so much again with Barbara Foley. She'll be on Zoom. She's in Rome as a retired professor, but she's still working hard on literature as social knowledge. So thank you so much, and I'll turn it over to Andrew Long, who's going to facilitate this panel. Okay, thank you.
In addition to all the thanks that have been made so far, actually, I would just like to say that I know Michael has worked on this symposium, this seminar tirelessly, and it wouldn't have happened without him. And Peter. I guess I talk to Michael all the time, so I mean that's where I hear it from, and also following on some of the comments from Dr. West and from Peter. A couple of things that Stanley used to always tell me. One is the left has to have conviviality. And so when I showed up and Michael was outside on the curb with, stacks of beverages, I did note that the balance between wine and water was 50%. So there we go. It's barely noon. And the other thing, since I'm going to read a text, is he always told me, Andrew, I won't do my imitation of him. Andrew, if you ever want to get anywhere, you can't read a text. You can't go up there. You have to be able to, well, as Dr. West just demonstrated, you have to be able to, talk off the cuff and, go with where the crowd is. I failed miserably, and I became one of those academics, unfortunately. I would like to welcome here today in our presence Professor Michael Denning and Professor Sonia Suresh, and again from Rome, Professor Barbara Foley. First, I want to say that when Michael Pelias, my close friend and longtime fellow member of the Grad Center Cultural Studies Critique of Everyday Life study group, which was a study group which Stanley was a part of, actually. We met several times in his Union Street apartment back in the day, asked me to chair a panel for this gathering on literature as social knowledge. I knew exactly what he meant. My recognition of this phrase was due to my own time working with Stanley and the shared vocabulary of our group, such as what group we had, and his love for fiction and novels such as Last Exit to Brooklyn, which he proclaimed one of the best novels about class in America, along with Saturday Night Fever, which he told me was the best film about class. And I remember I looked at him, I did double take. He would say remarkable things sometime, but that one really had me spinning my head. But he was right. I watched it recently with my daughter and was really struck at, all the misinterpretations of that film and what a strong film it is about class in Brooklyn. Well, I scoffed at the latter, but I watched it again, as I said, and realized just how right he was. However, just to be sure that our panel was oriented, Michael suggested that we all take a look at chapter 6 of Stanley's Dead Artists Live Theories on the work of Mikhail Bakhtin, the chapter that Michael just referred to. published in 1984. And I would say this on a personal note, notably 4 years after the CUNY administration squashed our attempt to form a PhD program in cultural studies, and later offered something called intercultural studies as a kind of identity-based palliative some 3 years after the successful 10-day CUNY-wide student strike. And my brother G. Ganter is here from those heady days of 1991. CUNY strike, which mobilized tens of thousands of young New Yorkers in a march from 42nd Street, right here, all the way down to Wall Street. We actually made it. And there used to be a photograph, I wish I could find it, of us holding up our banner saying CUNY on strike, and right dead across from Wall Street. It was a pretty remarkable moment. And they made damn sure that never happened again in 1996. They blocked us and ringed us in by, I don't know, six deep police from every agency around the area. Anyway, to that end, I'd like to share the following passage from that chapter. This is a long quote. It may be the age of appetites is over. We've experienced a massive assault on our own excessive moment, complete with regrets, self-renunciations, communitarian journeys cloaked in the garb of religious fundamentalism or of humanism, the left wing of neoconservative discourse. Humanism is just another kind of religion. The idea of progress, more or less unimpeachable. Rationalism enjoys the status of holy writ. Yet, just as art often prefigures politics and everyday culture, we can speculate that the rediscovery of Bakhtin, which antedated Glasnost by 15 years, will mesh with a postmodern social theory that challenges the assumptions of the scientific technological age. Bakhtin is the theorist, social theorist of difference, who, unlike Derrida and Foucault, gives top billing to, and this is very Stanley, historical agents and agency. For Bakhtin, there are no privileged protagonists, no final solutions, only a panoply of divergent voices which somehow make their own music. When I read this chapter, I thought back to the late 1980s and the CUNY faculty Bakhtin study group. I wasn't allowed since I was a grad student. And again, my own work with Stanley on my oral presentation and then my dissertation, which he served as my co-advisor. He's really actually my primary advisor, given that my main advisor, it's a long story, but he was no longer here. I think that Sonia, you were part of the Bakhtin group back in that time, yeah? So maybe she can speak to what went on. Any good anecdotes would be appreciated. Well, back to the passage. What strikes me now is this mix of Lukács and Bakhtin, not just the latter alone. Indeed, Lukács's essays on literature, especially his comments on Balzac's novels, figure largely in the chapter from Dead Artist Life Theories. I know how much Lukács, as a literary commentator, meant to Stanley's thinking and work, as one of my 2 oral exams in comparative literature here at the Grad Center was on commitment or the literature of engagement, that was engagé, that is the pairing and contrast of Lukács and Sartre. I think the appeal of Bakhtin for Stanley beyond Lukács is evident in the passage I just quoted, that is the music of life, that panoply of voices, living, breathing, excessive subjects, a music in prose, but a music which appeals both intellectually and at a sentient level, that is everyday life. With my dissertation, I pushed Stanley just a bit further as I wrote about modern novel and conspiracy narratives as a form of social knowledge. It was thanks to him that actually that formulation came up. Again, conspiracy as a form of social knowledge. Social knowledge, albeit flawed and in most cases reprehensible and bigoted. As Michael Pelias here once told me about Stanley, Stanley's a man of enlightenment and rationality, and this sort of disturbed thinking, especially the associated politics, were unacceptable to him. Yet we had great discussions about the strike and the strikers and working class politics and consciousness in Zola's Germinal and the abjection and obeisance to power of Kafka's Ka in The Castle. For today, to tell us more about literature and social knowledge, we have 3 distinguished panelists, Sonia Suresh, as I said, Barbara Foley, and Michael Denning. I'll introduce each of them in turn, and we'll hold questions until the conclusion of the final presentation. Again, we'll start with Sonia, and I have just a little quick bio on my phone. I'm sorry about this. Okay. Sonia came to New York City in 1981, just as Stanley and John Brinkman were creating social text. She at that time was hanging out with the Marxist phenomenologist Paul Piccone, that's how he pronounced his name, right? Yeah. And Sylvia Federici. I have her book, was Caliban the Witch? Yeah, semiotext. Just as they were created telos, some of you will know well. Stanley's and Fred Jameson's project pulled me strongly to accept the challenge of seeing that totality. Sonia is a associate professor of interdisciplinary humanities at Cooper Union here, right just down the road. And please welcome Sonia Suresh.
When this question was posed to me, I must say, I was with Michael, I can imagine correctly that sociological methodology that's born through the various lights that have been thrown on this great question. And I had an idea about this again. I had this idea that I would start with this list that's been circulating among social science and brain theorists and commentators on the status of humanity and present life. And it's a list about 4 or 500 lines that expresses our humanity out in an objective way, and to which social imagination and the literary imagination might be. I thought, okay, that is all the way to start a conversation a little bit outside the claiming of space from the intellectual. And then it seemed to be so that something of thought to the point where we can simply die and live its own death. And the question of the essence of our own knowledge, long knowledge, grasping experience, I thought it was wrong. It struck me very well. So I thought it was different. I began to think about the old argument about Shakespeare. You probably remember this, the negative fascination. And again, with my incredible capacity to be bigger at creating these readings, I had my own way of misinterpreting it. Keats was then in the cusp of the power of the new science and the beginning of sociological imagination to run logic into his world, the world of aesthetics, and to which he was very much offended, and many of his generation stood up, we now call them romantics, and set about pushing that outside of the protection of art, right? Art had to be protected for its power of imagination, to go to the Grecian urn, to bring back to life things that were dead, to embrace beauty as a powerful, powerful form. My creative misreading, when I was thinking about Shakespeare, because I think he's a man of mind and a powerful intellect of his own, was that capacity just to go to the young lovers on a balcony in an impossible world and make it real to us. At the same time, go to Antony and Cleopatra's arms, where their love matured, whole empires fell. I mean, it was a capacity to go anywhere with that light of elegance and understanding and searching. You call it synoptic. If he wanted to strike dead the great profundity of the world, the great generative, with Lear in his most bitterest of moments, nevertheless, he gave Lear the right words. You remember some of those words? In a moment of chaotic reflection, Lear stands there and says, arm sin with gold and the strong arm of lance, the strong lance of the law, hurtless breaks. Arm it in rags, a pygmy straw should break it. That fundamental injustice, and Lear, in a moment of semi-clarity, says, I took too little care of this. He was about ready to, beat nature to the core. This is a negative capacity for me to make that moment so real, so indelible. I thought about the way, because Bakhtin, and it was been invoked for us today to think, organize our thinking around that essay. Bakhtin sense of language, the heteroglossia, to which most people remember. It seems now to us, those who study novels, to be a fundamental turn in the understanding of the amoral novel, because it brings in all those voices. But I was surprised that that essay had forgotten the carnivalesque, because Bakhtin had resurrected the reputation of a very difficult writer, Rabelais, and about a world that is almost offensive. It is offensive. He writes only about offensiveness, and then brought it back into a fundamental social structure called the carnival, where offense was the story of the carnival, and how underneath that carnival you could play out into a level of rebellion and chance and even secret organizations, right? There was, in that Bakhtin moment, this wonderful feeling for the people's need to speak, to act, even under oppressive terms. So where am I going with this? I thought about a moment if you're Shakespearean or you love Shakespeare, you would remember it. This is when Prince Hal is sitting in this theater called the Tavern, and he's so alienated from his father's world and the corruption of it and the lies of it, the murderousness, the assassinations, the civil war. And he's living in a tavern, robbing his own father's check here. See what he's doing. But listening to everybody, including the little indentured servant who has to run around with all the ale, the drawer, who then gives Hal a penny's worth of sugar to bribe him. And the young prince is sitting there thinking about this man's life, but he focuses on his language and he says, who is this child? The only words in his mouth are anon, I'm coming, right? That's all he can grasp, and yet he's prepared and wishes some kind of freedom. Hal says to him, do you want the end of your indenture? Is that what that penny's worth of sugar is for? But I got thinking again about this aesthetic. And that sense of what literature does. And what Keats was preserving, of course, was beauty. Right? He didn't want the intellect to attack beauty. Which brings me back to the time when Plato was forcing himself to think about this big question with his symposium. The symposium is elegiac. Everyone is already dead. It happened, as you know, from its introduction through a discourse that was remembered by somebody else who remembered something else about this funny moment when Socrates couldn't even find the house, right? He's wandering out next door in the wrong portico. It's comic, it's elegiac. And they're all drunk at the end. Only Socrates remembers to stay awake for this wonderful moment. But by the time the Republic comes along, a sterner Plato is looking at that problem of narrative. And he's looking at that problem of representation with a stronger sense. And you'll hear quoted forever, the allegory of the cave, which pretty much summarizes his problems with representation. We are living in our puppet theater. We are writing the scripts to that public theater. So in my little thoughts this morning, I went on about beauty. Of course, who wouldn't want to do that? But I got back to the question of representation and Lukács, of course. It's that story of the totality. So my thoughts today were something about that problem of negative capacity, which I see as this moving force into the synopsis, into the whole, not letting anything stay uncovered, silence, not even that little drawer in the tavern. His silence provokes something in Prince Hal. And that's that negative capacity. It just keeps moving. It won't tolerate stereotypes, conventions. It accepts the alienation of our lives and keeps moving. And of course, this is what I see in Stan and why he was such a mover and shaker. Every time he showed up, things were going to happen. Okay? Every single time. It was so wonderful. Now I have this problem with the totality. And I have to admit, I haven't been able to capture it because it's uncapturable.
But I do know that as soon as you get into metaphysical thinking of any kind, it's right there. It's always already there. It's this longing to see more completely, to assume that what you cannot see, to be outside the cave and the puppet theater, it's already there. But what could it possibly mean in the present? And here I'll just stop for a moment and wanderlust around this new sunshine of the present that we're trying to grasp. And a couple of very significant things just popped into my head. The TikTok phenomenon, right? Just that one thing alone about representation. You could, in fact, spend your life, a long time trying to parse its power over this generation, to be seen by millions at the same time to be used. I remember a law that's very important to me, that every technological change will be a weapon against you, because there is a negation, a contradiction, which I learned a lot from Lukács and others, in everything we do. And I think Stan really had that at the source of his thinking. He understood that contradiction. He understood it would be there. The essay that I was going to play off on was actually Heidegger's The Age of the World Picture, more 1938, it's been almost 100 years, where he begins to think about what modernity will be, and it will be a picture. And here we are, so choked to death by this world of being pictured to us. And he says the key problem to the picture is you in the picture. And that knowing that by taking a picture, you have objectified the world, and how do you place yourself in the picture? As not as something already there, because the totality requires a certain kind of mentality. I don't know where I'm going with this. I really ask your help. But then just other things come to mind. I mean, just really wonderful occasions. The scientists who discovered that in the deserts of the cold Arctic, you could find a shale that has been left there undisturbed since, I've forgotten what age it was, but from the DNA caught in that shale, he can recreate a world. The animal life, the plant life, because the DNA, as we sit here in the room, is being shared. That breath of yours is the trace of the traceless, says Rumi, but now we're tracing it back to an eon that has long gone, and its proof of existence is before us. This is the age of the world picture. Where's the absolute spirit? Well, Beethoven has his ode to joy. Hey, hang on here. God lives beyond the stars. Think about what the stars mean to us right now. We're just rewriting the story of the universe as we speak. You can't grasp that. So if there is this totality to which we long, with our negative capacity to keep filling in the picture, I see this contradiction. I don't have any resolve. But I see it there. And I do know that that world will, in some way, continually objectify your beingness in the world, your place in that picture. And who but a great spirit with negative capacity could help us through this? That's my little speech.
Thank you, Sonia. Our next speaker is Professor Barbara Foley, and let me have a little blurb to share with you. Barbara is Emerita Distinguished Professor of English at Rutgers University, Newark. Newark's been invoked already today. Her scholarship has ranged over the fields of Marxist literary criticism, literary radicalism, and African-American literature. Her books include Radical Representation, Politics and Form in U.S. Proletarian Fiction, Wrestling with the Left, The Making of Ralph Ellison, Invisible Man, and Marxist Literary Criticism Today. Barbara's a communist, a feminist, and an anti-racist. She came of age politically with the SDS during the late 1960s and early 70s, and she served for many years as president of the Radical Caucus of the MLA and is currently vice president of the Marxist journal Science and Society. Please welcome Barbara Foley. She'll be here via Zoom.
Are you muted?
Oh, I was muted. That'll do it. Can you see me, hear me now?
Yep, you're good. Ready to go.
Okay, all right. Thanks. And thanks for piping me in from Rome and for doing the hybrid thing, which I know is difficult. I really appreciate being here. I heard two of my favorite words just mentioned, Newark and totality. So I feel as if I'm among kindred spirits. Just about me and Stanley. Stanley and I must have been in the same room with, those funny little chairs with a half desk on them at Rethinking Marxism, Socialist Scholars Conference, Left Forum. So we were in the same space many times, but I never, really knew him personally very well. So it's very interesting to be, exposed to, the impressions that people had of this formidable intellectual and how singular he was, and I would say probably still is, okay? I say these things not because he and I come from the same place on the left, we don't, but that's okay, right? We learn from each other. So here I go, and I'm going to be talking about proletarian literature. One important feature of Stanley Aronowitz's legacy to us is, has been said already, the notion that literature constitutes a form of social knowledge. So whether this is stated as literature and social knowledge or literature as social knowledge, the phrase can signify a range of possibilities, right? Literature as knowledge of the social as the site of literary cognition. The term constitutes not the ending, but the beginning of a conversation. Today, I'm going to be making a few observations about how a certain kind of knowledge of the social has historically enabled the production of a certain kind of literature, namely proletarian literature. And conversely, how this literature has contributed to our knowledge of the social. As I use the term, proletarian literature refers to a body of imaginative literature composed mostly during the 1930s and 1940s, when not just the capitalist crisis of the Great Depression, but also the energies and hopes released by the Bolshevik Revolution generated a class-conscious literature focused on working class experience and written from the standpoint of, or at least strongly influenced by, revolutionary Marxism. Unabashedly instrumentalist in its conception of art as, in Mao Zedong's terms, a weapon in the class struggle, and he wasn't the only one who used that metaphor. This literature was conceived of in a statement widely attributed to Bertolt Brecht as not a mirror to reflect reality, but a hammer with which to shape it. So while proletarian literature was part of an international cultural project, my own work has focused on the body of text produced in the United States. And it's associated with such names as, and I'm going to give you a series of names here, which will be familiar, I'm sure, to many of you: Mike Gold, Richard Wright, Langston Hughes, Tilly Olson, Clifford Odets, Grace Lumpkin, Mary Del Lesueur, Dalton Trumbo, Carlos Bulosan, Pietro Di Donato, Ann Petrie, William Attaway, the young Ralph Ellison, Muriel Rukeyser, Sol Funeroff. The list goes on and on. U.S. proletarian literature was the subject of my 1993 book, which was just mentioned, titled Radical Representations, Politics and Form in U.S. Proletarian Literature, 1929 to 41. And I mentioned this book right in this context because Stanley wrote a blurb for the back cover. And this gesture was all the more generous because in the opening chapter, I registered some quite sharp disagreements with the political perspective and the descriptions of proletarian literature, in fact, informing his 1981 book, which has just been mentioned, The Crisis in Historical Materialism. And I think that that act of generosity seems to have been, typical of the kind of person that he was and is. I have been preoccupied with studying and teaching proletarian literature throughout much of my academic career and beyond. And while this body of literature has, since its inception, been subjected to critique and sometimes dismissed as propaganda, I have frequently been struck by the enthusiasm with which my students at Rutgers University Newark, largely coming from working class and multi-ethnic backgrounds, have heeded its critique of the world as well as it is, and its vision of how the world might be. Indeed, and despite, or perhaps because of, this literature's emergence from a historical moment quite different from our own, my students have found in this body of literature a source of social knowledge enabling them to challenge what they take for granted about the limits on their own lives. It's very timely literature. Students love Richard Wright, Uncle Tom's Children, Jews Without Money. The stuff is very contemporary in feel. Time constraints compel me to summarize simply three key features of this body of literature. First, works of proletarian literature generally aspire to a portrayal of the, here we go, social totality that stresses causal connections between and among the class structure of capitalist society, the individual behaviors and attitudes to which this gives rise, and the struggle of the working class, sometimes conscious, sometimes not, for liberation from the yoke of capital. Mediation, that is, attention to the multiplicity of these connections, is thus essential to a grasp of the social knowledge embedded in proletarian novels, poems, plays, etc. In Tilly Olson's Yonandio, which is a wonderful novel to teach, hands are not simply the source of the labor that lines the coffers of the bosses. Hands can nurture, they can push away, they can explore. They can be fists driven into the face. They can be fists raised in revolt. In Trumbo's Johnny Got His Gun, another wonderful novel to teach, the horrifically wounded Joe Bonham achieves the proletarian internationalist realization that all soldiers must turn their guns around and engage in revolutionary defeatism. He can see this only after he has pieced together and critically revisited the disconnect between his education and his experience. When Richard Wright calls upon Black writers to draw connections between, here I quote, a woman hoeing cotton in the South and the men who loll in swivel chairs on Wall Street and take the fruits of her toil, unquote, he insists upon anti-capitalist class analysis as the framework within which to understand the relationship between the sharecropper and the banker, a relationship that is, of course, also racialized and gendered. It's precisely because of their foregrounding of the fine web of these interconnections that most works of proletarian literature refute the charge that Marxism entails class reductionism, that term we hear so frequently these days. Portraying the concrete totality shaping the lives of people who are differentially positioned within the matrix of exploitative class relations requires a grasp of social knowledge that extends down to the very capillaries of the lived body politic. Second, proletarian literature portrays a totality in motion. The possibility for revolutionary social transformation supplies writers with dialectical insights into the potentiality underlying apparent stasis. The reality of the Bolshevik Revolution hovers in the background and sometimes the foreground of such works as Odetsa's Waiting for Lefty, Lumpkin's To Make My Bread, and Gold's Jews Without Money. Thus, Wright calls upon writers to, here I quote him again, connect the life of a Negro living in New York's Harlem with the consciousness that 1/6 of the Earth's surface belongs to the working class. And of course, when I've taught this essay called Blueprint for Negro Writing, 1/6 of the world's Earth's surface, what's that? The Soviet Union, right? Even in texts that, like Yonandio, emphasize the material and ideological conditions that currently preclude movement toward revolution, there are glimpses of the not yet in the now, a wonderful phrase of Olson's, a phrase that reminds us of Ernst Bloch's contrast between compensatory and anticipatory utopia. the latter term signifying, here I quote Bloch, the not yet conscious hope for the not yet become that has the potentiality to come into being. Works of proletarian literature generally avoid compensatory utopian formulations that postulate a kind of premature humanist universalism. That is the purview of liberalism or religion. But these texts of proletarian literature, they nonetheless draw their poetry from the future. I think here of the movement from I to we in Merridale Lesueur's essay, I Was Marching, and very famously in John Steinbeck's The Grapes of Wrath. As the poet Saul Funeroff wrote, because he was, and here I'm quoting Funeroff in a wonderful, wonderful image and statement, because he was an exile from a future time, from shores of freedom I may never know, his task was, he wrote, to bring tidings from that future time that are sounding in the surf of the present. So proletarian literature, for all its immersion in the painful present, is thus bound to a futuristic vision. We are reminded of Lenin's 1902 observation to the revolutionary writer Dmitry Pisarov that revolutionary movements need revolutionary dreaming. And that this may sound a little anomalous coming from Lenin, but he said, of this kind of dreaming, there is unfortunately too little in our movement. Recognition of the harshness of what Frederick Jameson has called the history that hurts does not confine the writer to continual oscillation between the poles of antinomy. Nor, and here I gesture toward Stanley's very interesting discussion of Bakhtin, nor is the writer confined to the representation of heteroglossia, polyphony, and dialogism, those important terms to Bakhtin's theory, even though these are surely signal features of classic realism. As Stanley is the first to admit, dialogism is not the same thing as dialectics. In proletarian literature, the possibility for dialectical negation and sublation lurks behind the seeming logjam of the present with its proliferation of voices. Engaging with this dialectical potentiality starts with the realization that, as Brecht continually reminds us, things do not need to remain the way that they are now. In order for the proletariat to shake off the material chains by which it's bound, though, it must liberate itself from the chains of dominant ideology, what Gramsci called common sense, senso comune. The widespread stereotype of proletarian literature as celebrating moments of conversion to Marxism, to communism, whatever, is thus largely inaccurate. At least as often, irony dominates the rhetorical landscape. Unfashionable as the assertion may sound, even in these postmodernist days, I propose that this ironical self-criticism is premised upon a notion of ideology as false consciousness. Now, this, in turn, is premised upon the third and final defining feature of proletarian literature, namely its realist epistemology. If the class struggle and the need for revolution constitute the truth underlying proletarian experience, then those who reject this truth or just remain impervious to it are not simply shooting themselves in the foot. They do not possess an objective understanding of the nature of the world. That the capitalists benefit from such mass misunderstanding goes without saying. Hughes, in a poem titled An Open Letter to the South, refers to the lies of race, I'm quoting here, that bind workers black and white alike to the time clock and the plow. Petrie, in a short story called Like a Winding Sheet, which is a terrific, terrific story to teach and to consider with students, shows how a Black male worker's alienation from labor displaced onto his wife leads to domestic tragedy of the worst kind. And Gold, in Jews Without Money, displays the pathos in the youthful protagonist's father being irretrievably convinced that it's bad luck, not capitalism, is the reason why he is a Jew without money. And Wright, in his grim judgment that Bigger Thomas of Native Son could as readily become a fascist as a communist shows the enormity of what is at stake for the left in reaching bigger in his own terms and on his own terrain. But such an assessment can be valid only if, in some sense, Bigger Thomas, along with his many analogs among the non-class conscious characters and voices animating texts of proletarian literature, that he has to be, in some sense, wrong, okay? That is, ideology as lived is not simply a matter of discourses competing for legitimacy. It can be true, less true, or mainly false. The not yet in the now can achieve its negation and sublation if and only if revolutionary ideas, once seized by the masses, that familiar phrase, become a material force. And while no single fictional character or poetic voice possesses the whole truth about what is to be done, as is surely borne out by the portrayal of the white communists in Native Son, this makes it all the more important for the text to guide its readers in piecing together key components of that truth. This revolutionary rejection of epistemological relativism is central to the kind of social knowledge that makes the legacy of proletarian literature so enduringly important for our time. So I'll leave things there. I wish Stanley were here so that we could talk about all of this. I'm sure he would have a lot to say, but then of course, in some sense, he is here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Barbara. As part of my orals exam was commitment or engagé or engagement, but yeah, Stanley actually did ask me to read a number of proletarian novels. He was very fond actually of Edward Dahlberg as a kind of a working class pastoral, Because I Was Flesh and other now obscure titles. But he really liked Mike Gold. In our dark moment, I think back, actually, I think it's the very, very end, and Barbara, of course, knows this cold, I'm sure, where the narrator, Mike Gold himself, emerges from a long personal despair. And, I think about this often with regard to conspiracy narratives. And he says somewhere in the Lower East Side, I saw a man on top of some boxes and he was talking about a Messiah. And that Messiah was working class consciousness, was not a person, And I think about that often. I think about the foreclosure and the despair of our contemporary recourse to conspiracy narratives. Somebody else who's, of course, also very familiar with this canon is Michael Denning, whom I, as a very young person, crossed paths with sort of at Columbia when he taught a course on the WPA and 30s literature. He has, of course, since then written many other books, one of which is my favorite, The Cultural Front. And along with Stanley and Sonia, he was a member of the Social Text Editorial Collective in the early 1980s. Today, he teaches American Studies at Yale. His books include Noise, Uprising, Culture in the Age of Three Worlds, of course, The Cultural Front, which I just mentioned. And he's currently completing The Accumulation of Labor, which will be published by Verso. Please welcome Michael Denning.
Wow. I was thinking back and I can almost remember every time that I was ever alone together with Stanley. Couple weird lunches. For me, Stanley was always a group of people. We were at a bar together. We were in a room together. We were at a political meeting together. And so for me, man, Stanley was Sonia and Cornel. It was those social text meetings, those wacky ones, and Gene Franco. And I won't even go into all of those things. I think I was the youngest person. I always felt like the mascot. We would drive down from, you can imagine driving from New Haven with Cornel. I felt like I was kind of the walking bass while Cornel was doing these solos, or maybe just the kid with the clave. They allowed him to keep the time and you hope that you were there. It's 50 years since False Promises, a book which when I first read it, I didn't understand everything I was reading. And when I went back to it, I thought, God, this is where it all came from. So I thought I wanted to talk a little bit about False Promises as a proletarian novel. The Local 33, the graduate teachers at Yale, had an election this November and they won after 33 years of struggle. Stanley was up many a time in those years. I want to dedicate this not just to the ones who won this, but for the remarkable number of those graduate teacher activists who reversed Stanley's trajectory, who went from graduate school to work in the labor movement, who are in the labor movement from Chicago to Arizona and a whole bunch of other places. So these remarks are dedicated to those folks. They know who they are. Yeah. So I want to continue this discussion of literature as a social knowledge by reconsidering that extraordinary book as a kind of proletarian literature, part of the rich and I think still unrecognized vein of worker narratives of the New Left. Despite his own critique of the book, and he actually saw it as kind of all sorts of limits. I thought I wouldn't go through all of that. One might see it as the first in a tetralogy of books on the labor movement that he went back to every decade. Working Class Hero, A New Strategy for Labor, which was that self-critique in 1983. 1998's From the Ashes of the Old, American Labor and America's Future, written out of the revival of the AFL-CIO and the Sweeney election. To the death and life of American labor in 2014 toward a new workers' movement. And to read that as a tetralogy would be a quite interesting thing, but I'm not going to do that. False Promises stands on its own as a really extraordinary piece of writing. And so let me make one brief point about the kind of book it is, and then make three observations about the book's inverted form, the ways its own gaps, its own polyphonies, its own false promises figure its enduring historical theoretical narrative of the shaping of what one might call America's history and class consciousness. First, a quick point on the kind of book False Promises is. It never fit into the academy and its conflict of faculties, and still it's a hard one to figure out where the hell you teach it. It's not really labor history in the modes of E.P. Thompson and Eric Hobsbawm and David Montgomery, another of my teachers, nor is it the industrial sociology or even the radical sociology of the labor process that we associate with a book that came soon after, Harry Braverman's Great Labor and Monopoly Capital. It's not the kind of radical labor journalism of, say, Barbara Garson's great The Electronic Sweatshop, nor is it even a philosophical reflection of labor like those essays of the young Marcuse or Hannah Arendt. Rather, it's an anti-disciplinary book. Stanley probably thought of it as theory. There are several references in the book as to the task of theory, as if that was the task of this book, though no one ever thinks of it as theory in that way. It might be seen as a dialectical response to a book that he hated in one way, but quite liked, which was Selig Perlman's Theory of the Labor Movement of 1928, which actually was the kind of theoretical summa of the Gomper's vision of the labor movement, a book that infuriated and fascinated Stanley. And despite the oft narrated New Left break with what C. Wright Mills called the labor metaphysic, a story Stanley himself retold many times, or perhaps because of that break, the militants and intellectuals of the New Left produced more powerful analyses of labor than I think one finds in the Fordist era of the mass CIO unions. You know, so just think of those new left thinkers and well, this will just try to quickly or whatever. From Andre Gortz and Turenne and Robert Linton in France to Tronti and Negri in Italy, Della Rosa, to Necton Klug in Germany, the early Honeth, Walter Rodney's remarkable works of the late 80s there. The Braverman that I mentioned, James Boggs's papers from a worker's notebook. Not to mention the two great figures that we've lost recently, and I think have not been thought together. Someday, if I had time enough or whatever, I'd love to write an essay on Barbara Ehrenreich and Mike Davis. Put those two together on class and workers in America and whatever. But for Day, consider this as a kind of imaginative novel, this remarkable new left thinking on labor. An imaginative work, a proletarian novel, if you will. Curiously, the book's historical theoretical narrative, new developments in working class life and labor, and the formation of the American working class is bracketed by two proletarian novels. The first is a contemporary and in the spirit of proletarian reportage. In the midst of the worker uprisings of 1968 to 1972, he gives an account of the unrest at the General Motors assembly plant in Lordstown, Ohio, with its strikes, its slowdowns, and its sabotage that had brought national media attention. And his account weaves a polyphony of voices: Jerry, Joe, Charlie, Rabbit, Ed, Mary, Bob, Carl, Dave, the local president, Gary. They were all done, the interviews actually, as part of the making of a documentary film called Loose Bolts, which he was part of that team. I watched it. You can now get it on YouTube or whatever. And it's interesting. And then if that's the beginning, bracketing it, at the other end, evidence from his, quote, personal experience of the unsilent 50s. It seems to come out of nowhere after 350 pages or something. Where indeed a chronicle of struggles among some working class people as they were actually fought. During his decade of working and living in the factories and neighborhoods of New York and New Jersey from 49 to 59, that story of being suspended from Brooklyn College for the sit-in is interwoven with his work in the small metal working shops as a lens grinder in a camera factory, as a drill press operator, and transferring among a half dozen jobs in order to talk about how important job transfers were. In the Driver Harris steel processing plant, as well as the daily life no different from that of other young married working class people, with Jane and their son Michael, and the difficulties, one on the night shift, one on the day shift, speaking of the pursuit of sleep. One might take this extended chronicle, apparently a digression from the book's overall arc, as a microcosm of the whole. And I want to do that on focus on 3 points. 1 point, the transformation of work and the working class, the shift from the blue collar to the white collar, from the factory to the office, from manufacturing goods to producing services, the rise of a middle manager of what he calls the professional servant class, as well as the white collar proletariat of state workers, clerical workers, technical workers. This is well established now. But by the time False Promises predates the Ehrenreich's essays on the professional managerial class. It predates Braverman's Labor and Monopoly Capital. It comes out simultaneously and challenges Daniel Bell's Coming of the Post-Industrial Society. Stanley rejects, indeed, seeing this as a shift from one mode, industrial, to another, post-industrial, writing of the curious dialectical invergence of the forms of labor. On the one hand, the industrialization of the labor processes in service work. But on the other hand, the way that continuous process production in manufacturing turned industrial work into service work, the care and maintenance of the machines, of the aptly named boring mill, a giant lathe. He writes in a passage that might be a modern Moby Dick, the machines move so excruciatingly slowly that operators sometimes sat for an 8-hour shift watching the machine cut a single piece. The work was not physically exhausting, but incredibly boring because the operator had to keep his attention riveted to the machine, making sure it was lubricated with a milky white solution of oil and keep the waste material from interfering with the cutting. This was particularly true in the oil industry, the continuous process. And of course, he goes on to organize in the oil with the oil, chemical, and atomic workers. I think of, and this is the end of my first point, I think of Stanley as Homer Simpson's organizer. You remember Homer at the nuclear plant watching the dials all day long. Second point, the book is not the making of the American working class. It's kind of the reverse of E.P. Thompson. The real subject of this book, with its double meaning of subject, is, he tells us, the attempt to delineate both objectively and subjectively the divisions within the working class. The divisions in workplaces, neighborhoods, and households of working class people by race, ethnicity, religion, gender, age, types of work. Unlike those other mass media accounts of Lordstown, the Lordstown account is structured by distinguishing the different groups of workers there and the polyphony of their voices, Black and white and ethnic workers, the women who are a visible but tiny fraction of the assembly line workforce, the Lordstown, the self-described Lordstown hippies, the migrants from the South, a whole variety there. And here again, one sees the logic of inversion in this, the way the union becomes fundamental, actually not to the workplace, but to everyday life, because of the centrality of fringes, of health and pensions, as well as the suburban union hall replacing the old urban tavern. And so it becomes a kind of place of this new suburban working class. And on the other hand, to see, whoops, sorry about that, the way in which, the cultures of daily life are acted out in the workplace. And he powerfully reads the connection, which I think is too often missed, inside working class communities, not only with the stresses in the neighborhoods, but between the ostensibly technical divisions of skill in the working hierarchies, what he calls the ideology of skill. These divisions outside the workplace make the de-skilling that Harry Braverman was so powerfully to anatomize not simply a de-skilling because of scientific management and Taylorism, but a form of racial and gender management through the racialization and gendering of the very categories of skill, through the structures of training programs, the struggles over transfers, over job classifications, over seniority lists, and all of those details. It's a fascinating sense of actually the racialization and the gendering of that workplace. And third and finally, False Promises is built on the dialectic of life and labor, everyday life and everyday work, neighborhood struggles and workplace struggles, school battles and factory battles. Stanley's account of the unsilent 50s toggles back and forth between life and labor, culminating in two juxtaposed struggles. The narrative of 6-week wildcat strike at Driver Harris in 1957 with his own little speech. It's a funny and self-conscious one, not unlike the Mike Gold thing there, in there, as well as a bar fight and him in a bar fight there. And his account as department steward first coming there, and the struggle in the Newark Clinton Hill Neighborhood Council to defeat an industrial park. And this microcosm of a book begins with the issue of working class childhood, with play and games, with the pursuit of sleep, and ends with the intertwining of spectator sports and life in the factory and the industrial tavern, playing the numbers in a place where the banker is also the union rep, to his surprise. Those analyses of children's games, circle games, turn games, permission, may I games, role games, you might have forgot that's even in this book, as well as the centrality of games in adult games, spectator sports and voting, his notion of the passion of partisanship that structures play and friendship. I think of David Harvey once wrote that Marx never talked about starting the analysis of historical materialism from the birth of a working class child. This book begins from that story. And Stanley on games might be put right next to C.L.R. James's famous book on cricket. In the dreams of the unsilent 50s and in the Lordstown 70s, there are only 3 escapes that can be imagined: to get a liquor license and open a small tavern, to work hard and obediently and become a foreman, and for a tiny minority, he says, to get a union office and make unionism a career. The third path was Stanley's escape, itself a false promise. A story that is not told in false promises, but rather in the great, and I think too little read sequel to the unsilent 50s, the narrative essay When the New Left Was New, that he wrote a decade later, but that's another story. Thank you very much.
I do know that you've all noticed that Italy made their delivery and you're probably hungry. So the question is, do we? Okay, sounds good. Yeah, just another Mike Gold anecdote with Stanley. One thing Stanley told me about Mike Gold was his genius as the editor of the Daily Worker, I think Barbara knows this, was that it had a really good racing page. Again, we're back to conviviality. Any questions, comments for our panelists here? And for Barbara, you're still with us?
I am.
Okay, any questions from the audience? Yeah.
But I want to raise this question about the bar, because that's one of the few moments attacked because of the Jewish identity.
If I had 20 minutes instead of 15.
That's very important, because he said, weak association, but I didn't have a bar mitzvah, I grew up with one of the Italians, and this guy hit Stanley so hard, and Stanley bloodied him up. You remember that? Yes. Bloodied him up. It's strange, because I had one last thing, that when we had Stanley, we lived in seminary, he and Blessed Ellen Willis lived at seminary. The first secular Jewish brother to ever teach in the Christian seminary founded in 1836. And the first religious Jewish brother was the great Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, but secular was Stanley. And when we steal away, we say, damn, which did I thought? It's a different idea. Could you say something about the relation between that bar fight, this anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish fight there, and his sense of how he proceeds, even given the fact that he's secular cosmopolitan international and has his own critiques of, the Israeli state in a very subtle way, very different than Ellen. had real fights over this thing, even though they loved each other dearly, rightly so. Because neither one of you, or both, all three of you said a good word about his relationship with Jewish identity.
Well, can I have, I'm gonna really dodge this in one way. Because, you know, because there were two figures that were absolutely central for me in actually coming to the left. And one of them was Michael Harrington. And when I read his autobiography, I could see an Irish Catholic boy ending up on the left. And so I identified with that. Stanley, actually, that's how I'm going to turn this, is that the remarkable thing about False Promises is it has an extraordinary account, better than it's been written by any Catholic intellectual, of the meaning of Catholicism in working class consciousness and culture and whatever. And so it's actually, I think, in a certain sense, that's where you're exactly right, that his secularism was not secularism in the way that he had his finger on the pulse of this at the point where in that fight moment, he's able to say, wait a second, even though I don't exactly think of myself as Jewish, I am Jewish. It's like the great line in an essay that anyone who hasn't read should read. Raymond Williams is, "You're a Marxist, aren't you?" Which is to say, he doesn't think of himself as a Marxist except when someone says, "You're a Marxist, aren't you?" And it feels like that is that moment, right? You're a Jew, aren't you? And at that point, yes, he is, or whatever. But the kind of sense of Stanley's sense of the power, the importance of the Jesuits in the labor movement as kind of the organic intellectuals of the other side of the CIO is really a very powerful one. So I'll leave it at that.
And fall in love with the magnificent Irish. That was exalted marriage on the side of the Jewish.
And he married that as a state, which certain members of his family did not agree.
And actually, this on him and it's inherited. My father, his way, it's inherited him marrying Irish citizen from Harlem, Spanish Harlem. Yeah.
Any other thoughts? Yeah.
Quick comment on the false promises. It seems to me one of the ways to get it is granted that from the outset, you have a class conscience. How do you develop class conscience so it becomes rich and deep? That to me is what the problem. Then it's centered on certain training. You mentioned one about text. But that text that's it's like selling lottery tickets, which is kind of, it's also the labor representative and that workplace. So he sees the connection between that point. To me, that's a triangle where I can see the connection between math, culture, and labor hierarchy. And that, like each of various turning points. So to me, it's indicating this is how to deepen my understanding. That's why I think this is a book up there.
Yeah. You say two things on that. One is, and one will be slightly an argument or a disagreement with Barbara. But the first one is that one of the remarkable things at the end of the unsilent 50s, he says, is that the possibility for him to be where he is, and all narrators are unreliable narrators, and I'm sure that Stanley is as unreliable as the best. But nonetheless, it's the way he tells it, is it was actually his distance from the left that actually ended up there, that he felt that in some ways that he had not been, and partly because the left that he was closest to at that point with the Labor Youth League had gone underground. And so he felt some distance from that underground left. And there's a kind of interesting thing of the weirdness of being outside the left. And then, which comes up in that later moment in the, when the new left was new, when all of a sudden he is part of a new left very consciously. And so there's this weird way that that's also the unleft 50s for Stanley, as opposed to the left 50s. The other way he tells it, and I think actually he would be saying, he spent the rest of his career trying to think about how one turns that consciousness. And he tried to teach in all of us or whatever. But the term that he uses in false consciousness that I've never thought, false promises that I never thought I'd noticed before, is not a function of false consciousness, but a class unconsciousness. And that's a very interesting phrase. It suggests a whole kind of almost psychological sense that this is not that because people are seeing things wrongly or don't see it, that it may be an active repression that will only come out at some other moment. I'm not sure, like any metaphor, whether any of them are the only metaphor we should have, but I would think that Stanley's metaphor of class unconsciousness might be one that is as useful as any of the other consciousness metaphors that we have.
Any other thoughts, comments?
I wonder if either panelist might wish to address the possibility that Aronowitz's work, particularly false promises, might be a kind of good guidebook to help eliminate the polarization currently accelerating in American society generally, and the sharp rise of the hard right in particular, because it seemed to me that what he was saying what a century ago has a good deal of at least indirect application to our current political situation.
Yeah, Michael, Sonia?
I don't know how many enemies I'm going to make right at the moment, and why not? I think the consistent misreading, even of the Trump phenomenon, is the inability, maybe our class unconscious, to recognize that a good part of Trumpism is decent reflection on the false promises delivered to the American working class. Does that make it clearer where I am? Yeah. So it's that silence and denial and almost persecution an idea about being sold out, about being discounted, about being used in a globalized economy for particular purposes, watching the country get sold off piece by piece by piece, not being able to establish a consistent collective and protection of something. That's Trumpism. And yes, I can think of a way in which a book which moves me greatly to hear this coming today in this extraordinary rich interpretations just re-energized me from start to finish. I love that book because it did open that door to people's real experiences as working for the most desperately boring and difficult and crushing experiences of labor. And then their collective power and how they begin to conceive of it and so on and so forth. Yeah, it burns me up that someone like Trump has taken this. It just burns me to death. When there is a powerful left intellectual condition in this country and stands at the very pinnacle of that.
Michael.
That was a little. It's okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
I haven't been able to hear most of what's been said. You know, it's difficult to get the voices through clearly, but I have a question about Stanley and where he's situated historically and politically. What was his relationship with the organized communist movement when he was growing up? I always sort of imagined him as having been, you know, raised in the nest of the CP in some kind of way. I could be wrong about that. And also, what was his relationship to, this is a huge question in a way, but to postmodernism and the way in which postmodernism was, you know, deflecting things in a very sort of anti-totality, anti-totalitarian, you know, kind of way. And I think he was perfectly aware of the anti-communism involved in all of that, but yet it seemed to me that in like the crisis of historical materialism, that he was embracing a lot of the sort of micro politics of oppositional movements kind of politics. And I just wondered what was, for those of you who have studied his oeuvre and who knew him personally, what was his odyssey, and how does it relate to these larger organizations and movements that, bookend his entire life? Is that too big a question or too naive a question?
Yeah. Actually, if I could turn to Michael, Michael, do you want to come up?
Yeah, please come up to the front because I can't. hear
Okay,
you.
his relationship to the Communist Party was through the Jefferson School. That's where he was educated. He read Aristotle, Marx, all the pre-Socratics. He loved telling that story. He claimed his only mentor was Harry Wells, a pragmatic philosopher, and that's the only person that he ever considered a teacher. Everybody else was in dialogical engagement with him. So his relationship to the Communist Party, especially obviously the U.S. Communist Party, was always as someone both within. He called himself a boy Stalinist for a long time. We were trying to figure out titles for his memoir, and one would be, Bronx Tale. We do it movie wise, and the second phase would be boy Stalinist before he goes on to the factory work. So anyway, Barbara, it's a long story. I mean, we can have the conversation, at another time in a much deeper way, but he did have this relationship to the Communist Party. I just want to say we have someone here from Italy, Matteo, who's knows Tony Negre well and works with him, etc. Maybe I shouldn't say that publicly, but Stanley's book False Promises lived an underground existence in Italy during the 1970s. It was translated by Ferruccio Gambino, and so Stanley had an internationalist moment as well, in this context. His relationship to postmodern, another very deep question. He did not deny Lyotard. He did not deny the post-structuralist moment. He read Derrida actively. He had conversations with Derrida vis-a-vis the work of Theodore Adorno's negative dialectics, and told Derrida everything in deconstruction is in the negative dialectic. Of course, Derrida says, of course, and this was at Irvine back in the day. So again, you raise very good questions here. He used to say, am I a Marxist? He says, I'm like Marx. No, I'm not a Marxist. Which Marx would reply when he was asked, are you a Marxist? Marx would say, no, in a sense. So, but there's a critique, and Cornel knows this well in the crisis of historical materialism of Marxology, that academic Marxism or Marxism of the chair took hold during the 1980s and 90s. Considerably, and he had many antagonists with this thing. The Crisis in Historical Materialism, I want to say, is a book that tries to encounter multiple tendencies and going back to Bakhtin in the polyphonic way, in a sense. And this, to me, was always Stanley's openness and his ability to synthesize so many different tendencies and make them palpable without ever, again, selling out where he came from. So I don't know if this helps clarify. Cornel, yeah. You want to come up? Yeah.
In the bibliographical essay in 1981, at the end of the Crisis in Historical Materialism, Stanley invokes a figure who was the very target of ridicule and critique. He says the most important text written on Marxist critique of dialectical reason was Jean-Paul Sartre in 1960.
Exactly.
Now, anybody who defended Sartre in the age of Foucault,
There you go.
got either courage or a lot of things.
Yeah. And he read the right. Yes, absolutely.
In relation
Yes.
to Marxist analysis.
Always.
When it overlapped, it was rich. When they floated off in the space and how it became ubiquitous and asymmetric relations at the labor market and the workplace became overlooked and obscured. Stanley came out in the name of Paul Fortune Lukács.
Absolutely.
But am I going too far, Brother Mike?
No, actually, could I just answer your question by with a line from Stanley that actually in that bar fight, which I find right here, it's a heavy set young worker who he knew from the hot mill who'd been drinking quite a bit. and he cracks him across the face. I mean, Stanley, I tried to fight back my own rage because in the back of my mind, I understood his predicament. He was getting a lot of pressure from home, and it probably hit me to release his own fears. But then it goes on, and after that, there is the fight. But there's a sense even there, Stanley, seeing that the pressure at home, the predicament, the drunk worker actually gives the anti-Semitic slur, he says, in a whisper. He walks and whispers him to it. So it's kind of like, yes, I'll leave it at that. Yeah. Still slugged up.
Well, again, let it not be said that we don't believe in conviviality here. I think we should stop and go have something to eat. Thank you all for coming.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much. Oh, thank you.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was fantastic. At first, the founder of Rethinking Marxism, now the one-man show, if you will, with interviewees of the Economy Update. And it's really out there, I think, doing us all the service by spreading the word in a way. He has really been great at that over the last 10 years. He's made it very special to a lot of people, and and we really welcome him here. So he's the Massachusetts group. We have Cornel from New York. We have Rick, who lives in New York, but comes out of Massachusetts to us here today. Thank you, Rick. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you all for being here, honoring Stanley. He would have enjoyed it if he had been in the audience too. It's a pleasure for me to do that. Stanley was never a teacher of mine in the sense of a classroom, but he was a teacher of mine in terms of, I guess, a role model of sorts. When I first encountered him, I was a student, college student, and he came to our university and gave a talk, which was very important. There was a small group of left-wingers trying desperately to do something significant in New Haven, Connecticut, and against the pressures of Yale University, which was working very hard, as it always does, to undermine and destroy anything of the sort we were trying to do. Even though we were a group of students and faculty there, they long ago understood that there would always be a few of those, but that they could crush them, which they have pretty well done for a long time. And we brought Stanley up to help us strategize as to how to outwit Yale University. Fortunately, that's not that difficult. And of Yale, it has often been said that it isn't Harvard. And no one can figure out whether that's an insult or a compliment. I attended both those universities, and I still can't figure out whether it's an insult or a compliment. I sit on the sidelines of the Harvard-Yale game trying to figure out, is there some way, any way, that they could both lose? Stanley came up and gave us a talk, and I remember the talk, and that's what I want to say about Stanley. I remember the talk, as I'm sure everybody there did, was in a church right across the street from the campus, a local Methodist church that was progressive and allowed these kinds of events to happen. That's because Yale, across the street, regularly prohibited them from happening. And the church was therefore accessible to students. It's the church in which the unions were formed at Yale University. When I got there was one union representing the building and grounds and kitchen workers. Now there are three locals of the same union. The second one organized the clerical and technical workers. And the third one, just a few months ago, became the local representing the graduate students who are workers at Yale, so that everybody at Yale is organized into a union, all the workers, with one exception: the faculty. Those geniuses have figured out how to stay out of a union longer than anybody else working there. And that's because they believe that the nonsense spewed by the Yale administration, and I say this as a proud graduate of that institution, convinces only the faculty. Everybody else knows better. And maybe at the end of my talk today, I'll tell you a bit more about it, since your smiles indicate you're enjoying this, which is why I'm saying it. What Stanley told us that day was that it was really important never to forget that our organizing, working with those unions, the Hotel and Restaurant Employees Union, if you're interested in the national, of which these are locals, it's always important, he said, not to give up or devalue your being students. Take being a student seriously. There's a lot to learn. And many of the people you will be working with haven't had the opportunity in life to take time off, to read, to think, to work with others. You are privileged in that way, and you owe something in return, to share that privilege with other people, not as the teacher and the student, but as the colleague who had some special opportunities and wants to share them. Just like every worker has had his, her special opportunities to learn all kinds of skills you need to learn. But we had been lost as students in a silly debate about whether being a student was itself some sort of bad thing, and that we had to show that we were real militants by having nothing to do with academic work and there were a number of my fellow students, good people, ended up throwing away their educations because they felt somehow guilty about having them. There is something peculiarly American that I had to learn. I was born in Ohio, I'm an American and all that, but my parents were immigrants from Europe. And for them, the idea of being a radical or a revolutionary and being poor made no sense at all. The whole point was that everybody shouldn't be poor. But a Yale student appearing in rags and all the rest, which most of my colleagues were doing, as a sign of their solidarity with people who were horrified by how they looked, never ceased to amaze me. Stanley jumped across all of that and told us, it's good to be a student, take it seriously, make this institution work for you. Don't you work for it. Very, very, for us, very powerful. Very powerful. And it stayed with me. And it is one of the things that could be many, and I'm sure many of you who are speaking will know about this anyway. But it's one of the things I wanted to say about Stanley that struck me as incredible. He always took theoretical work, academic work, scholarly work as central to what he was and what he wanted to have done. Yes, he worked with labor unions. Yes, he's probably best known for a whole host of things he did with the labor movement and around the labor. And I'm not in any way other than deeply respectful for what he did. But I want to talk about the coming together in this one man of a commitment to the theoretical, abstract, philosophical, whatever words you want, that needs to be together. I know we all know the truism, theory and practice have to be aligned and all, but he actually took that abstraction and made it very, very concrete in his work. He insisted to us that day back in, God knows how many years ago in New Haven, he insisted that the two things go together. He insisted that his work, if we admired him for his civil rights and all of that, civil liberties and labor movement work, if we admired him for that, he wanted us to understand, and he looked at the audience when he said it, This comes out of my study of Marxism. Now, remember, that's many years ago. We're talking the height of the Cold War. It took courage even to say that in a public forum. The press was there, the local press in New Haven. It is an important institution because one of the few not owned by Yale University. I mean, owned in the practical sense for sure, but not in the legal sense of the term. My Marxism, he said, is what helps me understand. You think I'm successful? I'm just applying Marx, and not that creatively either. He was self-deprecating in that way. Not always, as I'm sure you know, but in that situation, he was. And was what we as students needed badly to hear. In subsequent years, that was my relationship to him. I spent a good bit of my life doing theoretical work. I was a professor at a university. It's what I've done as my job in life up until 2008. I taught at the University of Massachusetts I don't know how many of you know that place. It is out in the middle of no place. It's very rural. It's that arrangement here in America in which to deal with the danger that students represent as a potential, you want to get them out of the centers of power. So Boston is at one end of the state and the university is as far in the other direction as you can go and still be in Massachusetts, if that's what you want. The students are isolated. It's a rural area. The only sign of Boston is the grotesque corruption. That is, all the dormitories in Amherst, Mass, where the university is located, are tall buildings. They were built by the Volpe Construction Company from Boston, which only knows how to build tall buildings because it's an urban thing. They got the contract, you'll never guess how. So on this rural campus, where the one thing they have is an enormous amount of land, they built vertically. And the students to this day live in an absurd tower, carefully kept from a recognition of the absurdity of the situation. Typical for most universities to do something like that. This one not accepted, but I won't insult my hosts, so I won't go there. Here's what Stanley and I would talk about in the intervening years. Marxist theory. He once sat me down and said, okay, I want you to tell me how you see the labor theory of value. Okay, first of all, it's interesting if you're an economics professor, which I've been, and you've taught this material for umpteen years, which I've done, you'd be amazed how rarely anyone asks you such a question. The answer is that the labor theory of value, which Stanley knew, but he was kind of half asking and half giving me a midterm quiz. And I said to him, well, the first way I deal with this is to remind everyone that it shouldn't be referred to as Marx's labor theory of value, because the originator of the labor theory of value was not Marx. Adam Smith, the hero of capitalist economics, is the originator of the labor theory of value. It was worked on and changed by David Ricardo, another hero of capitalist economics, referred to in virtually every textbook on the history of economics as the founders of the modern science of economics. The professor of religion, Adam Smith, that's what he was. Notice the connection between the theory of capitalism and religion. Think about that. David Ricardo, a banker in London. Marx came along, thanked them generously for the labor theory of value. If you ever look at Marx's theories of surplus value, his other multi-volume work, he is full, literally 100 pages of praise of the innovation achieved by Smith and Ricardo. A level of praise and recognition that no modern economist has ever given Marx. But Marx gave to the people he felt indebted to, and then Marx changed it, made it his version of the labor theory of value. Stanley smiled and said, B plus, he said, B plus, you did well, you did. So we went on to discuss it. And then he said, what does the economics profession think of it? And then I think he was more asking than testing. And I said, the economics profession has nothing to, it's irrelevant. Asking them about the labor theory of value is like asking them, what color is Thursday? It doesn't work. They don't associate the category color with the category Thursday, so that they start struggling to find the answer, because you know how difficult it is for a professor to be asked a question for which that professor doesn't know the answer. The phrase, ooh, I don't know, comes very difficultly to professors. We're supposed to know. So they don't know. And I say the reason they don't know is because they think economics is about explaining the great mystery called price. Why is your shirt $16, but your socks $4? Why is the ice cream $1.50 and the Mercedes-Benz 50,000? Well, this mystery, which for capitalistically oriented people who live with a market, that's a great question. And I said, they can't answer the question about the labor theory of value because all they've ever understood is it's a theory of why prices are what they are. And that was not Marx's interest. To use a colloquialism, he didn't give a shit what the prices were. He was interested in the relationship between human being over time in the act of production. It was a completely different question. If you don't understand the question, then you will not understand the theory intended to answer the question. Stanley loved this. A week later, he went to a conference where he presented all of this very kindly. He came back to me because he said he got it from me. He was very careful that way. But he loved it. He said now he can go to workers and talk to them, because our conversation evolved into the important difference when you're organizing a union, the important difference of understanding that for Marx, the concept of the working class was based on a recognition of a fundamental difference between two kinds of worker, two kinds of labor, what Marx called productive and unproductive labor. One of them exploited by the capitalist, the other not. And this enables me now to understand we've got to organize, said Stanley, we've got to organize these workers who enable exploitation of other workers, because they're not in the same relation. And they can be together in a political powerhouse movement to overthrow capitalism. That's what we're after. But that doesn't mean we forget or deny the differences between them. Something had to be learned very bitterly later on by many organizers who still don't get it, who prefer other differentiations that aren't Marxist, like blue collar, white collar, skilled, unskilled, all interesting differences among workers, but not the one that Marxist theory said, let's focus on because we don't want to miss this one. It will undo our efforts. Here was Stanley taking the most abstract theoretical work in Marxian theory, buried in those early sections of Volume 1 of Capital, and using them to correct the strategy he was advising labor unions who had a mixture of production workers and clerical workers to work together so they didn't blow each other out of the water or fail to have a unified movement. For me, that was another lesson from Stanley. He was helping me understand the link. And when I thought about what I might say here today, besides recognizing the extraordinary commitment he had to doing that, not allowing this system to separate the intellectual, theoretical, scholarly from the activist organizing on the street, really recognizing both of them as necessary, not just in our movement, but in all of us as individual members of a movement, I thought was the most remarkable. And I guess besides saying it, let me say something to you that may interest you. I am now, with Stanley's advice, he urged me to do. One of the first things I did when I quote unquote retired from the University of Massachusetts in 2008 and moved into the city. I was living in Connecticut before, moved here into the city. My only regret ever since has been that I didn't do that move much sooner. I find living here one of the greatest periods of my life for many reasons. I love this city, but that I did before, but living here is just amazing. But when I did it and moved, Stanley said to me, all right, if you really agree with this theory practice of the way you've been talking, then I advise you to do that now. Do it now. Keep your foot in the academic universe, do the research, do the scholarship. So I did it. I still do. I'm teaching this semester. I teach at the new school down in Manhattan, Lower Manhattan, where I'm a visiting professor, which is a euphemism for a part-time professor. You know, other euphemisms, adjunct, to have all the horrible language that enables them to pay you less and has no other significant function. He said, and use it to work in your political practical work. Well, I do work with unions, but it's not the way Stanley did, not on that scale and not with that intensity. But I decided I would try because an opportunity opened up with WBAI, which gave me that program back in 2000, when was it? 11, to try to do popular economics. Basically, and that was Stanley urging me to do that. And I did it. And here I want you to understand, and by the way, just so you know, that's why Michael was very kind to mention that you might know who I am. We produce a weekly half-hour program, is broadcast on about 100 radio stations across the country every week, is produced simultaneously as a television station. It goes out over 4 networks into about 55 million homes. Obviously, they're not all watching, but they could. If they click that little thing, they could actually, by happenstance, leap over the porno channel and land on me, who knows? We just crossed 300,000 YouTube subscribers, which is a healthy number for a group like us. And I'm an us now. I can't possibly do all that. So there's 2 full-time, 3 half-time, 2 gig workers. I pay them all. We raise enough money to do that. I don't run away from the title, the label socialist. I don't run away from the label Marxist. I pretty much openly espouse it. We don't get hate mail, hardly any. I kind of worry about that, but I don't get any. And here's what I want you all to know in honor of Stanley. I do applied Marxism. That's what I do. I learned it, I studied it, I taught it. And that gave me the ability, slowly accumulated with trial and effort, to use it to talk about the derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, the war in Ukraine, or anything else that comes up that I got to deal with doing a regular program like that. It's applied Marxism. If I have achieved some success in these 10 years, if I have an audience that big, if we publish books by now, we do all kinds of things. We're trying to follow in the steps of, I don't know, Amy Goodman and the Monthly Review, however you want to think about it. Then it's because of Stanley's idea that do the theoretical work, use it to shape a consistent assessment of what's going on. And if you do it, people will respond, will like it, will find it instructive, be willing to listen at least halfway to the political arguments you want to offer. It's a recipe that will work. Stanley insisted it worked for him. He urged it on me. I followed it. You draw your own conclusions. That was a very remarkable thing. In my education, I was very lucky, not just with Stanley. But, I've worked in my lifetime mostly by accident of interaction with Paul Sweezy and Magdorf, who were my teachers, literally in economics. Because of where I went to school, I encountered a man whose name I want to mention, Fritz Pappenheim. Some of you may know, wrote a wonderful book called Alienation of Modern Man, was a personal tutor of mine all through college, taught me Marxism. In the original German, he was a German refugee. My mother was born in Berlin. My first language is German. These accidents, and because of Pappenheim, I worked with Marcuse because he taught at Brandeis, which was just up the street from where Marcuse lived. And because of my family, I studied for a good long while with the French Marxist, Louis Althusser in France, because my father's French and I spoke French as well as German at home. But Stanley, best of all of them, and they were great, and many of them have bigger reputations perhaps than Stanley. But if it comes to that question of the relationship of the theory to the practical political work, then Stanley is the standout capturer of that important point, recognized by all the others whose names I've given you, but not quite as embodied in them as it was in him. It was an extraordinary gift that he gave to people who he encountered and lived with. And that's why I'm here today, to honor. I mean, Michael brought me because Michael is a good organizer, but I'm here to honor that particular part of Stanley because it was so very remarkably articulated by him. And I also want you to know that it is a way to reach people. Not only does the abstract theoretical work, reading Karl Marx, not alienate you from people, it's exactly the opposite. It gives you a way of understanding which you can then present in your own words of the idioms of your time to the people who need to hear it and who will welcome it because it clarifies what they're up against and what they're struggling to do. The only other person besides Stanley who pops into my mind of having done that in another way, you'll be surprised perhaps, is Sigmund Freud. Opening up our own unconscious and self-consciousness, that whole other register of our minds and how it works. It's an unbelievably powerful tool to understand the mess we're in. And Stanley liked to teach Freud and psychology. And that's why he understood it. He conveyed that to us. He understood it. It's a remarkable capability. And I would urge, if I can do honor to Stanley one last way, that all of you think about how you in your life, your work, can replicate, each of us in our own way, this model of Stanley's of taking that kind of stuff seriously. It is, after all, like Karl Marx himself, the professor of philosophy, writes a doctoral dissertation on ancient Greek philosophy, ends up losing his academic jobs because he's involved in the struggles of the communities where he's teaching, and eventually becomes an activist at the labor movement and social change movement. And exactly. And Stanley was the one who liked to compare himself to Marx in that particular way, but he was right. He was entitled to do it because he actually did it. So anyway, thank you for your time. And I think Stanley is worth our getting together to celebrate.
Thinking for a minute or two, we're going to move on to the other panels, but if you have any questions for Rick, really quickly, he'll comment or comments. Yeah, Jesse, yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Economics work that I thought it's right. It was economy one, and it was the whole thing was all Marx went away. It's amazing. And it just reminding me because I was sailing, student sailing was in Upton here. We used to plan with give that people at the wedding.
Yeah.
I always think of myself, and I'm a professor of physiology at Delphi University now. I think of myself kind of undercover. You know, like you can think whatever you like, but everything I see is Marx. You know, you can have your own perspective, and it's really what I do because I write about school bullying and the book on the boys' society, and it's all about the play economy, and I teach a empathy program in schools, which is basically trying to create what Marx envisioned. What I talk to my students about all the time, which is the early Marx idea of, you know, creating what your personal gifts are, to be able to give directly, to see the love in the other person that you're able to make that impact. And it's not like you make something, you give it to the other person who's going to sell it, who's going to make money, and you make money, you know, you money for something else. It's like that relationship. Marx is all about that beautiful relationship with like your creative gifts directly to give other people and see how you contribute to the well-being and everything about that. So you're just making me realize how much Stanley has you know, in my life, because I created this whole 8-12 college program. It is very moving to me, I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
Probably right back.
Good, good. You know, your reference in your speech there, your reference to undercover, being an undercover Marxist. There was a moment in Stanley's life where he and I had to collaborate on that. He had gotten the appointment finally here at the Graduate Center. And you know, the academic rigmarole, when you get an appointment like that, the authorities who make the final decision have to assemble a dossier, a folder on you. And one of the components of that folder is, it's all a ritual, as ancient and absurd as the funniest example you could draw from organized religion. Now, one of its components is letters from appropriate other academics at other institutions, certifying that you are not hiring, you know, a bartender, but you are hiring somebody. I mean, no respect to bartenders. They're some of my closest friends, for obvious reasons. But so Stanley calls me up one day in a panic. He says, "Do you have a piece of stationery nearby from your University of Massachusetts?" Oh, yes, I like all good professors, I steal paper, you know, rubber bands, nail, paper clips, you know, all of that. Given what they pay us, they're lucky I don't steal more, right? So I said, yes, I have the piece of paper. He said, well, they got they're short. And I don't know what he had never asked me. I mean, that's the truth of it. But so I said, sure, sir, when do you need it? He said, this afternoon. We solved that problem. So I wrote out, but we had to collaborate because he couldn't risk telling them who he was exactly and what he believed, because then they might go the other way. Even if the people who were making the appointment wanted it, it would have to go up the ladder and all that. So he and I crafted a very carefully academically written total bullshit about him and his research and what his projects were. I mean, just made up, you know, in 20 minutes of intense telephone conversation. So yeah, undercover, he had to be undercover. I want you to know, though, because it's misunderstood by folks on the left, that under certain circumstances in the United States, you don't need that. We got that job, the group of us who taught the Marxist economics at UMass, we got that job in 1973, the height of the Cold War. That university hired people who were explicitly at that time political economists, heterodox economists, Marxist, lots of language about it. They hired us. They hired us even though the leading economist of the time, a man named Paul Samuelson, taught economics at MIT, went to the governor of Massachusetts and told him not to do it. We had to get, like Stanley had to get me, we had to get, give you an example, I don't mind telling you this. In the middle of the night, I had to call my friend, a man named Kenneth Arrow, I don't know if the name means anything to you, a Nobel Prize winning economist, because he had to write a letter to the governor of Massachusetts, offsetting what Samuel said. John Kenneth Galbraith at that time was in a cabin in the Alps with a lady whose name I will not give you because every one of you knows her. Everyone in this room knows her. But she was married to somebody else. But we had to get him out of whatever situation he was in that moment to get him to otherwise we wouldn't have been hired. But the bottom line, we were. The governor of Massachusetts had to sign off on that. We got the job. I taught there for 35 years. There are hundreds of Marxist economics professors across the United States who got their PhD from us at the University of Massachusetts and are doing all kinds of really good work and abroad as well. So the things that are possible are much larger than you might imagine them to be here in the United States. It's on us more than ever before. We had a hard situation. It's much easier now. I get invited as a Marxist all over the place. 2 weeks ago, I gave a big talk, get ready, at Texas Christian University. They know who I am. It's very hard for me to hide it. I know that part of why is I have a pedigree. For reasons of my family's interests, I had to go to Harvard and Stanford and Yale. Those are the only schools and I have those pedigrees. And believe me, I wave them every time the devil gets close. It's my version of garlic, right? And it works better than garlic. So I've been protected by the pedigree. I could be a Marxist because they're intimidated, my colleagues, by those institutions. They shouldn't be. Nothing happens there. For those of you who don't know, let me be the first to help you understand. Nothing happens there that's any different from what happens anywhere else, which is no compliment.
So thank you so much, Rick, for this. We're on the clock. So one more quick note, please. If we're running. Thank you. Thank you.
But yeah, two things. I do have a group that work with me. The substances I mostly do, but all the forms, which includes all of that, that's skilled people who they don't come to me for what we pay them. They come because they like the project and they want to do it. But the other thing, I don't want to beat the horse. The other thing is, it's the Marxism. It's the attempt over all these years to teach my students at UMass or wherever else I've taught who don't come with a lot of the background, to get them to understand and that teaches you how to make it accessible and interesting, a little sexiness, a little humor, a little sarcasm woven in. And then you get the which as a teacher and a human being is what we all want, right? We want that moment of connecting in the eyes or in the voice of the student or the friend, the aha moment. Well, you get that. And if you do it long enough, then you begin to understand what Stanley was saying. Use the Marxist theory. It's the best accumulation of insights into the flaws and failures of capitalism. And now, and this is my opinion, obviously, now that the American capitalist system is in decline and the empire down with it, we are going to have the next 50 years what the British have suffered the last century, the end, returning to what you once were, a cold, wet, offshore island of Europe. That's very hard for the British. Look how crazy their system has become. We are now on that same path. The flaws and failures of capitalism were one thing to leap over and hide when you're going up. Very different story when you're going down. We're living that. But it's a time when a critique of capitalism has an audience. And I can assure you from my work, that audience is huge and growing faster than we can meet it. It's a good time to be a Marxist.
So we're going to move right away to the next panel, which will be the panel on labor and power. Kristen Lawler, Bruno Gulli, Peter Bratsis, and Manny Ness will be on this panel up here. So we'll make room for you, please. Looking forward to this very much. And by the way, all four of these persons were students of Stanley, direct students, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you. No problem. Thank you so much for coming. This was my pleasure. Yeah, that seemed to go. Where's the sandwich on there? There's one over, up there, bananas. You want, very good. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll get out of your way. Oh, boy.
I'm sitting and reading. I'm gonna be very.
No, I'll be reading too, but I
Yeah.
like to, even when I teach, I never sit, only when students read a presentation. Mine is 10 weeks.
I'd like to thank everyone for sticking around after the food and wine to continue with more of the conference. As Michael said, this panel is on labor and power. Oh, can you hear now? Yeah. This panel is on labor and power, and all of us work with Stanley. Manny, you were never a student, but you collaborated and worked, and we've all known each other for many years. Michael chastised me more than once in the last couple of weeks for not having Zoom meetings with everyone to plan the panel. But I said, we don't need to plan because we've known each other for 30 years and we know what each person does. There's no need to prepare. From the far left, Kristen Lawler, who is a professor of sociology at Mount St. Vincent College in the Bronx. Bruno Gulli was professor of philosophy at Kingsborough College, and he's also teaching a class here this semester at the Graduate Center. And Manny Ness, who's a professor of political science at Brooklyn College. So we've all been lucky enough, and I teach at Borough of Manhattan Community College as well as in the liberal studies program here, which, as we said in the morning, everyone is encouraged to send their students or take classes because it's a cheap and good, which is always a good combination. You know, I would say, going off what Rick said, you know, typically the less money is involved, the better the education becomes, you know, as a general rule. I think Louis Buñuel had this concept of, you know, expensive worker training versus free, you know, real education. And I think it's true. It's not just hyperbole. And we're all lucky enough to be full-time academics in tenure positions in New York City. So we're lucky enough to continue to be able to collaborate and continue our working together for all these years. And I think many of us express some anxiety about speaking today or because normally to speak for 10 minutes or 12 minutes on Stanley and labor would be nothing, you just show up and talk and it would be, but, given the moment, it's a little bit more serious than usual. And in the morning panel, many people discussed false promises, which of course is by far the most famous of Stanley's work. Probably for many of us, it's not our favorite in some ways because we have various intellectual interests. I think for many of us, the Crisis in Historical Materialism is probably the more useful one. Bruno has a copy of The Politics of Identity, one of the more underrated ones, I would say, and false in The Jobless Future. But there's some very good essays in The Politics of Identity that are not often discussed. But false promises is, of course, very fundamental because as he points out in the book, up until then, there had not been, and I'll read you, I kept some of the quotes to look like I prepared. He says, at that point, there was no important left-wing critique. He says, no important left-wing critique exists of unionism itself. All the attempts to explain the failure of the working class movement or of the left movements were focused outside of the labor movement. It was the parties, it was the law, it was the media. And Stanley was really the first very serious, and from the left, not from the right, critique to point to the unionism itself as the cause of the failure. And this, I think, speaks to what Cornel West spoke about a bit this morning in terms of dialectics and the complexity of how these events unfold. The greatest insult Stanley would ever give would be at a talk, sitting in the audience, and someone would be speaking, and he'd look over to me, and he would say, they don't have a dialectical bone in their body. And that was the greatest insult he could ever give, right? The greatest insult he could ever give was that. Stanley was the first, and no one could accuse him of being some kind of right-wing shill, because he had more than the credentials to speak from the inside of unionism and the labor movement. As you know, because people have discussed this already, he spent close to 10 years working in various factories in New York City and New Jersey. And then he spent about 10 more years working as a union organizer, eventually becoming so good at it that they sent him to Puerto Rico as a punishment because he was doing more than just the unionism. He was talking about the war in Vietnam and the civil rights movements and other things. Now, about sometime last semester, I forget, it was in October or so, many of us here went to the School of Labor Studies, and they had an event with the people from Amazon and Starbucks, the unionizing movements, Chris Childs and some of the other people who were involved. Smalls, I'm sorry, Chris Smalls and some of the people who were involved. Huh? Yeah, he's younger. And on the one hand, of course, all of us are supportive. We have nothing against people being successful and getting a decent contract, getting higher wages, getting more work security. And at the same time, of course, we were very skeptical as to the broader potentialities. Number one, they had no interest in the history of labor or theory, nor do they have an interest in the broader political situation by and large, other than the kind of instrumentalist, lobbying and let's ask for something better than what we have. And of course, immediately the idea was, well, all these people should be required to read false promises as part of the preparation for being in a union, because for Stanley, of course, there are two key reasons why the labor movement fails, why it fails as a force to radicalize and extend beyond the workplace to broader political issues. and concurrently a reason why it fails even on its own terms. Because we cannot say that the labor movement in its current form has been successful in the last 50, 60, 70 years. Already Stanley says in 1967, it was clear that it had failed. 1967, which by contrast to today is nirvana, you know, it's a nirvana. And I think Stanley really is the first. I think False Promises and our other good friend who passed away about a year ago, Georg Lukács, who wrote the famous book, Detroit, I Do My Dying, which really chronicles how the UAW itself sabotaged its own militant potentialities for various reasons, racist reasons and other reasons as well. And there are two key factors for Stanley. One is, of course, contract unionism. The fact that unions struggle for contracts. Now, this is exactly what Starbucks and Amazon want. They want contracts. And you're a union too, right, Manny? What's a contract? Or our union, we're all in the same union, apparently. What's the problem with the contract? The contract, number one, requires the union to discipline the workforce to enforce the contract, takes away the power of any kind of militancy or action or workshop action for a number of years. And Stanley says, if you sign a contract, it should be only for 1 year, not for more than 1 year, to have that constant process. And it divorces the union leadership from the membership in multiple ways. Because by necessity then to abide to the contract, to enforce the contract, the union becomes hierarchical and bureaucratic. In fact, I mean, one of the things he points to, which I'm sure would horrify every labor leader of the United States today, Stanley makes the observation that unions should not allow a checkoff for union dues. As you know, most unions today, in the book, I think he says it's 98% of the unions at that time. It's probably similar. There are fewer unions, but the numbers are probably similar. Most all union contracts include the stipulation that union dues are automatic deduction from paychecks. Excuse me? The Janus decision allows public workers to opt out. It allows them to not opt out only. Right, but this is something different. This is something that this is everyone who was a member. The Janus decision has to do with public sector unions and the fact that some of the union money was used for political purposes. So public sector workers could opt out of the union dues because it was it had implications about political speech. But 98% of union contracts include the stipulation for automatic deductions of dues. Stanley was against this. He was against this. He understood, obviously, why unions would want to do it because it safeguards their finances. And imagine you have to send the shop steward around. Imagine you had to go around to every member of the political science department every month to get them to give you their monthly dues. Not something that would be pleasant. This is what he says on the checkoff on union dues. Workers have come to regard the checkoff as another insurance premium, since they enjoy little participation in union affairs, except when they have a grievance or around contract time. The paying of dues in this manner, deemed originally to protect the union's financial resources, has removed the point of contact between workers and their full-time representatives. This procedure is in sharp contrast to former times when the shop steward or business manager was obliged to collect dues by hand. In that period, the dues collection process, however cumbersome for the officials, provided an opportunity for workers to voice their complaints, as well as block against the encroachment of bureaucracy. So the principle on union dues was not about the money. It was not about saving time in terms of managing the day-to-day necessities of a labor union. It was about ways of participating, ways of collectively living that would increase rather than decrease the potentiality for radicalization, and collective action. And the more you dilute that, the more the union becomes formalized and bureaucratized, the less potentiality for a real struggle. That's the first fundamental point he makes in the book in various ways, of course, in it, across various chapters. The second and related issue has to do with the liberal quality of this goal of unionism. If the goal of the union is simply one of providing some degree of security, a contract to guarantee certain benefits, certain working conditions, then it is fundamentally in line with the liberal mainstream of American society. Because the liberal ethic is one should struggle for security and safety. What's the point of coming together as a community? To safeguard and secure one's private property, liberty, and life. The so-called the Americans are always better than the Europeans at public relations, pursuit of happiness, as Jefferson had put it. In that way, the labor union is not educating the membership. It's not putting them in a position to be able to overcome the dominant ideology and culture of the society that they live within. They are reinforcing it. What's the point of us coming together? To safeguard our life, liberty, and property. So it is reproducing the liberal ethic, and thus the union in this interrelated way. On the one hand, becoming an adjunct to the corporations, an organization obligated to enforce contracts. And secondly, functioning in a way that underscores, reproduces the basic liberal principles of our time. And I think we should keep in mind that the road to servility is not being uneducated per se. It's not the educated or not servile. And if Stanley disliked any group of workers in the Fontenay, it was academics. He liked the working class. He was skeptical about academics because most academics, in his view, became academics out of a desire for security and safety. You get tenure, it's hard to get fired, right? Almost impossible. He did think it was the last good job in America, as you know, because you can, you have your own those who do it. Of course, most people may not pursue that side of things. So he thought academics weren't all that interesting as workers, by and large, because they were willing to take risks. They're not risk takers. If you're a risk taker, you don't necessarily become an academic. Today you would. I mean, we're lucky that we all have full-time jobs. Of course, most people today do not in academia, but it draws in a certain kind of personality, people who are adverse to taking risks. And that's not the kind of peoples that Stanley thought would be, needed for some kind of militant activity. So the unions reinforced this liberal ethic of the point of coming together. And this was very clear in the event with Chris Moles and the others. The whole purpose of coming together, and it's understandable, it's not, and no one would be against it. Coming together in this movement to form unions was to try to safeguard and guarantee their collective interests, not to change the society, not to change themselves, not to change the nature of work. So I think in both cases, we have a very, very significant criticism that Stanley has, and again, it's internal. It's an autocritique because Stanley comes from the labor movement. He was an organizer all those years. He did participate in these things. And his suggestions, which is not only in False Promises, but in many subsequent works, is that, and it comes very close to Antonio Gramsci, who Stanley greatly admired. He hasn't been mentioned yet today, but Stanley was a great admirer and student of Antonio Gramsci. Gramsci's idea that the party is an educator. The function of the party is to educate. And he thought exactly the same about the labor movement. unions should first and foremost be about educating the rank and file members. That's why he led reading groups when he worked in the factories. That's why he participated in all these examples of public educational programs for free at the Brecht Forum, at the Free University, at our institute, the Institute for the Radical Imagination, and other places. And that was always his demand put upon the unions, that unions should first and foremost be about educating people and not educating them in some PowerPoint slides for half an hour, but real, reading Gramsci, Lukács, Marx, and so on down the line. Again, the panel is on labor and power, and the failure of the labor unions is one part of that. And another part, I think, has to do with the way they understand power. And I'm always a little bit surprised that even our own union, which is led by the New Caucus, which is a group that Stanley helped form, and most of us were involved with it, at least in the initial stages. And it was mostly Marxists, Maoists, and other related groups, have an understanding of power that is to the right of the pluralists of the 1950s. The pluralist school of thought of the 50s and 60s argued that American society has a very wide distribution of political power. Different groups have different resources, and when they mobilize them to make certain demands from government, they have a chance of winning. That was the pluralist position, people like Robert Dahl and others, of which, of course, Stanley had no agreement with. Stanley obviously was a Marxist with heavy indebtedness to C. Wright Mills in his notion of the power elite. Our union leadership, which is probably well to the left of most unions today in the United States, has the position that if you send a tweet or you make a call to your representative in Albany, then things might happen. Which is to the right, because the other said you have to mobilize, you have to give some leverage. It's not just you tell them something, you have to use some resource to, to make that a bit more compelling. So it's even to the right of that. And I think here we see in very concrete ways the failure of when the union does not educate itself and its membership, how things can turn out. And we are well, Stanley was, of course, certain that the labor movement had failed in 67. By 67, the writing was on the wall. False Promises comes out in 73. As pessimistic as he was at those moments, of course, things are even more horrible than one could have imagined then. And I think this is why we have to redouble our efforts for autocritique, being critical of ourselves and our institutions and our unions, and learning the lessons that Stanley so clearly lays out in books like False Promises. Manny, would you like to be the next speaker? Kristen?
Okay.
Kristen.
Okay, great. Hi, everybody. I'm going to do a very un-Stanley thing, and I'm going to read a little bit, but I won't be long, so hopefully it won't be boring. And I'm starting with False Promises too, and there's a lot of stuff in here from False Promises, from the Crisis in Historical Materialism, especially the End of Political Economy essay. And one of my favorites, the Why Work essay in the Politics of Identity. These are all things that were incredibly influential, I think, on a lot of our thinking about the labor movement, specifically with respect to power, building, worker power, without which, you can't get to revolution any other way except for through the power of workers. That was something that I think Stanley was very clear about. So in the intro to False Promises, Stanley says, labor as an independent discourse is constituted both by common histories rooted in the past, as well as the present, and by a shared future that is conceived apart from and beyond production. Culture and community are the other crucial components that negate labor's abstraction into labor power. So the most important insight is, I think, the refusal of work and a radical imagination of a future beyond it, and the subjectivity that's cultivated through working class culture. And then, of course, the relationship between the two, because I think what interests me the most is Stanley's analysis of the way that a certain kind of anti-work culture fuels refusal at the point of production and of reproduction and gains, power for the class as a whole. So this kind of subjectivity is animated by what Stanley calls the fundamental human struggle. He says this is the fundamental human struggle, the struggle over time. And this struggle is waged between two opposing logics, the logic of capital and what he calls the counter logic of labor. The logic of capital is to subsume living labor and make it an inert and passive object among other objects of the process of producing surplus value. But an oppositional logic of life, of vitality, of spontaneity, what Stanley calls the counter logic of, this is a quote, the erotic play and the constituting subject, always exists on its own terms. It always subverts and escapes the imperatives of accumulation. Stanley puts it this way: the logic of labor is to seek every opportunity to transform work into play, or more precisely, to make as large a portion of working time unproductive from capital's point of view. The insertion of the erotic into working life violates the cultural norms of capital, which historically demanded the strict separation of eros and civilization. He links this counter logic explicitly to a desire for freedom. The logic of labor mediates and determines, there's a quote, mediates and determines the direction of capital's accumulation process. It pushes, this working class activity pushes capital towards crisis, towards brakes on accumulation. There's no way that capital by its internal development can produce the desire for freedom among workers. That desire, which becomes a material force and appears first as a counter-hegemonic ideology to that of capital's doctrines of consumerism and authoritarian management, originates in the praxis of self-organization at the workplace and in the neighborhood. So because the two classes are antagonistic subjects that face each other at the point of production and reproduction with mutually contradictory interests, one wants to work less and live more. The other pushes for every speck of the life world to become nothing more than an inert factor in production. Then reality and capitalism is shaped by the indeterminate outcomes of their struggle. Indeterminacy is a key concept here. And its deployment shows clearly this sort of, this moment in crisis in historical materialism where Stanley's working through the relationship between Marxism and post-structuralism. But he says, in order to allow for the undecidability of historical development to show its jagged side, I love that line, we must have another starting point, namely, the notion that the working class is self-constituting as much as it is constituted by capital. We must investigate the specific practice of the working class, assuming that the practice of capital is accumulation through exploitation. Of course, he does this in False Promises, first in the Unsilent 50s chapter, and most famously in the chapter on the strike at the Lordstown plant. So in Lordstown, the counter logic of labor took center stage, not just in the plant, but in elite panic the nation over. There, people were talking constantly about like the Lordstown syndrome. Sadly, in a story also reminiscent, Peter said this, of Dan Georgakis's work on the Dodge Revolutionary Union movement, the union's bad cultural politics, their disavowal of the countercultural logic of the workers themselves, set them up for failure. Another similarity is the way that the racialized workers, Blacks in Detroit and so-called hillbillies in Ohio, were both some of the most militant and the most discriminated against. And in both cases, instead of leveraging the in-plant radicalism to build power, excuse me, the union focused on pay and job security rather than the issues of unbearable tedium, authoritarianism, and speed up that the majority of young, unskilled members, heavily influenced by the counterculture, were most concerned about. Thus, it frequently bargained away these workplace issues to retain its ability to deliver on economic benefits and job security. And on the education thing, in this piece, he writes a lot about the way that workers used to double up on the line, like one would work twice as fast and somebody else could take an hour off. And it's always about reading. People talk all the time about like reading and talking to one another and stuff. And I think that that's important. So Post-war labor peace had depended on the cooperation of industrial unions in disciplining anti-work rebellions and gaining higher wages, but also ensuring stability and a predictable investment climate. The thing is, workers, as we learn in False Promises, rejected that deal, but the unions kept chasing it. So with workers willing to exercise power at the point of production, union stabilization actually benefited capital. Unionization, while raising the nominal wage, helped capital to discipline the working class by insisting that its logic predominate over the workers' logic of freedom and unwork. That's Stanley too. The logic of the working class is a logic of freedom and unwork. Meanwhile, the company's strategy was to get militant employees to quit rather than foment job actions, to provoke strikes to cool things off rather than risk in-plant strikes, which disrupt production, and to put an end to the unauthorized slowdowns and sabotage that were plaguing GMAD's, the new General Motors Assembly Division push to produce like double the amount of cars that were produced out of that new factory. So one worker insightfully described the strike this way: everybody gets drunk and blows off a lot of steam. It would be better to sit down on the job and make them pay our wages. Last night, we maintenance welders were given a direct order to repair an electric motor. We refused. We didn't wildcat because we knew the company wouldn't talk to us if we were on the outside. We simply sat down by the machines. In a few minutes, they took back their direct order for us to do electrician's work. And that's just one of a number of kind of this collective direct action on the line, like getting the goods immediately that he outlines in this chapter, getting a fired worker back, like immediately. They all go out, they bring them back. So in other words, this is, you know, striking on the job, also known as sabotage. And there were other forms of sabotage, like real damaged Chevy Vegas coming off the line that were like keyed and, you know, fucked up on the way out. So they're, you know, also just basic slowdowns and stuff. So that's where real power comes from in this story, but the contract service union model discourages this spontaneous exercise of leverage, channeling discontent into grievances, which the company could always wait out and then trade for a reinstatement of the inevitable drunk or belligerent worker. Most important, spontaneous resistance to the speed up is restricted by the very existence of the union contract. Peter went over this, so I'm not going to talk too much. A contract, oh, but this is sort of part of the like post-structuralist moment of Stanley's labor politics. A contract assumes a stable subject identity, the responsible agent who is willing to make promises about the future via a legitimate representative. He was super critical of that. And I do think it comes from this very like kind of Nietzschean perspective on, you know, kind of pure power relations rather than logic of identity, of representation, of responsibility. A contract assumes a stable subject identity, the responsible agent who's willing so more concretely in his words, and this is a quote from Stanley, the modern labor agreement is the principal instrument of the class collaboration between the trade unions and corporations. And this was already said, so I won't go through it, but you know, it puts the union leadership in the position of disciplining the workers' anti-work rebellions and their spontaneous exercise of shop floor power. It becomes the unions who then have to say, no, you can't wildcat, you can't strike during the course of the contract. So he says unionization helped capital to discipline the working class by insisting that its logic predominate over the workers' logic of freedom and unwork. So it's interesting, you know, Stanley goes back in a couple places to talk about the IWW as sort of a model of a labor movement formation without the structure of a union. And he talks about the Knights of Labor too, which are sort of prefigurative in some ways, not all, but of the IWW. And this, you know, lots of things about it. The one big union, which was never about some kind of representative structure. It was always about like a logic of sympathetic strikes, you know, and solidarity, really, not necessarily like this structural thing. But they didn't sign contracts. That was the key thing. They refused to either hoard or give up their moment to moment. They insisted on continuing to organize sort of moment to moment power within the plan. And I think, you know, that's what he was in favor of. And one of the ways that IWW did this is the logic of sabotage, right? What Elizabeth Gurley Flynn called the conscious withdrawal of workers' efficiency. It's like just slowing down. They call it quiet quitting today, which is, you know, this is one of these things where it's like the worst thing about, I mean, there's so many things that suck about Stanley being gone, but like that spigot being turned off, like you used to be able to just talk to him all the time about these things, like the Great Resignation. Suddenly people are talking about all these things. People are, you know, have a certain kind of an anti-work culture more than we've seen in a really long time. And it's, yeah, it's anyway, disappointing he's not here. But, you know, Big Bill Haywood, the IWW organizer, talks about like when we strike with our hands in our pockets. The IWW was very clear about like sort of exercising this kind of leverage and also encouraging it through a real anti-work counterculture that was like, slow down, the job you save may be your own, very focused on the labor market, but also very focused on, you know, forms of cultural sabotage that were really interesting, and you know, the black cat and all that stuff, but a real cultural intervention to push this kind of like pure power relationship, which they saw as coming from essentially like a collective slowdown. So there's a bunch of stuff here about the IWW. I could talk about them forever, but the wobbly culture became the seed of American counterculture in the 20th century. The hobo, the classic hobo, the figure of the IWW, made its way through the cultural creations of the Popular Front through, you know, Mike Gold was mentioned earlier today, like the new masses was very much like digging for old hobo stories from the masses. Jack Conroy's The Disinherited, John Dos Passos, the Fenian hobo character. The Irish piece of that is sort of interesting. And also, you know, so it sort of came through that, this hobo figure came through that stuff into the on-the-road beats of the 1950s and the hippie culture they spawned right smack into the GM plant in Lordstown. The counterculture he describes on the line at Lordstown threw capital into crisis, which Stanley says was a result of an oppositional cultural logic of the working class and the middle strata. The movements of women and youth that refuse the authoritarian logic of capital accumulation. So I kind of want to start to wrap this up, and I realize I have a lot more stuff here. So, but, you know, he does talk a lot about sort of these subterranean anti-work tendencies as like kind of, you know, an essential part of the, you know, what labor is under capitalism, right? But it's more than just subterranean tendencies, and it's more than just kind of a broad, you know, culture that is that he's talking about. He actually is talking about, okay, what are the labor movement formations that can potentially, you know, make this into something that that transforms into power, basically. And so the thing I want to say is just that Stanley was always very, very clear. It's the movement towards shorter hours of labor. And that's actually super important in terms of all of his thinking about technology in the workplace, but also outside. I mean, the way that it was true then, it couldn't be more true now that we're all being trained to be machine tenders in our free time, and not just in the factory, not just on the job, but that's sort of, you know, everywhere in culture now. And it's worth noting that in terms of that technology, the issue of technology, the whole idea of collectively restricting the hours of labor, it's a totally solidaristic kind of wall-to-wall logic, because everybody has to be in, and, you know, and everybody likes it. Like the means and the end are sort of the same, which is working less, and that's kind of a good thing. But also Stanley says really clearly, I have a couple of quotes in here, but that's what pushes, you know, like a tight labor market is what pushes automation and technological innovation. And that doesn't have to then throw a whole bunch of people out of work. If people are focused on hours and labor supply, then whatever the demand is for labor power, you just restrict the supply more. And this thing about union halls is actually really important too, because it was a place where you took your dues. It was a place where people could, organize, where the union could actually organize the workers. But also one of my favorite experiences, the first year I knew Stanley, we went to a plant, an auto plant in Linden, New Jersey, and then he spoke at the Union Hall out there, and there was a bar, there was a pool table, we played pool. I mean, it was amazing, and it was really kind of empty. The plant was pretty, there weren't a lot of people in there, but you could see sort of what it had been at one time. So I think in terms of that strategy for power, the idea of how to organize these subterranean tendencies into what he calls, and he calls for an affirmative strategy for labor to reduce the hours of work. And that happens in the production of countercultural spaces and ideas that are all about sort of the transvaluation of Protestant work values. And so another line, I think it's the end of Why Work, Stanley says, the task remains, after going through this shorter hour stuff, he says the task remains for labor to abolish itself. So, thanks.
No, okay, but I understand. Okay, because yes, and this is handwritten, so it's better. Oh, very good. Handwritten, also. Yeah. Oh, it's maybe too strong. Okay, so well, I met Stanley in the fall of 1996 when I took his seminar on Marx here at the Graduate Center. I immediately felt that was exactly what I was looking for and where I wanted to be. Stanley started his seminar with Thales, Anaximander, Anaximenes, and of course, Heraclitus. That was just the initial explosion, but it remained explosive throughout as the semester unfolded. It was a truly political seminar, a radical seminar. Thus, I began my working relationship with Stanley, that I would then later write my dissertation with him, and that became the foundation for my first book, Labor Over Fire, which I know Stanley very much appreciated. In fact, his influence on my work was very important. I remember Stanley as a mentor, a thinker, and a rare human being, rare, that is to say, singular. Thinking about that 1996 seminar on Marx, today I wanted to touch on two works by Stanley that very much relate to it. One is a chapter from The Politics of Identity from 1992, and the other is, and the chapter in question is called Marx, Braverman, and the Logical Capital, and the other is a chapter from The Jobless Future from 1994, which Stanley wrote with Bill DiFazio. And that is the chapter in question is called, it's the last chapter of the book called The Jobless Future with a question mark. So I chose these two works by Stanley because they both are based on Grundrisse, especially the so-called fragment on machines, on capital, especially the unpublished, the sixth unpublished chapter by called The Immediate Results of the Immediate Process of Production, and also on the manuscripts of 1844, which is always there in Stanley's work and teaching. In fact, as far as I know, Stanley always took distance from the idea that there was a break between Grundrisse and Capital. Witness to that his emphasis on Roman Rosdolsky, the making of a Marxist Capital in his seminar on Marx, or between the early work and the late work by Marx. The two essays by Stanley I want to touch on have to do, among other things, with the questions of automation, and I will go over some of the things that Kristen, you also spoke about. So automation, machinery, real subsumption, and surplus value, of course, right? So, but they mainly point out the irreducible ontological centrality of a freedom, which is equal to living labor as against dead labor or capital. The centrality of a subjectivity, which today we can rename, I would rename a singularity, over the potentiality of a revolt and revolution, for instance, sabotage, right? As Christian, you were saying, or a refusal of work. So, just like Marx in Grundrisse, Stanley starts his essay on Marx, Brederman, and the logical capital with the question of material production. In Grundrisse, Marx says the object before us, to begin with, material production. That is the very first sentence of the wonderful introduction to Grundrisse. Stanley begins by saying, quote, "The power and scope of large-scale industry among advanced capitalist society has made it increasingly difficult for us to imagine a different mode of material production," unquote. With the time we have here, I can't really delve into this as well as I should. So let me say that what Stanley does with this and with his chapter from The Jobless Future is prophetic. The word was already used today, right? And I don't think that the word is too strong, especially when we consider that these works by Stanley are from about 30 years ago, before what we know today as the 24/7 economy, platform capitalism, cognitive capitalism, Uber economy, and so on and so forth. So let me point out some of the main points in the two essays by Stanley that I'm considering here. The first and perhaps most important one is that Stanley looks right at the logic of subsumption as a, quote, "no more than a tendency," unquote. Now, this is very important, has important political implications because it means, I'm simplifying here, it means that even if all labor and all life are subsumed under capital, there still remain spaces and times in the potentialities of a revolt. Lines of flights, if you will, hopes of liberation. I imagine we are all familiar with the question of subsumption, but let me say this. Marx has two important sections on the formal and real subsumption of labor under capital in results of the immediate process of production. Both of them have to do with the production of surplus value. Formal subsumption is the production of absolute surplus value. Real subsumption is the production of a relative surplus value. And this is actually in chapter 16 of, volume 1 of Capital. Essentially, the formal subsumption has to do with the lengthening of the working day and is also compatible with non-capitalist or pre-capitalist modes of production. The latter, real subsumption, is the, quote, specifically capitalist form of production, unquote, and it has to do with machinery, automation, and so on. They both have to do with the fundamental tenets of capital, whereby, quote, this is from Capital, right from Marx, capitalist production is not merely the production of commodities, it is by its very essence the production of surplus value, unquote. And we know what that means. It means, right, M prime, right? Money that becomes more money, money that becomes money as capital, so the valorization process. So subsumption is subsumption, but there is a difference between formal and real subsumption. As Marx says, again, quote, a production for production's sake, production as an end in itself does indeed come on the scene with the formal subsumption of labor under capital. It makes its appearance as soon as the immediate process of production is to produce as much surplus value as possible. As soon as the exchange value, right, because surplus value is an extension of exchange value of the product, becomes the deciding factor. But this inherent tendency of a capitalist production does not become adequately realized. This is still Marx, right? It does not become indispensable, and that also means technologically indispensable until the specific mode of capitalist production and hence the real subsumption of labor under capital has become a reality, unquote. Thus, Stanley calls the doctrine of subsumption, quote, a powerful tendency, unquote. Capital as objectified dead labor, the introduction of a machinery seemed to exhaust living labor altogether, right? And yet, the most important section of Stanley's essay on Marx, Braverman, and the logic of capital is called Social Movements and Revolution, in parentheses, self-activity, unquote. So what Marx calls the self-activating, objectified labor, unquote, that is Marx, that is to say, machinery, fixed capital, and so on. And for Marx, fixed capital is ultimately the human being, living labor. We'll have all these things we'll have to confront, right? Subjectivity, singularity, agitation, unrest, social movements, and revolution. Nor will the political party or trade union be of help in this, right? And Stanley is clear about that, as they become mere entities and vehicles, or as Stanley says, signs of capital. It must be something different, perhaps difference as difference. It is a human praxis. Thus, Stanley stresses the importance of the culture of resistance. He says that this culture of resistance manifests itself through, quote, informal rules established by workers to govern the quantity of a production, the frequent acts of a sabotage that reduce productivity even in highly mechanized plants, the refusal to work, manifested as absenteeism and lateness, unquote. This killing, and this came up already earlier, right? Stanley says, quote, Stanley says that, quote, again, this killing is a historically relative category. Contemporary labor has indeed lost most of the old craft skills, but these have been replaced by new skills. Workers today are obliged to be more inventive in their resistance, unquote. This is even more the case 30 years later in our own contemporary, nightmarish, and yet rich in potentialities, digital economy. Knowledge, that's another important. category. And this connects, by the way, to Stanley's work on education, but I can go into that now, but then we'll speak about that as well. So as Marx says in Grundrisse, quote, in machinery, knowledge appears as alien, right? And that's in Grundrisse, that's already a connection to the economic, right, and philosophical manuscripts, external to the worker, and living labor is subsumed under self-activating, objectified labor, which is, unquote, right, which is capital itself. And yet, again, living labor remains as an irreducible ontological power. When, quote, all powers of labor are transposed into powers of capital, and the living worker's activity becomes the activity of the machine, unquote, capital, as the moving contradiction, faces a more basic contradiction, or perhaps a more powerful opponent, and that is life itself. That is time itself. So machines are, as Marx beautifully says, quote, organs of the human brain created by the hand, right? That is from Grundrisse, and that is on the same page as, the general intellects, basically, right? So that's against all subsumption, even when subsumption is not only of labor, but of life, is today that, the distance between the time for living life and the time for work is shrinking. I mean, they become the same, right? Life and work. And but even when that is the case, right? Against all subsumption, we find, anyway, the tendency. That's why Stanley's emphasis on subsumption being a powerful tendency, but still a tendency. Why? Because we find the opposing, the contrary tendency through machinery, precisely. Again, I'm quoting from Marx again, from Grundrisse, to create disposable time, unquote. And this disposable time, free time, is bound to become the new post-capitalist measure of wealth. That's, again, Marx from Grundrisse. So what can be done with this time? I can't go, I'm sorry, I skipped one thing that I had to read, okay? It will become the measure of wealth. It is, and I use this word by Marx, a suspended individuality over the collapsing, that's me, not Marx, the collapsing abyss of money and surplus value, right? So what can be done with this time? I can't go into the jobless future now, but I want to highlight one moment in the last chapter of this important book, co-written, as I said at the outset of this presentation, by Wright Stanley and Bill DiFazio. In a section called The Decline of Work, speaking about, quote, the pleasures of non-work, unquote, right? They say labor, I'm quoting, has been dispersed into all corners of the social world, eating space and time, crowding out any remnants of a civil society that remain after the advent of consumer society, and colonizing the life world. We are able neither to work nor to play, unlike the older industrial model where labor was experienced as an imposition from above. The dispersal of work makes the enemy invisible, because labor is now experienced as a compulsion dictated by economic anxiety more than by the need of work, unquote. I'm almost done. And yet, we still experience the pleasure and dangers of our daily life. We experience anxiety on the one hand, but also on the other, solidarity, care, and love. Beyond subsumption, there is work to be done. And as Stanley and Bill say, you know, and as Stanley and Bill say, there is the need for a guaranteed income, and therefore that means the need for over a life of dignity. Okay, so they say, and I close here, quote, if there is work to be done, everyone should do some of it, unquote. And this work will be the same as care, the work of care. So thank you, Stanley. Thank you all.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Institute for Social Imagination for organizing this event, especially Michael Pilis and Peter Bratsis and others that are part of it. It's kind of funny that I wasn't here in the morning, but I understand that people spoke of false promises as with respect to culture, I suppose. But I think without question, that book is his important and most important work. It's I guess it's been written exactly 50 years ago, and it represents kind of a thinking that evolves throughout his life. And I've read most of his works. I can't say I've read all of them, and I can see that they're all related in some respects to false promises. I wouldn't use capital as the centrality or the central argument of false promises. As people examine Marx's work, I think the most important aspect is alienation. And that so in some respects, Marx uses, forgive me, Stanley uses early Marx to recognize the importance of alienation, and I think he's very fluent in it. Okay, so before I start, I had a couple of points to make. I just did start, but yeah, so I got to know Stanley in the late 1990s. Some other people may know about it, the kinds of work I engaged in. I spoke to others about it. We had regular sessions, maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks, at his apartment in near NYU. Forget the name of the place, something Village. So we were very much interested in New York City labor at that time. And so we were examining the role of the transformation of labor from one that is dominant white to one that is increasingly diverse. People of color, women, etc. A lot of this was based on the work of Saskia Sassen, Roger Waldinger, and a number of other people. So I would say that Stanley was extremely gracious with his time. I don't know if others experienced that. He would give hours and hours of time just to examine, various ideas. And I really appreciate that from him. Another point that I'd like to make is that, I don't know if it was recognized, Stanley was an important figure, institutional figure in many places, but most, I think, recognized for his formation of worker education programs. When one thinks of worker education in at least New York City, the first person you would recognize would be Stanley Aronowitz, who established them, helped nurture them, and brought them to life.
So I'll just very briefly, I think people probably discussed a number of these issues, but I have perhaps a different take on it. First of all, I think that Stanley, taking it from a different perspective, is not looking so much at the unions, isn't looking so much at management, but looking at the limitations of the American working class. And that the American working class is perhaps, and maybe this was discussed, is perhaps not capable of the social transformation that many people were thinking about in the 1970s. And so we really need to recognize that the optimism of Marx and Lenin, amongst others, is not found in Stanley's works. And I think for good reason. And I'm going to try to end this in a very positive way. He was more interested in mass culture, and this was evident in a number of the presentations, free time, the ability for people to express themselves. But he really delinks the working class from social movements to a large extent. He does look back upon a number of them. Yeah, I was going to mention something else, but I won't. And of course, he's writing at the end of the period of Fordism in the 1970s, which I don't think he anticipated in the 1970s, but if you read his 1992 edition, he does recognize to a limited extent the fact that the United States industrial working class has largely disappeared. But he certainly does make a critique of business unionism, as was put forward by Peter and others, and he does recognize the importance of spontaneity as a very important factor with respect to the working class. But I don't think he's necessarily happy with spontaneity. I mean, it's a nice thing and so forth. People are spontaneous. I think he's interested in where that will lead to. So ironically, he's interested in some respects in the institutionalization of labor and labor power and labor rights. Obviously in the book False Promises, he examines Lordstown and its strike and its sabotage, etc., that went on throughout the years. So I'm not going to necessarily get into that to any great degree, but I'll make some comments about it with respect to the historical trajectory and also the intellectual influences. He mentions a number of authors in the introduction that many of us are familiar with, Mike Davis, Michael Goldfield, and Kim Moody in particular, and he of course disagrees with their perspectives to a large extent. He counterposes Davis's work with Moody's work. Davis talks about the logic of capital and the capitalist class, whereas Moody in his work, these are two people who wrote very important works in the 80s and 80s. Mike Davis, Prisoners of the American Dream, Kim Moody, a whole range of books from a Trotskyist perspective. And so he's trying to, and this is also goes to the points before, he's more interested in the question of culture, the self-expression of the working class. This was mentioned by my predecessors. And he's trying to identify a culture in the book, which he doesn't necessarily find, in my view. And I don't think, I think he's correct about that. I think that the American culture is really an extension of the many other cultures and influenced by many different strands. And it leads to a lot of problems for the American working class. I also want to point out that we're talking about a man who was a great scholar of Marxist philosophy, especially Lukács on the question of consciousness, and Karl Korsch, and which was mentioned earlier, Herbert Marcuse. And so he's part of a lineage of writers who have, spoke about, who have written about and discussed the ways in which consciousness is formed. In fact, that's the subtitle of the book, and the ways in which it's limited and constrains. And so I think in some respect, reading through the book again, one comes out with the sense that the hopes of the American working class, industrial working class, as well as the service sector, have been dashed as a consequence of their own limitations to a great degree. And that this is where he takes a turn, that it's important to understand the communities from which people come. I think Kristen gave a very good analysis of it. He was interested in mass culture, sexuality, and all these other things that were happening during his life, the counterculture in the United States for the working class in the 1960s. Of course, we should remember False Promises is 1973. We're talking about a man who spanned at least 3 generations of scholarship. And I think that's very significant to recognize. So, he compares American workers to the British working class. There's a lot of passages where he cites the work of E.P. Thompson. Of course, there are many other British writers who examine the working class in England. And, he argues that the United States working class does not, quote, have a usable past. And I think that is a very important intervention. And he also talks about the problems of the American working class. So it's not necessarily a celebratory book. It's a dismal book. It comes across as something that presents the limitations of class and class consciousness in this country, as opposed to and class power, as opposed to its freedom, which is found in the discussions of my predecessors on this panel. That the United States does not have a working class with a collective memory. The US working class is anti-intellectual. There is a high level of nativism in the American working class, anti-immigrant sentiment, Black American sentiment, anti-Asian sentiment. So racism, if I can use that term, plays a part in the American working class experience. As we all know, it certainly does. And, I really was very pleased with his discussion about this, because it connects to a lot of the perspectives that I have. He's actually countering the work of Sean Wilentz to a great degree, who champions the American working class in the 19th century. Very, very harsh critique of this republicanism that the lens puts forward. He doesn't mention Du Bois, but I would argue that in some respects, okay, this may be controversial, that he doesn't see a connection. Okay, maybe I'm extrapolating, between the white and Black working class, that they are bifurcated, and that yes, the American working class wants freedom. Yes, the American working class was exploited or is exploited today. But it always finds itself, the white working class, in a position that is superior to the Black working class. We can give examples. It's not just the Black working class, but we can give examples throughout history that corroborate his perspective. One that comes to mind is the Hard Hats riot of 1970, where we have an example where the American working class is pro-war, pro-Vietnam War, which, as we know, in Vietnam, some 3 million people were perished as a consequence of US intervention, and before that under French. And so the point of that is, this book was written right after the Hard Hats riot takes place, where 400 or 1,200 construction and office workers basically beat up anti-war protesters, about 1,000 of them. And I think this is really interesting with respect to his entire political and intellectual tradition, that Stanley did have his doubts about the possibilities of unity. He was willing to entertain in my discussions with him, the possibilities of some kind of unity between the various divisions of the American working class. And that's something that I found very interesting. And he was willing to deal with any of his students in examining those kinds of issues where, maybe there is a progressive strand in American unionism, but I don't think he believed it at all. He did hearken back to the IWW, as was pointed out earlier, but I don't think he really believed that American unions, notwithstanding the fact that he entered unionism and was a member of the PSC, and he was a longtime worker and trade unionist for the United Auto Workers. I think that he ultimately comes down as a very pessimistic figure with respect to working class solidarity in this country. So if we fast forward to the present era, and I want to, kind of Professor put forward this, the book that I was going to mention, The Jobless Future. I think it's an important book in terms of the transformation of technology. You talked about the subsumption of capital, which is very important with respect to that. And so there is the industrialization of the American working class, which becomes primarily a service provider, maybe producer of intellectual ideas and so forth, not in college campuses or university campuses, but maybe in Silicon Valley and so forth. And I think Stanley anticipates this issue. And so what I do find is that even though he had this very pessimistic view of the possibilities at hand, he was by no means a revolutionary in his work. He believed in the idea of freedom and so forth, but he had no, in my view, and many of us don't, no way to understand how we get there. He knows what life would look like if we lived in a socialist society, or a society that he used to call communist. So his last book, I believe it is the Death and Life of the American Working Class. Is that right? Deals with the question of workers' centers as being the answer. So again, he's going full circle, trying to look for ways in which the possibilities, from the IWW to the spontaneity of workers and so forth, a way in which the working class can become more powerful in some respect, and how the gains of the struggles that the working class engage in can be consolidated. There's a lot more I can talk about with respect to personal interactions I had with him, which were very rich, not only with respect to discussing the working class, but I was surprised to find that he was very much interested in the works of Arnold Schoenberg and Elliott Carter. Incredibly, jazz. He was incredibly full. I think he actually, to some degree, represented what it might be to have a full life, living through a lot of the kinds of ideals that he sought to advance. So in any case, I'd like to close it by saying that I think that that's a perspective that I have. He does not deal with any working class outside of Western Europe and North America, or the advanced countries. which now are the most oppressed and so forth. But that's okay. I remember one of the last things he said, I was with you, I think, Michael. He said that he was extremely pleased to see his book sold by a street vendor in Rome, False Promises. So he did travel and he did recognize the problems on a global basis and sought to find ways to liberate. I think we can say liberate the working class as opposed to create a revolution for them. Anyway, thank you, and I look forward to criticism.
Comments, questions?
Criticism.
John.
Just one thing about the 1970 riot. I was there as a high school student, and I was standing up there. We were on strike in the 70s, and the people who came down Wall Street, because I was standing up next to the statue, and it was a cordon about 5 or 6 police lined thick around the crowd, and I'm standing up there with my students and everything. I can see down Wall Street being led by whole cohort of men with suits on. Their hard hats. It was, I think, it was Glenn, steel worker. It just been steel union battle president. It just been appointed Secretary of Labor by Nixon, and these were the workers from the World Trade Center. They got off half the day. They were led by the union down Wall Street, and as soon as they came down, the cops parted and they walked into the crowd and they beat the shit out of her. But
I hope you were okay.
That was not, to me, I come from a working class family, and that was not this, for the Lordstown workers, all the people I worked with, 20 years of being in the workplace. That really wasn't that was a section of the American working class. That was a section, typically you could say that's just labor aristocracy, right? But that was a section. It was a section that controlled workers, that controlled the labor, and they still do. But the thing about Stanley that I love, I think that you're sort of right about the fact that he didn't really see the way forward. But I think he was looking at it. He was looking for it, and he was trying to criticize all the old ideas that people were just going to try to like dredge up and repeat, and like every new strike was not the second coming of the CIO, which we hear, years and years and years. And he would try to look deeper. I think his mistake was that he didn't really look at labor history. He looked at it from his life forward, his experience forward. But I think that in order to understand the country, I think he had to go a little deeper. But he was a very critical thinker. I took some classes with him, and he was looking. It was a crisis of historical materialism, and he was trying to figure it out. And so for that, I'm here, I'd like to do all this space.
Michael.
So, something we have to mention here, Stanley is wrote, and he wrote on pedagogy of press and freedom. Careful, very careful. And I guess,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about what it even means to say Stanley. I don't believe there. And I think the importance of his engagement with the end is that there's this issue of non-determinacy that Kristen raised, in which, I don't think Stanley, he's a very nimble thinker, it seems much better than I am, but he's a very nimble thinker, and I think that he was attracted to Pieri precisely because of the fact that one isn't sort of proposing what the ends are. I mean, he makes his own sort of proposals and things for labor, but ultimately it's an engagement in which one problematizes the current issues and then sort of engages others who, if possible, become radicalized by whatever possibilities there are. But I think it's sort of this sort of, openness, this movement that Stanley would kind of involve thinking, started to have with it. I didn't get a sense of any predeterminations there. I didn't get a sense that, he was looking at a program that had some dialectical movement. I mean, he had a dialectical analysis So anyway, my point here being that I think that Stanley was always looking at things, sometimes even what it likes contradictory standpoint. I know, like in I think it's Against Schooling or Knowledge Factor, and he talks about working with the administration and computing for programs. And he talks about taking a stance against just resistance, how deadly that is. I agree. And the problems that he had to face with the faculty against this sort of working on a program, which from Stanley's account was quite depressing. So what I saw, what I appreciate and get from Stanley, learn from that, is this sort of, again, this nimbleness to engage and maybe a fair way in which there is no return. And then you look to this opening, this possibility, and then you move with it, of course, with principles and theory. But that's not, that I think was a tremendous strength of Stanley's, something that many of us could think.
Thanks, Peter. Thank you, everybody. The first thing I want to comment on is what's sort of emerging here is like Stanley's approach to what the future is. And I agree that Stanley, not in my experience, anything that I read or heard, never tried to predict or like sell anyone on what he thought the future was going to be if we stuck by the many proposals for what to do that he laid out in books, articles, and talks. But central to Stanley's thinking, always, I think, was the need for us to argue about a vision for the future. And I think the importance of the argument about what the future can be and what we want to be fighting for is like where Stanley's predictions would be, if that's how he thought about stuff. But it wasn't that Stanley thought he was figuring out what the future should be, and it was going to be like this if we went along this program based on this very good dialectical analysis. The very good dialectical analysis brought in a conclusion, I think, that we have to fight about what the future is going to be. And through those fights, we have to agree on what the hell we want from the future. And Stanley's vision of the future is that, it's us struggling together in spaces where we're able to and have the time to and have the emotional energy to engage very seriously with ourselves, with our own faults, our own lacks in our historical knowledge and the different ways we make analyses, in order to get to some kind of plan, some kind of vision. But as far as predictions go, one of the subtitles of this book, is just around the corner. And as far as like visions of the future, like I like to think of Stanley's like questioning proposals as trying to see just around the corner and trying to help us maybe see just around the corner. But what the future holds is exactly up to us to fight about and decide based on these fights. I think
that was popular expression during the Depression. The recovery is just a final form. That was the slogan. That's why the title just.
I guess there's a quick thought about style question, because I guess this came up when you were talking about the Stanley statement, collective bargaining agreements, and yeah, I mean, I think what you're saying is true, but it was from like an imminent joking, I don't mean joke like in the leader, but like it was from a perspective of someone to union organizers talk. So yeah, it's a peak of the role of collective bargaining, but it was also, it wasn't from the outside of get rid of the collective bargaining agreements. You know, it was that, and I think that that's a really important kind of point, because it kind of spoke to his academic life, like that question where he's writing from. Like he was writing from like someone who was in the union critiquing the union. And that insight made a lot of what he said possible. That's why he did be on the negotiating committee for it. And also be against the question. So like in that kind of I don't think any funny way of in the sense of like, yeah, let's get the best contract we can, contract suck. Or it's like important style.
If I may just ask to follow up what I was saying, Kristen, especially with everybody on the panel, and along those lines, one of the positions that I was, one of the ways that I was trying to think through Stanley's work, full time I was working, had a chance to go around, was the yes, that's great, but right, I think his attitude towards contracts exactly that way. Right? Like, of course, fully support for the best contract possible, yes, definitely. But also, that's not going to get us anything except like the next contract, like years from now, whatever, while forces around that contract fight compress, and then we'll have to fight against all those forces just through the contract. But yes, that's contract possible. But also, and I wonder if you get that sense as well, especially Kristen, you talk about his attitude towards contracts specifically, and if that fits in the way that
Yeah, I mean, I think whether it's inside the unions with the bargaining for a contract, whether it's working inside a university, you know, being involved in, of course, the outside the university stuff, which was sort of the most important, but you know, he did have a complicated relationship, as we all have to institutions. He's used to say institutionalization is the repository of scarcity. But we live our everyday lives inside these things. So yeah, of course you got to try to get a contract, but that doesn't change the fact, I mean, to your point in the beginning of your earlier question, you know, on sort of vision and imagination. This is why the, you know, group of his students founded like the, you know, Institute for the Radical Imagination. He talks about the left having lost its vision completely. You know, he used to say like the left has no ideas, you know, and he said imagination has migrated elsewhere. And so I think, yeah, you're always in, you're always out, but you got to keep your eyes on the out. Yeah, you don't want a shitty contract. You want a decent contract. If you're in a union, yeah, but that was never the thing, you know.
It also depends, I mean, when we say, we're going to slide into the next panel, I guess, but we're talking about contract. I mean, that's a massive kind of, you know, indefinite thing. I mean, what do we want to do with the contract? You know, what do we want to put in the contract? You know, a lot of these issues, I think, even with something I hear you talking about, I know Stanley advocated 1 year contract for reasons. But we have to think about that in terms of like, I mean, are we talking about public unions, we talk about private unions, are we talking about really strong unions or small unions? I have a small union. If I'm going to negotiate a contract every year, I can tell you right now, I mean, we're going to spend all of our energy constantly tracking proposals and negotiating, and it will kill us. I mean, my members will keep my drugs. So, what's that? That's what they do. Academic. So I think for some of those issues, we have to sort of locate them in the proper place. And it's not a sort of blanket sort of understanding that for all labor, you know, contracts are no good or contracts are good or 1 year contracts. We have to think of the location of it, and we have to think about what that reality is, the relation of the union to whoever is interfacing, and how they want to redefine that contract. Contract does not have to be about just wages and salary. It doesn't. I mean, you know, one of the things we try, we're sliding over, but I mean, one of the things that we tried to do now, we did do that, was we went way beyond just the wage. You know, that was really important for us. And some of those things got a lot of resistance from the members, but we pushed forward. So I think there are a lot of sort of qualifying discussion about what we're talking about.
I think that's an important point, but the argument that Stanley makes in False Promises and elsewhere is that what the labor movement did is throw out all the substantive questions and they reduced themselves to simply the quantitative economic ones. And unfortunately, that's also largely true in academic unions. For example, there's the principle that substantive questions belong to shared governance and faculty mechanisms of shared governments. The union only cares about the business side of things. And that's true at CUNY. Stanley didn't think that like that, but nonetheless, that's the situation today. You know, he always insisted, like this question of worker sabotage or the quality and the content of what is being produced, that the question of education is not only about access in places like CUNY and elsewhere, is the content. And for example, we're living through right now, as we speak, the destruction of CUNY in some ways through moving everything online, you know, this digitization that happens. The union does not have a position on this. In fact, the union, the PSC, has the idea that workers should have the right to choose their modality of instruction, or they should have some flexibility. So professors who want to teach online should perhaps have that option, rather than taking a principled position that we care about the content of what is provided to the students. We care about the content of education. And Stanley cared much more about that than simply the question of access. So we are living now in a concrete, example of how the union, limited by the business units, the contract unionism that has shaped these relationships, even in the face of this huge power grab and destruction of what goes on, is not only silent, but complicit in that destruction. Louis, yeah.
I think you might have addressed this already, but I was interested in a little bit more of Stanley's involvement with the PSC. So he was, I don't know if he was an officer, but he was part of the bargaining committee. But he had kind of this contradictory relationship. So he's participating in negotiations, but he's critical. But then there was an eventual break with the PSC, and I'm just curious about what that was about and how that related this kind of contradictory relationship with the bureaucrats, including the way they negotiate, which members totally in the dark of what's going on. That continues to today.
He may have broken with some people, but he did not break with the PSC.
Yeah.
I mean, it's involved in none of the
He moved on from being in a position of leadership. There was a movement in the 90s that finally succeeded in 2000 of replacing the old leadership of the PSC with a much more radical group, which succeeded. It happened. That was probably the best party we've ever had here. In this building was the victory party after the new caucus won the election. It was a great party. Some people were there. No, he didn't break, but he was always critical and wary of the limitations. And Stanley believed that a union without a critical, alternative voice was not a labor movement. You cannot just have everyone agree with the hierarchy in that sense. You need the critical voices within the union for it to be a movement. Otherwise, it's not a movement.
He broke with the bean counters.
Tony.
Yes.
I saw Stanley very image of Opera's diner. Somebody sitting there very much alone. I saw Stanley at Socrates diner back in the late 90s, sitting there with Barbara Bowman. Place was empty. He was shepherding her. He'd say, but she had a vision of social unionism. And the alternative was Steve London, business unions, by many names. And unfortunately, Steve London didn't get it. That's another matter. Analysis. That was very important. And the Murphy Institute, social unionism, died in a car accident, and that is replaced by exactly what we're thinking about here in terms of the institutionalization and lack of a vision being expressed. And a lack of working together with the students. Without the students, the attitude, too much tenure, get along, play along, take the money and run. That's exactly what's happened with the Zoom. The people teaching from Vermont, okay, getting away with it. This is not, we're not making sausage. We're talking to young minds, we want to excite them about what's going on, excite them, whatever you're teaching, you want them to be interested in. Right.
Marx does use the analogy of the sausage factory in Capital to talk about schools. So it's similar in some ways.
You can go back to the towns.
Shall we move to the philosophy? Yeah. Sonia, and then we're going to take a 5-minute break and then move to philosophy. Okay, all right.
Jeremy?
Let Sonia speak. Let Sonia speak.
I would say
in the spirit of cookbooks for the future, the best food I've ever had. Great picture of Felix, Peter, Stanley, and I making meatballs that Sonia. But like when you said, you know, nothing this practice of the best salsa and like apartment. Anyway, my point is that there's a relationship to this amazing food and then the question of manufacturing scarcity. And there is some sort of dialectical practice-based relationship. So what I was asking, and I feel here, and I've been talking about this for the duration of our question, is there a model that can be committed to safety and security, maybe an interim safety and security that is not destructive to the revolution?
Safety and security is a precondition, it's not the end goal.
Okay.
In Aristotle, for example, the household, right? It's a precondition for the political. It's not the antithesis of the political, and it's not the goal of the coming together as a group. So yes, that's why we say, no one says people shouldn't have health care or they shouldn't have safety precautions. But if that's the limit of the political horizon, you know, if you can't see beyond that, for labor becoming, as Fred Jameson says, you know, vanishing a mediator or you know, then of course there is no political, or the political potentiality of the movement is only if like an asteroid comes, you know, you have to only, then you look from the outside. Something comes from the outside and changes the scene, but internally it becomes impossible. So that's what we hope. We're waiting for the asteroid, or we have to, you know. Yeah, sooner or later. Yeah, sooner or later.
What I had something to say about why this is not a revolutionary discourse, and that I'm having a harder time finding a discourse that I can think through. My point was actually just a little hard. My institution hired somebody who's an MBA and a lawyer. The first thing this person assumed was that shared governments meant that she ran all the committees as a president. She then tried in the new contract to get rid of academic as a actual statement in the new contract. Then she hired a business appointed person and said this person will be hiring all five. So this is what's happening at the prestigious. Well, you know, there were emergency meetings, you know, but the groups was peculiar. I mean, they were scared out of their minds. They just got their part. There was a wonderful moment when they did have a meeting, and you know, it's a small school, but almost 100 about to show up, but they had meetings down and made it very clear to the leaders that they wouldn't tolerate this, but there was no discourse, no statement of what we're supposed to be doing as professors. You know, in our radical charge to educate and protect it and use our power to, you know, to make sense about how to protect this truth and controversy and so forth. There was no. And that's the vision I think that Stanley was saying. You get too caught up negotiating over the casual, you know, pennies, then when the blow comes, you're helpless. You're really helpless. And this was a speaking moment.
I think we are tight on time, right? So let's take a 5-minute break. Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, take
No coffee here, Mikey. So we have to go outside to Starbucks. It's from philosophy. Philosophy, then we have knowledge factors, education.
No, this is, wait, we're next. We got another one. Wait. So this is. I can jump to the meat. So, you know. Okay. You know, I would rather have.
Yes. I'll take it.
Okay, so I'd like to be. Yeah, I know the first one. Sorry, yeah, we have to do. We're running really late.
I know, we'll get to go.
You know, something I was gonna offer, you know, I'm really short in mind to just a capsule thing and we are just at the same time. Because I also thought that exchange that we had at the end of our call yesterday.
Right.
Worked very nicely, so. Yeah, Rick bailed out. Have time to run to the.
Yeah, please do it.
Okay.
This is that? I needed one, man. Yeah, I've been up since 6:30. You guys were great. It's a very good. Yeah, we got good teachers. So we, you know, we die hard. And, you know, maybe some people are going to. Yeah, I don't think so. This is driving me along. I should have known better. I'm sorry about that. It's in our. Thank you so much. Thank you. I was gonna wear the shirt today. I just figured it would be a little bit too loud. Anyway. Oh, yeah, love it. Oh, it's really beautiful. Very special, very delicate. So I'm gonna need Josh. Is Josh here? Okay, Josh. Just to make sure these are, we're gonna just sit if these mics are working. Yeah. I mean, for me, I don't need them. I know I don't have a problem. I've heard about it many times. Okay, I got you. Okay.
You're gonna stand or you're gonna
Good.
sit?
Wherever you like.
We're
Yeah.
gonna sit.
Okay,
We're gonna.
good.
Well, I'll sit too.
Okay, we'll start in about 2 minutes. Let people take a few more sips and, yeah. Plenty of food left.
So if you want to be, if you want to be in it, I'm fine. Do what you want, you know what I mean? But he said otherwise we'll just each go for 10 to 15.
You know what?
What?
We can do a capsule thing and then.
Whatever you want to do.
Okay, whatever you want.
To be honest, we can carry it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine with me. Okay, I'm going to begin. This is the session on the necessity of philosophy. I'm introduced to my left here to your right, Yvonne Zotz, who is retired from the Pratt Institute, a student of Stanley's, who has remarkably interesting work on the production of space and screen culture, the screen as a new mode of production, post-Fordism. That's an ongoing work and an extremely valuable and I think original project of his work. And then to his left is Michael Menzer, who's at Brooklyn College, still currently, environmental philosopher, longtime person known at the Grad Center in the CUNY system, activist as well. And so we're going to be, Michael and I both have backgrounds in philosophy. Yvonne is more in, he hates the term sociology, so I'll just say he's a social philosopher, in a way, or, or a part of the socius in the Deleuzian and Guattarian sense. So I'm going to begin, my relationship. I'll just say a little bit of how I came about the work of Stanley, how my first encounters were, and then actually the first time we met in person and how we did click. And I think Andrew Long is here, who was in that class, maybe a couple of other people back in 1989. Anyway, I first encountered Stanley's work. I'd heard of him, but it was in Madison, Wisconsin, in a basement, Carl Lovett's basement apartment, where he stored social text. The first copies of social text. Coda Press was the publisher. And Carl gave me a copy of it, and I read Stanley's classic piece on film, High Art of Late Capitalism, and which was a veiled argument, somewhat veiled, somewhat obvious at other times, with Annette Michelson's work on the Ziga Vertov group and Russian cinema, including Eisenstein. So I read, and I basically read a few things here and there of Stanley. But in 1989, I was in New York, about 10 years later, and someone at the New School came to me whose wife was in the anthropology department at CUNY. Carmen Medeiros was her name, Bolivian. She's in Bolivia now, part of that Morales government, and has done quite well for herself in terms of good political position in Latin America. Anyway, she said, Aronowitz is teaching Marx. So I said, okay, yeah, you're invited. I said, okay. So I came up to the Graduate Center, and right away we just hit it off. He's going on the board with all these references. I knew the references. So we started riffing. Right away we started talking about, in between Marx, Sergei Eisenstein's, film montage, the montage analytic. We begin to speak about Alexander Korolev, et cetera. So one thing led to another. I kept going to the class. In that class were a lot of luminaries, including Zora Lampert, one of John Cassavetes' actresses. She was the Goya face for a long time. She was also part of the Cassavetes film troupe, as well as Lynn Tillman, the poet, Andrew Long, who's sitting back there. And this morphed into what was called the Everyday Life group. And Michael Menzer was at the Graduate Center then. And, we started this group, and I don't know, Michael didn't come that often. He didn't need to. I needed to do it. But anyway, and Andrew Long was part of that group. We had a lot of people that started out, began reading Heidegger, Henri Lefebvre, Jean-Paul Sartre, among others, for a number of years. And this began a very long and I think very fruitful intellectual encounter and dialogue that lasted till his, last days. I was always there for the last 5 years of his life after the stroke, et cetera. Our relationship was mostly about, philosophical issues, but also spanned culture, cultural issues, film issues, politics. We were both kind of political junkies. We used to get bets on who's going to be confirmed to the Supreme Court, or, these kind of little things. Well, sports at times. So we basically, as he liked to say, covered the waterfront as much as we could. So what I'd like to do today is two things: kind of give a background of how Stanley was formed philosophically, or at least some of the major influences. Certainly Cornel West in the beginning alluded to, some of their early common interests, such as Georg Lukács. maybe give a little bit background about this, Stanley's time at the Jefferson School, and how he became Stanley Aronowitz in a sense, and then how he changed with the times, et cetera. And I'll offer you something. I wrote something. There is a memorial issue coming out from a social text. I wrote a piece, and I'll read you one of the proposals in that piece about maybe how to periodize Stanley's work, because for me, the breadth and the vastness of this production is quite mind blowing. This is a person that wrote over 30 books, and they're theoretical books, or what we also like to call occasional books, et cetera. And I think for him, philosophy was really theory. This is what he was always doing, was philosophy. So the necessity of philosophy, the title comes from the second chapter of The Crisis in Historical Materialism, which was 1981. It shook up a lot of people. I know Sonia Suresh will remember this. A lot of people, Stanley's not a Marxist. Stanley sold out. What's he doing, et cetera, et cetera. The crisis started a whole new, I think, chapter in Stanley's position, if you will, on the left after false promises. Before that, the reputation very sound. But there were a lot of people that came after him on this book. This was a book that really tried to philosophically engage some of the questions of historical materialism. And remember, this was not the crisis of capitalism or the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, or the labor theory of value and its tendencies, as Rick Wolff referred to earlier today. This was the question of the crisis within historical materialism, how Marxism had become, at least in Stanley's mind, I use a phrase he used later, the ideology of economic determinism. On one hand, a very orthodox view that took its premises from economic arguments and economic determinants. And also another thing that he used later, which we can certainly talk about politically today in both this session and the next session and in the future, something he called the mass psychology of liberalism. How this became not the mass psychology of fascism in the United States, but a kind of mass psychology of liberalism, the play obviously on Wilhelm Reich. So, but to go back, as I mentioned earlier this morning when Cornel was speaking and a little bit, earlier in the day, Stanley went to the Jefferson School. And I think this was a very transformative moment for him because he had been at the LaGuardia School for the Arts alongside the Jefferson School. Right. And there he began to study philosophy. He read all of Aristotle's logic, the organon, the posterior, and the prior analytics. And for those of you who don't know, Karl Marx himself died with a copy of Aristotle's analytics on his lap in ancient Greek, nonetheless. So anyway, so this was used in the schools, Aristotle as the materialist philosopher, systematic materialist philosopher of the ancient period, was very much taught in these very advanced, quote, communist schools, if you will, at that time. And I think this was a very significant change for Stanley, even though he grew up in a kind of one part of his family, labor aristocracy, and another, as was mentioned earlier today, Port Authority employee, his father. His mother was a garment worker. She used to go collect the dues, by the way. We were talking about Chekhov earlier. She went around to actually get the dues in the hand, which is something that might come back, might reignite unions, some touch of the money to the hand and how are you? I see a face or something like that. But anyway, so in this school, he was exposed to the pre-Socratics, and he used to love to say, Anaximander, of course, Thales, Heraclitus, Parmenides. He would go through the whole list of the pre-Socratics, the work on Aristotle, and then, of course, Marx. After that, he went to work. Right? He got kicked out of Brooklyn College, as you probably know, for agitating, for debating with the administration. And during that period, I think a real transformation, again, took Stanley over. He used to go to the New York Public Library every day after his work, or the public library, and read. And his first readings were in political economy. He read voraciously the Marx, the Ricardo, and Rick Wolf was mentioning this earlier today about, the critiques of political economy that Marx did. Stanley loved that book and always emphasized the critique of political economy. Yeah, and he actually writes a piece, The End of Political Economy, here too, that we can certainly discuss that, and during this time too, he starts to read philosophy. He meets, by the way, years later, after the work with Bayard Rustin, the jobs march for jobs, the anti-war movements of the 60s. In the early 70s, a study group is formed around Georg Lukács's History and Class Consciousness. And this was the most significant book to Stanley and significant philosophical encounter. Very, very much, right? And I don't think Stanley sat there and would go through all the turgidness and plateaus and valleys of the Critique of Pure Reason of Kant. But through Lukács, I think he understood this very well. We used to talk about this. He would be able to talk about the transcendental deduction as a signified, right, in a sense, and he would deconstruct from there. So he had this really synthetic ability and this almost a clarity of vision in the immediate sense that could really get to the heart of the matter. And I think this gave him a tremendous advantage when he would read, quote, the first classic work, certainly in all the Marxist tradition of philosophy, the most classic work of all, History and Class Consciousness, that he read. So he was able to understand the antinomies, of reason that are going on in that chapter. The class consciousness of the proletariat, legality and illegality. And in this sense, the dialectical mind that Stanley possessed almost connected directly with Lukács's dialectical mind. Very, very interesting to me to see this at work very early on in his career. And for those of you who don't know, Michael Harrington was the first to translate Lukács. He translated the first chapter called What is Orthodox Marxism? And Orthodox Marxism referred to method, right? And this first chapter of Lukács before class consciousness and the reification of the proletariat. So again, Stanley studied this book for many years, as Cornel West said later earlier this morning, that this was a book that probably changed all of them, was a kind of Bible on the left, if you will, philosophically, to raise these kind of questions, to read Marx through, and this came up earlier today, alienation and objectification processes. And I think he really, really took from this in such a way that it informs very deeply false promises, and certainly the crisis in historical materialism. But it's informing false promises very, very much philosophically. I don't think he would have written that book without the influence and the study of Georg Lukács's book. Yeah. The other Marxist philosopher, and I'm going to be kind of general, but we can open up for discussion for more specificity. But speaking of specificity, was Karl Korsch, the notion of historical specification. That specifically you would read historically in a context, and this is where you would look at the formation of a concept, what it meant at that time, how it had been transformed, etc. And this is in a book called Marxism and Philosophy that Korsch did. Korsch actually ended up in the United States. He taught at Tulane University in the 1930s, was kind of very far away from the dominant Frankfurt School, in a way, at that time. He was not really considered part of that. He was not really considered part of the Lukácsian moment either, which morphed into the Budapest School. But this is certainly somebody that he was very influenced by in terms of this chapter, the necessity of philosophy, etc. Right. The third figure, of course, was his relationship to Marcuse when they were on the West Coast. Very, very influential in terms of Marcuse. And there's a funny story, I'll relate this. There was a group of people around Marcuse that were part of a study group, and they would all be vying for the quote master's attention or for Marcuse's approval or disapproval, mainly for the approval. And Marcuse would say, after all these people are yelling, let me speak, let me speak. He would go, let Stanley speak. He loved this story. But let Stanley, he wanted to hear this voice of quote unquote, the working class intellectual who had some philosophical background instead of, the graduate students at, University of California at San Diego. So this is interesting too, of course, the Marcusian influence, and of course, one-dimensional man, very important for Stanley, but I think even more so, and people forget this about Stanley, we have not really talked about this, the psychoanalytic dimension. That Stanley was a very avid and close reader of Freud. Very, very, I think Manny mentioned this earlier today and someone else, that Stanley, was one of the few people, that could cross the disciplines and then go into the Freudian corpus, and many good stories around that, including the time he watched Lacan in 1976 walk around the amphitheater in Paris and yell the symptom for a half an hour, and all the students are like this, where's the symptoms, where's the symptoms? So anyway, so these are, some of the influences, etc. I know that we're gonna, we're kind of limited on time today, and this is really, in my opinion, a very all-star cast here today. I think that really the point of philosophy and why it needs to be studied today, why the necessity of philosophy, is that both Marx and then of course Adorno and others of the Frankfurt School said philosophy must still be alive or must remain alive because it has not yet been realized. And I think this is a very, very, if you will, healthy reading of the economic and philosophical manuscripts, as well as the 11th thesis on Feuerbach. Very, very important to keep this in mind. And everybody knows hitherto the philosophers have only interpreted the world. The point, however, is to transform it. So the interpretive and transformative activity has not been lost yet, in a sense. We still deal in concepts. We still deal with categorical mistakes. We're still trying to think ourselves through. This is the reason philosophy lives on at this point. And of course, in Adorno's case, he was a philosopher. And again, another story about Stanley. We talk about the activism, the unionism, and all of that. But I want to say this: after the stroke, that Stanley, of course, you're going to become somewhat inward. He's in his 80s, etc. And he's leaning back. But the books on his table will tell you a lot about where he really was during this period after a very long, productive career. Theodore Adorno's Negative Dialectics, right? Dr. Faustus, the novel by Thomas Mann, which is actually advised by Theodore Adorno, right? And Eros and Civilization of Herbert Marcuse. And we forget this component, this Eros today, or the relationship, and this has not been mentioned today, of libidinal economy. We always speak about the economy, if you will, of economic determinism, economic categories, but very few and far between libidinal economy moments. Earlier today, Barbara Foley said, and I'm sorry she's not here because it'd be a great conversation to ask about Stanley's relationship to what is considered to a lot of Marxists the postmodern, right? And Yvonne will speak to this. I'll kind of open this up in a sense that Stanley was not one to just dismiss things, right? He read Lyotard. He read him carefully. He read around this stuff. He was part of, again, another moment. He read Foucault, I think he read maybe Derrida a little closer, but he certainly knew Foucault's work very, very actively. And someone that has not been mentioned today, except maybe with during the last panel, is Gramsci. How important Gramsci was to Stanley, because when I wrote this piece for Social Text, I consider him, Stanley, the exemplary organic intellectual of his generation. There's no question in my mind. He came up through labor, studied, produced books, concepts, force of these kind of things, whether radical, revolutionary, what terms we want to use. We can have debates about that. I know that when Michael Furlise invited him to the Hudson County Community College, that he presented Stanley Aronowitz as coming to the to give a talk here. his faculty says, isn't he for proletarian revolution, violent revolution? So sometimes the reputation preceded him. Anyway, so we're going to talk today a little bit. Again, this necessity is very, very important. I think another thing that's, of philosophy, why it needs to be read, why it should be part of the curriculum. The next session today is on education, on the knowledge factories, but this notion of the necessity of philosophy, this is the first thing to get out of the curriculum. And I want to just say this, the struggles in France, where they're very advanced with this, kids read Descartes, 14, 15 years old. Derrida and others in France for many, many years, including the International Collage, would put out position papers because they saw the curriculum, taking out more and more philosophies, the right to philosophize, right? That this becomes an absolute necessity for a culture to have this as a background, as a base, right? In a sense. So this to me is, again, is a part of the necessity of philosophy. Just a word about the essay, and I'll turn it on to Yvonne, who has some really very interesting stuff to say about the crisis and where we are today. This essay specifically was an argument against the role and the presence of Jürgen Habermas. What happened during the 1980s and the 1990s, this new pluralism, this new liberalism that took place, right? He knew this extremely, extremely well, how hurt Marxism was by this Habermasian moment. We used to call it Habermania, when I was sort of coming of age, Habermania that took over everything going on. Stanley is arguing against Habermas, his way of incorporating all these disciplines, and is a very watered down, if you will, Frankfurt School, right? Which again, part of the amalgamation called Stanley Aronowitz philosophically. So I want to just point out once again, for those of you who are going to do work, and this is really about, again, paying homage to this and appreciating this work, but it's also about his legacy. And today is to serve in some ways about his singularity and how we continue with this kind of work, whether, critical work. I'm not saying that this is we're not hagiographic. He hated that, in a sense. He in fact encouraged constructive criticism and stuff. We had many, many debates about, certain philosophical figures and where they yield and consequences. But again, Gramsci, very, very important. And in this case, the notion of the organic intellectual versus the traditional intellectual. And, in the book, I think it's in The Politics of Identity, he writes on the intellectuals, I think it's in that book. He has types of intellectuals, and he goes by transformative intellectuals. And those transformative intellectuals are Lukács, Gramsci, right? And of course, Marcuse and the Frankfurt School. Whereas, and traditional intellectuals are people that we, 90% of our classes have been with and that we see in the institutions. Again, one other thing, and we'll talk about this next panel too, is the question of being in the institution, but not of it. Kristen alluded to this earlier, on the labor panel, Peter too. And I think this is another important thing that we're going to have to engage. So I'm going to pass it to Yvonne. I've known Yvonne a long time, since I guess we started with the Situations Collective, right? We worked before that. Yeah, I was always called up by Stanley at about 9 o'clock in the morning. I have to be someone. Can you take my class at 12 o'clock? It's on Derrida, The Pit and the Pyramid. I haven't read that in 5 years, Stanley. Okay, I'll be there. So I met Yvonne through a class, taking the class. So anyway, I'm going to pass it to you, Yvonne, and we'll hopefully have a very good.
We will deal with Heidegger next week, and of course it was Michael who dealt with Heidegger next week. Stanley would just sit there, very Stanley. Anyway, very briefly, I don't want to spend too much time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. I'm sure you're all by now basically pummeled, and this is a very kind of cumbersome thing to deal with. So I'm going to basically do a lot of violence to the arguments by simplifying as quickly as I can. But, just very quickly to say, I'm here today, and I'm here in this institution today because of Stanley. I came to the to the Department of Sociology here, I wanted to work with two people, Juan Flores and Stanley. I couldn't connect with Juan ever. And that was that. And I ended up becoming part of Stanley's army. And here I am, retired from it, but still, basically up in arms, I guess. I want to point out that this emphasis that has been put out here and there in terms of the importance that theory had for Stanley is a framing argument. It really is. It basically frames his work. Stanley didn't think that his theoretical work was any different or any less than any activism or any agitation or anything else. He thought it was just as important, maybe, in fact, the antecedent to being able to do things. So when Michael talks about the foundations of Marx, say Marx and so on for Stanley, in fact, philosophy was foundational for him. You had to, for instance, understand sociology out of the philosophy that had to be the underpinning of sociology. And if you remember, when you look at the classic sociologists, right, Marx, Durkheim, Weber, they were philosophers. They were formed as philosophers. There were no professional sociologists at that time. It came out of that, the same as economics did, as Richard Wolff pointed out. So basically, it's not just an idle thought. It's not just curmudgeonly Stanley trying to just turn things around. It's actually a historical fact. And he took it very seriously. He took theory very seriously, so much so that he changed the work that I was going to do precisely because he said, you need to do theory. Forget doing your work on Latin America and developmentalist governments and cinema and stuff like that. Do the theory that you're doing. That's far more important. You have to do that. That's the work on the production of space and the screen that I've been trying to put together forever and never really been able to do it. But anyway, it's mammoth project. But anyway, basically what I want to say is that what unifies all of this, what Stanley was doing was not so much changing. And here, this is what I want to present to you, is that Stanley was not a labor guy. Stanley was not an education guy. Stanley was not a sociology guy. Stanley was, in the best, fullest sense of the word, a paradigmatic thinker. Exactly the way Kuhn means it. And so I'm going to connect his work to three figures that haven't really been mentioned. Michael kind of mentioned Lefebvre in passing, but Lefebvre was central to Stanley. The other two figures are not as central. One of them, Stanley did connect, but the other one, he came too late to connect with him. But basically, it's Kuhn, Lefebvre, and Stiegler. And basically, you can trace his work that way. It's no accident that False Promises is 71 when he's writing it, 72. And The Crisis is 81, 82. He's writing in 80, 81. This is the period of transition from what was Fordism to what we ended up calling eventually globalization, flexible accumulation, whatever you want to think of it, neoliberalism. 71, Nixon takes the dollar off convertibility. It's off the gold standard. 1982, my native government of Mexico grabs the phone, calls the Reagan administration, says, boss, we can't pay our loans. And all of a sudden, the institutions that had been rendered obsolete by the lack of convertibility to gold become the institutions of neoliberalism, the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. okay, bracketing basically his transition from looking at labor, looking at the working class, and all of a sudden becoming a full-fledged kind of all-encompassing theoretician. Okay, looking at culture, looking at not quite at that moment everyday life, but certainly the connection between some larger context to not just labor, but also knowledge making, the production of the new knowledge that would be necessary, right? As Lyotard is also being asked by universities, you know, Professor Lyotard, you seem to be kind of an intelligent sort. We have these things called computers. What the heck is going to happen to the university with these things? Oh, it is postmodern. Okay, boom, here we go, right? It's this transitional moment that marks what Stanley is paying attention to in that first phase. But then he moves to begin to work on critique, Frankfurt School, whatever, but again, begins to find a different approach with cultural studies. He's not switching, he's not changing his mind. He is beginning to work on the paradigm, beginning to work precisely on that articulation, that coyuntura of the Gramscians that is necessary if you're going to be an organic intellectual. There needs to be that articulation. Stanley is doing that. It's all unitary. This isn't just the eclecticism of Habermas. This isn't just some kind of fashionable thing for him to do. It's essential. It's foundational. And he's doing that. He's someone who is going from political economy to metaphysics and everything in between all at once, all the time, because it has to be done. And he was doing it. So at that moment, as he's going through cultural studies, he begins to veer in kind of like a second phase of that moment into Lefebvre. And what he connects to is not really the critique of everyday life, although that's what he's paying most attention to in his seminar. What he connects to is the production of space, which you can take as an extra volume of the critique of everyday life. And basically what matters here is that Lefebvre was another quintessential paradigmatic thinker too. Now, I want to address this thing of paradigm because it's one of those things, same as deconstruction, right? I mean, just because you're skimping on bread and you're serving people just a slab of ham, you're not deconstructing. That's not what Derrida meant, okay? And just because you decide that you're going to talk about something else now in your career, that you're having a paradigm shift. No, you just change your mind, or you basically are now finding a different marketing angle. That's not what a paradigm is. A paradigm, as Kuhn is looking at what scientists do, becomes not just the fact that scientists are running out of pieces to complete the puzzle and they have to find a different puzzle, which is the sort of simplified version, but the fact that there is a trajectory. There is what you could call a historicity to science. Science is not exempt from its context. Discoveries in science don't come just because genius A or serendipitous fool B came across with something at the right moment, at the right time. There is, as Kuhn puts it in the very first pages of his book, actually, you don't have to read too deeply into it, the fact that there are these different discoveries that may matter to some or others. It's not just this one discovery, but this one genius, right? I think he puts it something like Maxwell's equations might be just as revolutionary for some people as Einstein was at a certain other level of looking at science. And basically that kind of attention to all the different disparate aspects of any given moment to understand how and why things are changing, whether we understand them correctly or not, that's another story, but the attempt has to be done there. That's what Stanley is trying to do. So that's why he can be prophetic. That's why he can be all of a sudden understanding things before other people have written about it, because he's basically paying attention. That's it, right? As he put it in one of his chapters on a book on labor, parroting, you know, the stuff that they you know used for electoral politics. It's the economy, stupid. Stanley took economics very seriously, and it was the fact that there was a connection between the economics and the social and the cultural in cultural studies, in Lefebvre and in him, that it all comes together. It's all unitary, it's all articulated, right? You have to remember that Das Kapital was just the beginning. In fact, Marx didn't think that that was where things happened. Marx thought that things happen at the level of culture, at the level of the politics, at the level of the so-called superstructure, right? And basically cultural studies was trying to do that. So was Stanley, so was Lefebvre, so was Gramsci. That's why this all comes together. I would say that to the extent that he's writing about space, he writes about space in his book on class, he writes about here and there, he mostly talks, he puts space in his chapter, but he's mostly talking about time, right? And basically the movement of life in the final analysis is what begins to take him to also look at Heidegger and everyday life and so on, right? But what we all have to remember is that the books that Lefebvre was writing were the critique of everyday life. It wasn't the phenomenology of everyday life. It wasn't the celebration of everyday life. It was the fact that we were getting hammered. When we talk about subsumption, right, as Bruno tried to talk, subsumption is not just of labor. Subsumption is of everyday life. What's happening ever since the revolutions in the mid-1840s is that capital is beginning to realize that they need to subsume not just the worker, but life. And from the mid-1800s to the present, what we have had is the increasing colonization of our living time, not just work time. Basically now, even our sleep is colonized. Okay, when you have everybody drinking Coca-Cola, how are you gonna get that last M, right? MCM prime, how are you gonna get that last M? Well, you run out of physical space, you haven't run out of the time of day, right? Basically, whatever it is, Adderall for the grad students and Viagra for us, right? And so on and so forth. Televisions, the machine, yeah, okay, the red pills, no blue pills, okay. You will never do well in the matrix, I'm sorry, you know, anyway. So basically, that's what Stanley is looking at. And so just to finish, because unfortunately he was not able to do that work. came too late for him, he connects to Stiegler at the end. Michael reportedly told us, Mike and me told us that basically the thing that impressed him at first when he heard about Stiegler is that Stiegler was talking about how intellectuals were basically being, turned into proletarians. What Stiegler meant by that is exactly what the chapter on machines meant. And what I'm trying to say is that just like relations of labor were extended to social relations of labor, it wasn't just a society to discipline the worker, it was a society to discipline the consumer, it was a society to discipline everything we do. The appendage to the machine that the workers became is now us in our everyday life. Everything we do is an appendage to the machine, so much so that we are inside the machine now. And as AI gets to be more and more all-encompassing, we're literally inside the machine, right? So it begins to problematize questions. This is what Lefebvre was looking at in his final book, published basically as Globalization is Also Happening, 1981, right? Translated and published here much later, but in France, it's out there. He's looking at how we need new terminology. Think about this. If we're inside the machine, right? If media has taken us over, how can we talk about mediation? If it's immediate, there's no mediation, right? Talking about media now is kind of stupid, right? If crisis is permanent, if this capitalist system works by crisis, it's not crisis anymore, it's normal, right? All that needs, it's work that needs to be done. And Stiegler was trying to work these things out. I don't want to get too deep into Stiegler because it's very complicated work. And, some of you may have a train to catch, otherwise we'll be here all night. But Stiegler is basically grabbing Derrida's idea of the retention and of the prosthesis, right? That basically our first retention is just memory, right? Oral culture, whatever, we can transmit memory. Writing becomes crucial in Derrida because that becomes a second retention, that becomes an externalization of memory. And fascinated Derrida, for instance, was the fact that we could get a writing from someone who died 2,000 years ago, not know this person, and still get his or her memory, right? Well, now we are under a third retention, which is basically all technologically driven. We don't need to know who Bernstein was. We don't need to know who Mahler was. We can hear a performance of a Mahler piece with Bernstein conducting. And as much as Bernstein is a caricature, he conducted Mahler very well. Out of whatever recording. And as we get deeper and deeper into the technology coming together with mass media and engulfing us, what's beginning to happen is that externalization is no longer an externalization from us to what we do, but rather from the media to what comes to us. Now, all our affect, all our desire, all our way of looking at ourselves basically comes to us from media. And because of that, what basically he called primary narcissism, that is to say that the need to have some kind of sense of ourselves and sense of our worth is getting completely lost. And he's trying to explain, for instance, how there are these mass murders and so on, precisely by the disconnect between us as human beings and the world that has completely colonized us. And as basically philosophy becomes the way to do critique for Stiegler, who was in jail because he robbed a bank and was trying to explain why he did that, right? philosophy becomes a foundation for Stanley to try to understand these transformations as we get to the point where this engulfing us by the machine is almost complete with the advent of AI. I'm beginning to find kind of the conclusion of the work that I'm doing on screen. My argument is that since cinema, we have been organized and regulated socially by screens. Around the film screen, then we switch to the television screen, and there are reasons. I'm not going to go into that. It's not about my work right now, but we go to the smaller screen, and that is exactly the shift from Fordism to post-Fordism, and then flexible accumulation to cop from Harvey, and so on. Now we're switching to what's very likely going to be no longer a screen. It's going to be that environmental computer that's sort of like the dream of the Star Trek episodes and stuff like that, right? Where you can say, computer, give me beryllium T, and you get the stuff. That's what's beginning to happen to us. And we're no longer going to be basically living around screens. We're going to be getting organized a different way. And basically, that's a new paradigm that Stanley is no longer there to pay attention to. We must do it. This is what Stanley is leaving us with. This is why we're here. And this is what we hopefully will move forward to. Not just for Stanley, but for everybody's sake, which was what Stanley's sake was. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Great. Is this on? You got me? Yep. All right. I'm Mike. What's going on? I'm CUNY for life. Stanley, I owe Stanley in part for that I'm CUNY for life. I was fortunate to land at CUNY in 1991, not really understanding what CUNY was. And even though my mom's from outside the city and I kind of heard about CUNY. And one of the things that Stanley said to me, and we kind of all have these defining, semi-defining or defining moments with Stanley. And one time, I think I got there in 91. I didn't know who Stanley was. Someone, people kept sending me, you need to go take Stanley's course. I was in philosophy, studying philosophy of science. And after I know Stanley a couple of years, this was the time of NAFTA. And it was the time of the Zapatistas. And a lot of people I knew, there was a Zapatista Solidarity Network, and people were going to Chiapas. And I was like, oh man, everybody's going to Chiapas, And he goes, what's the problem? And I'm like, well, I can't go. He goes, why do you need to go? I'm like, well, radical politics. So, and he goes, you can do radical politics right here. And I'm like, seriously, like, what do you mean? And he's like, well, you're a laborer, right? You're not just a student. You're a laborer. You're a producer. You're a social, And I'm like, I'm in philosophy. I'm in the abstract categories land. I don't know anything about any of this stuff. I'm raised military. I'm a military brat. I didn't know what a union was. I grew up in the South. You know what I mean? Like, I'm zero. My knowledge is zero on multiple categories. And so this milieu, and that Stanley created a milieu. I see old friends, you get the old friends. This is one of the great things about these events. And it's about Stanley, but it's also about all these other things and all that are crossing through this milieu. And it's interdisciplinary and people in all these different kind of places. And Stanley himself was a milieu. And when I got to know him, like I said, I was in philosophy, philosophy PhD program, which was somewhat interesting to me and just amazingly confining and boring in other ways. And I got to know him in the 90s, and that was after Science's Power, 1988. And I'm bad with dates, so I wrote this down. And then The Jobless Futures, 1996. In between that, though, Jobless Futures, 1995. But in between those periods, I think was another phase of Stanley, which we haven't really talked about, which is the development, but Michael did lay this out at the beginning, of a book he never wrote. A book he never wrote, right? Which is, and you just alluded to it too, Yvonne, which is really like, what was Stanley's philosophy in the deep sense of the term when it came to his approach? And what was his ontology? What was his understanding of being? What was his understanding of, we talked so much about his understanding, his ability to understand the transition, to understand conflict and transitions. And that's why the Jobless Future has these eerie resonances now in this complicated moment around automation and AI. But it also this onto-historical approach, as he used to call it, right? He's a materialist Hegelian. You could, he's Lukács. You can characterize it in many different ways, but he's not a believer in transcendence. He's not a believer in detached objectivity. The individual is not the sole unit of the social, right? It's a embedded, immanent, relational ontology. The philosopher here, if we're going back, is Spinoza. Spinoza hasn't come up. I mean, Bruno, come on. We got to mention Spinoza here. So I'm mentioning Spinoza, and who turns a lot of things on his head and even can be read through Marx. And yeah, Deleuze was on that too. So there was other people doing that, and we read them. And so Stanley was really operating, I think, from this, if you had to characterize, and again, we could characterize them in multiple ways, and they're incompatible in some ways too, which is fun. But Stanley was also kind of trying to put together an onto-historical approach where you're doing a kind of theory of being and that's why objectification and alienation were so crucial to him, as a few people have said very, very rightly. But he's also, it's profoundly historical, right? It's profoundly historical. And this has been said numerous times, and it can continue to be said. And so we can't understand our agency and what's at stake without this really deep contextualization of the moment. But that contextualization in history can't be without its concepts, and it's got to get the right concepts. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about the book that Stanley didn't write with an event right now that I think is really right for Stanley's kind of approach, and that's the ecological crisis. And that's more specifically around the energy transition that we're in right now. Because, the largest machines generally, and as a philosopher of science and technology and all this kind of stuff, I read at length about this in this field. And it's often the case that the largest machines, if you want to talk about machines on the planet, are grids, is the electric grid. Well, and this is the old fashioned machines, not the new screen machines. We could talk about the cloud. How big is the cloud? I don't want to get into that. So right now we're rebuilding that thing. We're rebuilding that thing. And it's not clear what it's going to look like. And in New York, we've got our own version of it happening at the city and state level. And there's legislation being passed and a variety of kinds of innovations and different sorts of models that are bandied about. And I think that this case of the energy transition really illustrates a lot of the virtues of Stanley's approach when it comes to technology and to science. So first thing I just want to say is that there's two different aspects to the onto-historical approach. One is epistemic, right? One's the theory of knowledge. The other is the kind of understanding of practice and of change and the materialist aspects and the institutional aspects. So science as power was very much on the epistemic side. And it was trying to, science is an ideology. That's a bad thing, by the way. And because it has this sort of detached objective status that its form of explanation pretends. And it covers over its own context, its own cultural practices, its own prejudices, its own biases and its questions and so on. And in Science as Power, there's a little bit in physics on that, and there's a little bit in biology. And then the 90s, of course, in the science wars and all this kind of thing, and there was also the rise, it was a different science moment. It was the rise of genetics. And genetics was somehow going to explain everything at that moment. Different moment now, we're seeing the rise of ecology and this kind of the proliferation of the ecological concept, which plays out in different ways. So I helped to co-edit, or I was a co-editor of Technoscience and Cyberculture, where there was a different onto-historical approach to the question of technology and science that was put forward, which is different than in Science as Power. And the main thesis or paradigm that's being utilized in Technoscience and Cyberculture is this idea that science is, of course, a cultural practice, which is specific machines and technologies and so on. And it does not have that detached objective status that it claims, although, of course, it has a very powerful role to play for good and bad in various contexts. But the other thing, and this is Yvonne was really get into this, is this technology separate from culture thing isn't really how it's playing out, right? And I was, we're thinking about the old utopian novels, the 17th century. The machines were used to do the work we didn't want to do. They didn't bother us in social life, right? Then we're just by the lake, fishing, eating apples, having sex, sleeping. Like the machines were supposed to be over there. Now the machines are all over here, and there's the alteration of time and all these kinds of things that are happening. So that's the other part of the book, right? Is that science in its own way is got its relationship with technology, but then technology has also transformed culture so that there are these techno-cultural practices that get proliferated, start to shape our institutions, and so on. So one could call this, and this is somewhat at odds, just to be clear, with the Stiegler approach. So there's a debate here, and I think that Stanley was interested in both, and how they play out, we don't know because he didn't write the book, as Yvonne said. But this onto-historical approach, I would characterize as an assemblage approach. In this notion of assemblage, Deleuze and Guattari, who we had many studying group about in Thousand Plateaus, really put this forward. They get it from a historian named Lynn White, one of the great historians of technology, who says, you know, we can't understand technologies in isolation. They're very much tied to specific historical conditions, but also specific plants, specific soils, specific climates, and so on. And there's a famous example of the man-horse stirrup assemblage in medieval times. I'm not going to go too far into this. But this is a big deal. When the stirrup was invented, it enabled a new relationship between the horse and the human riding it. And that allowed these things to carry weapons of larger sizes and also then use plows. And this changed agriculture. And that led to different social status for those things called knights, which now we talk about and see the films about as informs how we represent the medieval period to ourselves. So there are these assemblages that emerge. And this is consistent with the anti-determinism or that people have been pointing out quite rightly, in my view, throughout the day. And are they historical accidents? I mean, in certain senses, yes, it's not planned by the humans. And it's not like certain groups benefit for that and certain groups get very good at appropriating the benefits from these assemblages. But those groups didn't create the assemblages. There are these kinds of resonances that happen. And this maybe is at odds with, the way people understand a lot of other Stanley stuff. But in any case, this is this book that I think that hasn't been written, that Stanley didn't write. This is the ontology of it. And I think now, when we think about assemblages, we could think about the iPhone, right, as a kind of defining assemblage, which figures out how to put the screen on the phone and then connect it with GPS and connect it with the apps. And then this kind of configuration, which has its, intense nightmares dimensions, which changes our conception of time, tracks our sleep and all these other things, then becomes part of this new milieu in which, or new epoch, or however you want to characterize it, in which capitalism is doing its thing, and the alternatives are trying to grapple with that relative to what they're trying to do. And again, it's indeterminate, but it doesn't mean that certain forms of life aren't being screwed over by other forms of life. It's not like everything's up for grabs. It's they're the hierarchies among these assemblages. So I think that in this moment, in the energy transition, this is my last example, and then we can have some discussion, hopefully. As you can see this around solar panels. And, I come out of the anarchist tradition, so that was always a lot of fun for Stanley, who used to pick on me a lot quite in the 90s. Yeah, all of you did, thank you, right. And so, you've seen anarchists argue this, for a long time, you've seen libertarians argue this, and now you see homeowners on Long Island argue this. And that is, solar panels are going to free us from the utility. We're going to generate our own power. It's going to be decentralized. It's going to be democratic, right? And now that we're actually getting the solar panels and they're proliferating, and we're not even going to go into the supply chains, it's not playing out quite in those ways. And it's not playing out in those kind of ways for a couple of different reasons. Was that? Surprise. Yeah. And this is this wrong-headed notion that, the technology is invented and then it's determined on what how it's going to play out. And it has this kind of essence. And so what you've been able to see is that, who in a few countries, the solar panel has helped with decentralization, democratization, and building community wealth and some autonomy. This has happened out in Germany to a certain extent. It's happened in Spain to a certain extent. But in other places, including the United States, it's really been private homeowners that have benefited a lot. And I'm not saying that's bad or good. But that's the group that's benefited a lot. And then there's some utilities that have used it to at what's called the utility scale solar model. Now, what do those two models have in common? The jobs suck. They're precarious. They don't pay well. They're temporary, right? And some of the large scale solar arrays are unionized. But what's also really disconcerting about the way the solar model is playing out in this particular US context is the way that they're reinforcing their use as a kind of renewable energy, which is good, but a renewable energy that's tied to the suburban home car assemblage, which is one of the most devastating assemblages of the 20th century, right? And we can talk about its relationship to the screen and as we go to that iPhone assemblage.
And so this is bad, right? And how do we break the solar panel from that car suburban home assemblage and put it into a collective ownership, sharing the surplus, creating spaces of renewable energy and institutional spaces for a different model? Because we got to figure this out yesterday, obviously, in the energy transition. We can't just go and hope for the best. And New York State and New York City are also passing their own laws and offering their own programs on how to do this. And so I kind of, just to wrap it up, I want to say that, in my current work, and I think it's about Stanley a lot, and I'm a professor at Brooklyn College, and I'm in philosophy, but I'm the director of the Urban Sustainability Program. And I'm the associate director of something called the Science and Resilience Institute in Jamaica Bay. And I work with climate scientists. I work with communities. I work with New York City government. I work with the New York State government. And there is a huge role for public universities to produce the knowledge, to navigate this transition, to push for the democratic assemblages. And you might say, well, this goes into the next panel and we'll leave it to that. But why is this the necessity of philosophy? Because our understanding of cause and effect, our understanding of change, our understanding of essence, all frame how we enter into these debates. And too often we just react that technology is bad, this one's good, or we thought that was good, now it's bad, right? But if we don't have that onto-historical approach, we're really never going to know how to have the agency to act, to do the institutional transformation, to bring about these assemblages or these combinations that would empower us. And where's class war and all this? Well, the IBW is on the wrong side a lot of times right now. So that's a whole other discussion. But so I'll leave us with that. Thank you. Thank you.
Again, I just want to mention one thing that Michael just mentioned, cause and effect and many levels of determination. One thing about Stanley, just going back to his influence, was a consistent reading of Hegel. And if you could type him at the end, it could be that Stanley was a materialist Hegelian, not quote unquote, just a straightforward Marxist or a Marxist materialist. There's really a materialistic Hegelianism that always thought through totalities, right, if you will, of multiple determinations. He was always looking for this. It was not a simple cause and effect or any kind of, he really tried to avoid deterministic thinking at all costs.
And over-determinism was one of his favorite concepts too, right?
Exactly, over-determination in the Freudian sense, and of course then in the Althusserian sense. So this is excellent. And going back, I don't know how many people are familiar with the work of Bernard Stiegler. To my mind, Bernard Stiegler is the most prominent thinker. I mean, he's just deceased about a year and a half ago, unfortunately, but the most prominent thinker in the world today on some of these issues, at least in terms of problematization. And if you think of what does philosophy do? Well, it invents concepts. That's what it really does in a way. It's also a concatenation, to put it in a musical language, of arguments that you're able to pick up on historically, onto-historically, etc. But it also acts as an intervention, and this is what Stiegler really is about in many ways. And when Michael's mentioning, and very practically oriented, Stiegler himself had projects in Paris that are worth looking at. Communities, 500,000 people in the northern parts of Paris out to the suburbs, in which many of the things that you're talking about were talked about and engaged, right? And again, we haven't really brought up certain other concepts such as entropy, but I'm sure you could speak to this. How do we, how would Stanley think, Von Muses, where is the paradigm shift on entropy, if a way? How can we get into this new moment outside this Anthropocene that, is used also by the ecologists? How do we get out of this moment that we've been thrown into, that we continue to work within? How do we, exceed that in order to see where we are in terms of both the planet, what we can do about it, et cetera? But these are very deep questions, and I like the way you separated out the ontology and the epistemology in some ways, and also the onto-historical. Stanley always had the historical in mind. Love to quote Marx, I know of one science, the science of history. That was always already operative in everything he did. So maybe, I mean, we can open up to the audience, you know, I know Yvonne's work, we've talked about it a lot. I hope he finishes it, or if he needs a push, we should, you know, send him notes every week. Yvonne, what page are you on now? This is very important stuff, you know, and anyway, but why don't I open it up? I mean, you know, the philosophical influences. I think what we're trying to do here is really talk about his legacy, and what legacy does he leave to very serious philosophical questions going forward, you know, well beyond the usual standard cause and effect, or just the linguistic turn, right? Yeah. Formal, you know, all the, you know, the analytical schools that are dehistoric.
I've suffered under the linguistic turn quite a bit, yes.
Yes, right. So, yeah, anyway, so I'll open up to the audience, or if you want to say some more, you know, about.
Well, you know, since you're talking about the linguistic turn, I want to point out, just going back to the question of postmodernism and Stanley really didn't have much patience with postmodernism as it became a fashion after Lyotard did his work, which he took seriously, but postmodernism as such, not very much. He was more interested in the post-structuralists. And the reason is that basically they are post-structuralists because modernism ends with structuralism. When the semiologists discover that they're not going to be able to put that system of systems, that Hegelian kind of cage that's going to encompass everything, and everything will be classified as a language and we'll just be able to explain the universe. When they realize that paradigm is kaput, we have no paradigm. We're now post. Basically, the paradigm becomes we're not Hugo, right? Who are you? Well, I'm just not Hugo. You know, you never know who I am. I'm gonna be this complete shifting signifier. Basically, that's what began to look to be the stuff of post-structuralism that Stanley was looking at.
Right.
And that's when we go from Fordism to post-Fordism, from unions who were basically, unions worked for capitalism because they were the leverage, right? Basically, the workers in the union got uppity, you threw them more money, they were going to be consumers anyway, they were going to return it to the owners, and the system kept going, it kept getting regulated. By the time we get to the post, they don't need the unions anymore because now they've learned, because of the technology, because of the assemblages, for example, how to segment the market. They can produce just in time for that segment of the market. We don't need big unions. We don't need big warehouses. We don't need mass production. Now it's small production for, you know, the punks over here, the goths over there, whatever it is. Basically, cultural studies turns into that, right? Niche marketing, you know, you pick your youth culture, that your subculture that you're going to study, blah, 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 right? That's the paradigm shift. It's happening to everyone, right? And Stanley is one of the few people who's really paying attention at all the determinations, as Michael just said. This Michael, not that Michael.
We said it's a multiple cause.
Yeah, but the other thing to think about is that, I mean, listen, all technology since, I would say since, you know, industrialization is an assemblage in one form or another, right? But on top of that, now what we have, as you say, you're reconstructing the grid. The fact of the matter is that newer assemblages, those networks, for instance, which are part of the new paradigm, they are basically piggybacking on the old networks, right? The network wasn't invented by, so for example, the cloud is literally, they literally are using old communication wires that are left over from obsolete technologies, right? That are now basically the stuff that's transmitting, you know, our emanations to the metaphoric cloud. It's really just another network of computers, right? So that becomes too an assemblage, and certainly the screen was an assemblage, right? The street of the town, the lobby of the theater, the auditorium where the people sat on the screen. Basically, why did we have a society of discipline? Because mom and dad took you by the hand as you were very little, put you through all these different spaces, and now you got your gaze fixed, that gaze that those such theoretical pablum of film theory in the 1980s. It's a material use of space, right? It's a material use of an assemblage, right? That's what the society of discipline is. It's an assemblage that's basically materially grounded. And that, I got to think this way, for example, because of Stanley. So, I just want to say that.
Any question for all this, these abstractions here? Anybody want to make a comment? Yeah, Chris, please. Yeah.
More of a comment about what I did.
Sure.
As a current philosophy student, I really do think there is a need for Stanley's approach in this kind of thinking of the paradigm, but also thinking of the paradigm historically. And I just, in my program right now, I'm so taken aback at how you students don't recognize sort of what I would call like a paradigmatic history of the development of philosophy itself. Like they can tell you what the talking about, they can tell you what Hegel's talking about, tell you what we're talking about. They cannot see the kind of continuity of these biggest thinkers. Concepts are just overlapping. So I guess I'm wondering about how this philosophy translates to philosophy in education, and then maybe an extension of that, like as a philosophy of education.
Well, Stiegler talks about, he wrote a whole book on universities and talked about how the universities are getting stupid, right? And that stupidity is a produced stupidity, right? Getting back to that idea of the chapter, the fragment on machines, and Bruno also brought up the fact that what the estrangement there is knowledge, right? The proletarianization is knowledge. And that knowledge is being taken away from professors, and it's taken away from students, right? So it's no wonder that neither the professors nor the students see this, right? We were very fortunate that we came from a period before this was overtaken, and basically CUNY was one of the first targets of that attempt. For instance, the destruction of Hostos Community College, right, by the right wing, including former left-wingers like Herman Badillo, basically targeting Hostos Community College, right? Basically, that was the beginning of this whole process. So yeah, what you need is basically Stanley's sense of critique, Stanley's contrarianism, right? Stanley's, we're not going to take it.
There's a great phrase in Gramsci. It's a long footnote in the study of philosophy called the socialization of ideas. It's an excellent, if you go through an onto-historical approach of how ideas become socialized, is a really good way of beginning to look at philosophy. You don't read Descartes the individual only, read these great men in the history of philosophy. You're really looking at how the ideas become socialized in a historical, not only in the context outside of just historicism, but see the historicity of how they're made, how they're socialized, and then how they're transmitted. And the interesting thing about Stiegler, again, and Stanley together, and I think this is something they have very much in common that was referred to by Cornel earlier today, is the care of transmission. It's taking care of generations, which is a very, very important book of Bernard Stiegler, in a way, And by the way, his daughter is a first-rate philosopher in Nietzsche and in American pragmatism, and she sometimes comes to New York. Yes, yeah.
And question is bringing this back to Stanley.
Yeah.
Stiegler, Descartes, especially around this question of legacy. So, I teach an undergraduate course in sociology. We read a chapter on this. And I teach a chapter about the job. And much of Stanley's work is contemporaneous. And so when we read the chapter on Nestor on Wonder, I'm talking about the 1990s. which is ancient history. By the way, they wanted to learn, they know what Marxist is.
Right, right.
So. We're having a big conversation about this, and we're all deeply steeped in Aronowitz, right? We're all like, we all have personal contact with them, we've read lots of his work, but if I go into my graduate, I don't assign any serial Aronowitz in any of my graduate theory courses. And if I were to, what would I assign? What are people gonna be from Stanley in 50 years, right? It's like, how come you have the Zimmel? There's like you read from Zimmel, and Zimmel lots of stuff.
Right.
But a lot of it is contemporaneous, and so it's sort of like lost.
If you don't mind, could we take that question in the next panel? You know, because it's about education and knowledge factories.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm just saying, it'd be interesting to have that discussion. Yeah. Unless you want to, please, go ahead.
Just a very
Brian,
very quick response, you know, listen, I'm not going to predict what stuff by Aronowitz they're gonna be reading in the future. We hope that they're still reading in the future, but at this point, I'm not even ready to predict that. However, one thing that you can tell your students is that basically the same thing that is happening right now was happening then. He's writing the jobless future as we're switching to the web. We're switching from standalone computers to the web. And he's basically writing symptomatically to a degree, whether he's addressing the web or not, this is why he's writing that stuff. Something is happening, something is changing. And just look at the response that this man had to that transformation and feel the transformation that is happening right now. Now, go do your own thinking. That's why you're reading that, not because you're going to get the answer from that, not because us sitting here have this magic reply that is going to solve things for everybody, because this is what allows you to go do your own thinking. As a student, you have to become active in your own thinking. Stop being the passive student that just learns for the multiple choice exam. You will get maybe 3 students to pay attention. Maybe the rest of your students will not pay attention, and a few other students will not care at all. But that's going to happen no matter what you do. That's just the nature of our job as professors, right? But the 3 students that you get to, that's why you're doing this job. And that's why you have to tell them, you pay attention to this, because this is not exactly about your reality right now, but it's exactly about the operations of what's happening to you right now.
Okay, I'm going to go to Lydia.
Just a quick,
Okay, go ahead,
so
Mike.
in terms of, you know, there are these citation alerts, right? This is part of the great digital space. So I get citations alert on technoscience and cyberculture, the introductory chapter every week. It is part of the canon. It's especially in Spanish and in English. There's a translated version. So it blows me away every month, like the number of citations of that. So that's just one example where Stanley got canonized in that field. And wait, canonized? Is that the right word? Put in the canon? Yeah, okay, sounds weird.
Heavily cited.
But anyway, so that's the, you know, that book really has lodged science is power in a different way. But anyway.
Mother Teresa.
So let me go, Lydia, and then yeah.
This book in the 90s that had core concepts, ontology, and being.
Oh, that's Michael. That was Michael.
Oh, yeah.
History, which was amazing. So I just wondered if you would just please, the 2 you kept it down. Michael Hillias, what would you say we should be reading when I'm trying to create that phase of the.
You mean outside of Aronowitz or within Aronowitz?
So didn't.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty good at, you know, dividing up works. So I consider Stanley to have 4 major theoretical periods. I mean, I think like Yvonne Macro in some senses. One would be, of course, false promises, which was referred to often today. I like what Michael Denning did this morning in terms of trying to read it as a work of fiction. You know, a very imaginative, radically imaginative approach to this and different. Secondly, the book "To a Crisis in Historical Materialism" that I have here, which is not only thought-provoking, but is a major intervention, I think, in the 80s. I would add to "Crisis in Historical Materials" a very short piece that he wrote at the beginning of critical theory of Max Horkheimer's book. He wrote an incredibly good introduction there where he says, "Not so fast to the left." You know, this is after the weather underground starts blowing up itself, right? In a sense, he's saying not so fast, and the destruction of the new left. It's a very, very interesting piece, and I think Stanley at his best. The third theoretical book would, of course, be "Science as Power," that Michael Menzer referred to. Very significant book in terms of an episteme. And the fourth would be "How Class Works," which is very underthought of and undertaught. Not hardly mentioned at all in the literature right now, in which he develops new theories of class. Very interesting. Class is not the old Marxist. Peter and I in Baltimore, gave a talk of that. We almost got thrown out of the room by the Orthodox Marxists. We got in big fights in the room with the Trot faction and other, things down there. But anyway, those are the four theoretical work. The rest is like Yvonne's talking to, including Just Around the Corner, these other books. He always considered these occasional pieces. That they were meant for intervention. When I say philosophy at one level can intervene, can invent concepts and produces something new. I'm speaking of the theoretical advances that he makes and that he had. But the other books are really the occasional pieces. Most of the books on education, even though they're very significant, but they're meant for a reason in a certain crisis in the society that he's responding to in a way. Yeah, not so much just a paradigmatic moment.
No, but I mean, certainly in How Class Works, you can see examples of what would be an ontohistoric approach, where he's trying to basically rework what class is, what class means, and he's finding certain ways to situate it too. He's trying to talk about space, he's trying to talk about time, and how class basically is different from social formations and things like that, trying to create new distinctions that are really not often done, if at all, in sociology, for example, and so on and so forth. That's all ontohistoric work in that book, for example. So you can definitely see that happening there.
And I'll just mention, I know you came to Stiegler classes, and it's great to see you in person. But The Age of Disruption by Stiegler is worth studying. Of all of Stiegler is worth studying, but that's a book that is very sort of recent, closer to his death. He has a couple of others after that, the Nanjing lectures. But The Age of Disruption is an absolutely major work, and it's up your line too. I'm talking to you too, Lydia, about he has a whole chapter on the debate on reason and madness between Foucault and Derrida, right? Again, he revisits these things. So there's something very interesting there. But yeah, in a way, look, the legacy of Stanley is so vast, at least to my mind, that we need to think about this, in many, many dimensions. And what Michael Menzer is doing to try to take this to the practical level, his interventions with energy grid things and thinking about energy is one way. Certainly Yvonne with Spring, some of the other of us trying to build the Institute for the Radical Imagination, keep some radical pedagogy going. I certainly read differently. Stanley and I used to talk, what does it mean to read? How do we read the text, right? He was always about reconstructing from the deconstructive maneuver. He would do this. He would read Hegel, the first 72 propositions. That was it, right? The preface. He would spend half a year on the preface to the Phenomenology. 72 propositions. I would say, oh no, but Jean Hippolyte advises we do 73 through 89. Just the introduction. And he taught the entire French, avant-garde of the post-1950s and early 60s. So anyway, these are the kind of things. But I think Yvonne's right, in a way. Our question again, and Althusser saying this in 65, the greatest tests that we have before are reading, seeing, hearing. We're still there, and much worse than it was in 65. You know, you think about the production that came out, 65 out of France, 6-7, the Reading Capital Group, that this is a test that we're going through. This is really, I think, major going forward. And again, both Stiegler and Stanley shared this level of care and this level of, you know, transmission to generations. So I think, you know, the three of us, we're very interested in legacy, right? What do we do here? You know, how do we become legatees, if you will, or avatars in some ways? Not as clones, not as, you know, et cetera, but people that, you know, can continue this work, thinking it through based on the influence, our conversations, our dialogue, our personal experience had with, you know, someone named Stanley Aronowitz. You know, that's what the singularity is. So anyway, Sean, I'm sorry.
2 questions about the grid and IDW.
Oh, boy. Now we're down and dirty, yeah? Yeah, okay.
So were you saying that the public school, graduate students in science and technology, that they, science and how, are you saying these students can kind of impact on how the grid is going to be reconstructed? I mean, because I was under the impression pretty much that, you know, the vision seems pretty much control science, right? If you're saying that the students can enter into this field and through their creation of knowledge, their research, they can create an alternative vision for the grid.
Yeah.
So the other thing about the IDW is not, that's a section of a certain, you know, elite group. But if you have to make an argument, you know, it's an argument for the day about why we should do the right thing about it, not just go along with the business as usual transactional kind of, you know, thing like that.
So when the grid was constructed between the 1880s and the 1930s, and there's a fantastic book by Thomas Hughes, a German scholar, writes in English called Networks of Power. It's like an 800-page book. It's awesome. He talks about how new knowledges had to be produced and new institutions had to be created, including the regulatory bodies, universities, the field of electrical engineering, and on and on. We're in that moment. People might, I mean, CUNY's got 3 new buildings in the works, right? One's in LaGuardia to do the wind and energy stuff. College of Staten Island just announced they're trying to get that big blade inside the building, they got $500,000 to do the training. And Kingsborough, right? So there's actually even CUNY's in the mix on this because there's so much money that's come from the federal level to reorganize workforce development, education, training, technical side, and so on. So there's absolutely a role that this generation of students is going to play to shape it because it has not been shaped. No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. There's so much. And look, so the second response is, I'm really deep in this stuff. So I was part of a group on Long Island to write legislation to create a commission to plot the transformation of something called the Long Island Power Authority, which contracts out the operations of the grid to a private utility, PSE&G. We're successful. And we're writing the legislation now to put that into motion. Is there combat? Absolutely, with PSE&G and so on. IBW is generally behaving for us because we're not touched in the oil and gas side. We're only on the electric side. So it's up for grabs. They don't even, you know, we mentioned before about the previous infrastructure that's utilized, right? All the oil and gas folks, that's why they want hydrogen, because they want hydrogen to be flowing through those pipes and so on. It's not really going to work. That's their idea. Biden, unfortunately, is able to fund some of that. But it's really up for grabs. Anybody who tells you it's not up for grabs, they got a plan all laid out. No, they don't. I have to read all this crap. I have to go to all the meetings. I have to have all these hearings. And they really don't. And a great example of the fight is something called the Building Public Renewables Act, which is in the New York State legislature. And Hochul just created her alternative version to it, which we didn't talk about this, right? Of the public, the crisis of the public. And we need a new conception of the public to be able to usher forth and own this kind of transformation that's happening, right?
That next month in Skylight.
All right. I'm game. I'm game. And I've written on this. This is something I've written on recently. Yeah.
I hear you. I really wish we had.
Yeah. So, and I don't want to go and we can talk. So that would, and you could see the fights with the unions, in the state legislature over this exact question. And you can see how it's up for grabs. Who owns this stuff and how is it made accountable and so on.
Thank you, Michael. We're going to go on right away to the the knowledge factories, which will bring up a few other people. I'm going to moderate. Thank you very much. Thank you again. And Yvonne, we have a restriction at the next box. Okay, great. Okay. Okay, that's 8:45. All right, I'll wait. I'll see you. Yep, we're also on social day. Yes.
I hate this, it's so convincing that, hey, I'm like, fine.
Come on, David, come on in. I'm gonna moderate and I'll get this started, right? Yeah. Yeah. No, Josh, you got a room? We need one more or two chairs, huh? I can sit it back over there and just move here. Yeah.
We got 4 on the panel and you, Michael, that's 5.
What's that?
We have 4 on the panel and you, that's 5.
Yeah, 5 of us. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, need one more chair. Yeah. So, yeah, really. So I'm going to go ahead and start this panel now so we can have refreshments and get out of the stuffy room at this point, I think. Yeah, get some fresh air in a little while. Very stuffy. So anyway, this is the panel entitled The Knowledge Factories, plural. Stanley wrote a book called The Knowledge Factory. I think David Van Arsdale has a copy with him there. You can show it. Yeah, that's one of the editions. And the panel, Josh Calbo, who's a member of the board member and also the producer of the show Prosperity Marxism, as well as a member of the Institute for Radical Imagination, a very long-term comrade with us, has been coming to classes and participated very actively. I've watched enormous, in my view, enormous intellectual growth, which goes along with, again, tremendous emotional maturity that comes with that intellectual growth going forward. So he's going to begin today. And then Michael Furlise at the end of the table here is a professor of sociology at Hudson County Community College in Jersey City, New Jersey. Michael had Stanley speak out there, as well as Rick Wolf, Fran Piven. Many people came out on his watch. He is also the president of the union there, and probably got, at least from what I understand, one of the best contracts, for academic labor in the United States. Big, very, very solid organizer, and union, man, if you will, not boss. I was going to say boss for a second, but we stay away from language like that. And then there's David Van Arsdale, professor also of sociology, who's actually doing a writing program now at the City College, right? Doing some extra work. He's taking a little bit of time off from teaching. Actually a student going way back in the day, Bill DeFazio, who we also miss and we should mention today. I know he's been mentioned in terms of the jobless future, but another dear comrade that passed about 2 years ago. And David's with us today, and he'll be speaking to a lot of things that he went through in his own, not only in his own union, but in education. And then finally, David Winters, who is a graduate student at Rutgers University. I guess he's teaching 5 classes right now.
5 classes.
5 classes this semester on top of doing his dissertation. So he's in a lot of work mode here. Another person that studied with Stanley in the Master's of the Liberal Studies program here, which is the part of the co-sponsors. And David again started taking classes with us way back in the day at the Brecht, when Stanley did the history of the left, and I did the history of materialism. All right, was that was the first class I think that we did, and then we had a lot of other ones afterwards. So welcome everybody. I'm going to turn it over to Josh, and I'll let them just speak, and then we'll do a quick round table, and then hit the food or whatever, the wine more probably. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I'm Josh Kolba. I think it's going to be pretty difficult to say a little bit, say anything new, basically about Stanley, that hasn't been said already. I have a lot of things in my paper here that have already been said, but maybe in a different context. Because I knew Stanley primarily as a participant of the Institute for the Radical Imagination. I mean, I've been part of the collective as well for the journal Situations, but mostly as a friend and on occasion an interlocutor to many of the people that have spoken today. Through the Institute, I've been connected to various forms of community and political education for a number of years, particularly outside the disheartening problems that confront institutions of higher education outlined by Stanley in his book, The Knowledge Factory, which I'm sure is going to be, most of what we talk about on this panel. But I wanted to, sort of talk from this position as a participant of alternative education, mostly because, it's one of the reasons that, the Knowledge Factory was one of the reasons that I think I pursued alternative education over other forms of higher education. And I think it gives a different style and a different spin to sort of thinking about education from a different place, basically. So this is what I want to talk to. I met Stanley after the dissolution of the Occupy movement, which initially drew me to the Institute. And I think, I, like many others, was pretty disheartened by the dissolution of the Occupy movement. But maybe what was one of its greater successes was that I came to the realization that despite all the demonstrating and marching, and despite all the revolutionary zeal that it conjured, I had a pretty limited theoretical background of Marx and political philosophy in general, and a very real sense that the energy I spent demonstrating would ultimately amount to very little without a deep theoretical knowledge and base to operate from in situ within a political community. I had attended a few meetings at the Brecht Forum, but it wasn't until I heard Stanley give a few remarks about his experience with some of the Occupy organizing tendencies at a panel at Left Forum, which was also a big part of Stanley's legacy, that I finally felt like I had heard some intuitive truth on the matter. I don't know how or in what way Stanley had reached out to some of the organizers, but in his rendition, they didn't welcome his input. And while this is a sort of understandable position within those moments of rationalization among youthful organizers, what spoke to me was precisely the sense of ahistoricism that Stanley constantly warned against, and a kind of insoluble sectarianism among the left, which I felt like at the time was due to a certain level of theoretical poverty, especially on my own part. In one of our earlier seminars, I remember reading from Gramsci's prison notebooks about class consciousness and spontaneous philosophy, and getting a sense that there was finally a place where I could attain the knowledge that I desired from a group of people who had also attained this knowledge on their own part, not through coursework towards credentialization per se, or on the other hand, as a cultural cachet for press releases and better sales as I had experienced it through the art world, but because it was part of a political praxis. And in a sense, there was this deep sincerity to the project that I think really took a hold of me. Typically, I would avoid quoting so much in this tradition, I might have to at this point, but by and large, my experience with Stanley and the Institute has been precisely about reading passages together, reflecting on them collectively, and trying to put them into action. So here it sort of makes sense for me, and at the time while I was writing this, to sort of quote. So, because it was a great sort of pleasure that comes from reading with a group, basically, that I think is hard to sort of emulate in a space that's not oriented towards a political praxis, in a sense. It's something apart from the Institute. So anyway, I think the quote that I chose here is from the Gramsci's prison notebooks, and it says, "The active man in the mass has a practical activity, but no clear theoretical consciousness of his practical activity, which nonetheless involves understanding the world insofar as he transforms it. His theoretical consciousness can indeed be historically in opposition to his activity. One might almost say that he has two theoretical consciousnesses, one contradictory consciousness, one which is implicit in his activity and which in reality unites him with his fellow workers in the practical transformation of the real world, and one superficially implicit or verbal, which he has inherited from the past and uncritically absorbed. It holds together a specific social group. It influences moral conduct in the direction of the will, but often powerfully enough to produce a situation in which the contradictory state of consciousness does not permit of any action, any decision, or any choice, and produces a condition of moral and political passivity. Critical understandings of self takes place, therefore, through the struggle of political hegemonies and of opposing directions, first in the ethical field and a higher level of hegemonic force. That is to say, political consciousness is the first stage towards a further progressive self-consciousness in which theory and practice will finally be one. What I liked about this passage, and I think might be relevant for today's discussion, is the sense in which the inherited and the uncritical consciousness in conflict with the consciousness of practical activity, which produces a condition of inaction and political passivity. This I think we should return to later, this sort of taxia in a way. In this way, the activity of the Institute was a clarifying first step for me. And now, after many years, it has become a kind of intellectual home. As is the case, I'd like to address my comments today towards what Stanley called the arduous task of producing a community of critical scholars who must produce their own space within and without the academic system. What was instilled early on in my experience with the Institute was that education is about uncovering the difficult relation between theory, ideological commitment, and political practice. Since my experience with Stanley has primarily been outside the academic system, I thought the better role for me to play here is to address some of what Stanley thought about alternative education, what he called real learning, a culture of praxis in which theory, Marxist and otherwise, is a living theory and part of a lifelong struggle towards greater degrees of freedom. So in preparing my remarks today, I began rereading some of Stanley's work, as well as some of the influences on his ideas about education. And when I was doing this, Michael put me onto a story that Foucault tells in his famous lecture called The Discourse on Language. It has sort of an Orientalist spin to it, but it kind of fits nicely here as a key to some of the ideas discussed in the Knowledge Factory. So Foucault writes, at the beginning of the 17th century, the shogun heard tell of a European superiority in navigation, commerce, politics, and the military arts. And that was due to their knowledge of mathematics. He wanted to obtain this precious knowledge. When someone told him of an English sailor who possessed this marvelous discourse, he summoned him to his place and kept him there. The shogun took lessons from the mariner in private and familiarized himself with mathematics, after which he retained power and lived to a very old age. It was not until the 19th century that there were Japanese mathematicians. But that's not the end of the antidote, for it has a European aspect as well. The story has it that the English sailor, Will Adams, was a carpenter and an autodidact. Having worked in a shipyard, he had learned geometry. So I think in very eloquent ways, the story encompasses many of the pressing ideas in Stanley's work on education, from the state aims of the development of higher education to the control of and privatizing knowledge into siloed disciplines, to its eventual vocationalization, and finally to its surprise ending and the prominent political position of the autodidact. It is the last of these that I think we should speak more to. Having never formally studied with Stanley in graduate school, I knew Stanley primarily as a radical organic intellectual, and the Institute for the Radical Imagination as a place to foster this sense of the organic intellectual, in many ways after Stanley's own image. To get into this point a bit more, I want to read a few more lines from the Foucault's introduction, because I think it sort of brilliantly attests to a sentiment that has become remarkably true for me in reflecting on Stanley's life and work. So just briefly, Foucault begins, I would really like to have slipped imperceptibly into this lecture, as into all the others I shall be delivering, perhaps over the years ahead. I would have preferred to be enveloped in words born away beyond all possible beginnings. At the moment of speaking, I would have liked to have perceived a nameless voice, long preceding me, leaving me merely to enmesh myself in it, taking up its cadence and to lodge myself when no one was looking, in its intricacies as if it has passed in an instant, in suspense to beckon me. There would have been no beginnings. Instead, a speech would proceed from me while I stood in its path, a slender gap, the point of its possible disappearance. In reading these lines and thinking about Stanley's influence, it's hard not to hear him precisely as that nameless voice, but a personally enduring one for me, and long preceding me, and a person who really beckoned all of us to take up a revolutionary cadence. In a sense, I'm speaking here with and through the many important voices I've had the great pleasure of working alongside with at the Institute, which was Stanley, Michael, Peter, Bruno, Arto, and many other of the comrades over the seminars over the years. My place in the Institute is somewhat accidental, and I speak here through a spirit, camaraderie, and dedication to the constant engagement with ideas and revolutionary thought that has come from the culture the Institute has fostered, and which for me cannot be undone. I bring all of this up because I think it speaks to a crucial distinction between real learning and schooling embodied by Stanley and the Institute, that real learning and the production of knowledge takes place collectively and dialogically through the many varied and fragmentary interactions in a polemic. All to say, I think the necessary precondition for an alternative or revolutionary pedagogy begins by fostering an atmosphere that encourages the intellectual development of people from all walks of life to take up a critical disposition to the world and to become the autodidact that Foucault writes about and that Stanley was. And in a sense, you know, in my company, Stanley was always very proud of this point. He used to tell a story about how he'd been invited to speak on Amy Goodman's show, Democracy Now! At some point, he told a story about how he got his degree on air, which apparently surprised her and was the reason for which Stanley thought he was never invited back. True or not, I'm not sure, but I think that Stanley was always proud of of being this autodidact, precisely because he had great pride in his working class background and was, to a degree, the pride of the working class. And I think this is something that has been relatively forgotten these days for a variety of reasons. You know, we spoke a lot about them already, but also, you know, in one way due to social media, due to whatever, but also precisely because of the inculcation of bourgeois values through higher education as a result of its commonplace status. And this is not to romanticize the working class either. And we talked to this all day. Actually, Stanley had lots of things to say about that. But I think, you know, the point is that there's a certain approach to education and even a kind of engagement of all the great works we've read together that was really grounded from a class consciousness and from this working class position. And when we read Hegel or the Frankfurt School or Marx, we did so not only because it contained much of value, but precisely because the knowledge provided the basis for a critique and transvaluation of the canon. And here Stanley was really elegant in his book. He says, the basic question is not whether to read the ruminations of a series of dead white men, but what the point of the sojourn might be. Of course, there's no way to avoid cultural capital accumulation. The task of pedagogy is to encourage the surplus, the elements of the canons that transcend the sacred text, by putting them in their historical context and into the debates that form them. And this was also the basic but extremely crucial point for me, having read Sartre as an undergraduate, for example, exclusively as an existentialist and without the full context of his truly extraordinary revolutionary life. A text of Stanley was never presented without situating historically, which we have attested to all day, and sometimes a little too well, at about a story about the Oil, Chemical, and Atomic Workers Union. He used to go on about that forever. But it was never presented without its economic, political, and social history, as is so typically the case in the core curriculum of the university. But I think beyond all this so far, what really gained from this was his style. And style has become an idea that has become more important to me politically than I once thought. And I think it's one of the more essential characteristics for an alternative education is a kind of reading of text that was serious, that also never left out what Whitehead described as the romance of reading. To my mind, it might be better characterized what Bachelard calls concerned reading. Bachelard uses terms as a way of describing his phenomenological reading of poetry, but in a similar way, I like what the term connotes politically because it situates all the reading we do together within its political stakes. It's not merely an exercise in critical reading within academic discourses, but instead reiterates that these works are connected in fundamental ways to revolutionary praxis, and that it's necessary to understand them in their complexity and precision, precisely because these works challenged and changed our fundamental categories of understanding, which is perhaps the most radical act possible. It is this change in tonality and intentionality that I think generally gave a different shape to education that was to Stanley real learning, and what makes it possible to develop critical intellectuals towards the full development of the human being, which is a nice definition of communism, which in my view is far more possible from this alternative education position, this radical education, than from the confines of the hypocrisy of the bourgeois liberalism. So I think here Stanley had another line as well. Ironically, the best preparation for the worker of the future might be to cultivate knowledge of the broadest possible kind, to make learning a way of life that in the first place is pleasurable and then rigorously critical. For it is only when the learner loves literature, enjoys puzzling out the meaning of artworks and those of philosophy, is intrigued by social and cultural theory, or becomes an unrelenting researcher, that she acquires intellectual habits that are the preconditions for further learning. A learner who really understands the economy knows how fragile the concept of career is. And I think, seen in this way, Stanley's somewhat defense of the great books against the vocational claims of their uselessness makes more sense. None of it's useless to the revolutionary mind or for its own sake. but rather explicates the stresses, ruptures, and changes in the categories of understanding necessary for our world to win. It is an open question for me today, however, with the displacement of the university as the once radical center for the production of the general culture, whether the university can remain the active source of the production of radical theory and politics or be the site of revolutionary inculcation. My fear is that what's alive in these theories at this point becomes reduced to classroom subject matter exclusively, and in a sense its domain professionalized and consequently negated. With a shift towards vocationalization and subsequently the reduced ability to freely determine curriculum, as well as the tacit encroachment on academic freedom by tenure, as well as the precarity of adjunct professors, not to mention the financialization and the lifetime of indebtedness for its students, it's almost impossible to see the hard-fought freedoms of the university that once existed for a generation of radical thinkers existing in a way that could yield time and space for this kind of work for all but a few academic stars. Stanley raised this provocative question in the book as well, albeit in a slightly different way. It might be possible to show that the virtual abandonment by today's educational leaders of the goals of providing for society a layer of critical intellectuals is a response to the upsurge of student activism in the 1960s. In this light, the turn towards vocationalization and towards a reduced conception of learning may be part of an effort openly urged by many on the right to make sure the 1960s never happen again. And if by judging by the relative lack of the student movements or in recent history as real sites of resistance is any measure, they have been relatively successful. However, I'm far from suggesting that we should give up on the university as a necessary site of revolutionary struggle. Still, its capture by business or other bourgeois interests has achieved an ideological hegemony, as Gramsci would say, creating a common sense where the university appears independent from economic and state relations to most people. If the purpose of real education is to encourage the emergence of a specific kind of discourse, which presupposes the project for the formation of subjectivities that is increasingly separate from the structure, is the university still capable of being the site of the project? I think my question here ultimately lies within a sort of Marxian Gramsci framework again, which is whether or not the university can ever answer Gramsci's great question about equality affirmatively. Is the intention that there should always be rulers and ruled, or is the objective to create the conditions in which this division is no longer necessary? And while I gravitate towards alternative schools like Stanley C.P. Jefferson High School Social Sciences, or his work with the Free University of New York, the non-degree granting, non-credit school situated on a loft in 14th Street, and its later successors, the Free U and the Alternative U or the Open University, these programs were developed and supported by communist political parties and left alliances that had cultural connections to the New Left, among others. This, by and large, does not exist today. So I think an equally concerning question might be, can there be revolutionary pedagogy in a non-revolutionary society? I don't have a clear answer to these questions by any means, but I do want to pick them on a brief passage in Stanley's other book on education called Against Schooling, where he makes some remarks and gives an interesting critique of Paulo Freire's pedagogy of the oppressed in the form of additional theoretical questions about education that I think may often go unaddressed, mainly because they make already hard problems harder to solve. In a way, I bring it up here because I think it's what I found to be Stanley to be remarkably good at, abstracting social, psychological, and political philosophy from a specific social context to reveal its intellectual content. In this case, I think it's interesting to bring up Stanley's somewhat tacit critique of post-structuralism's displacement of questions concerning class, gender, and race to subject positions determined by discursive formations, or in somewhat more straightforward language, the post-structuralist confrontation with subjective agency. It's really a remarkable section of the book because it traces a path to which to theoretically think radical education, and it also situates it within a revolutionary praxis which avoids attaching education to a fundamentally humanistic framework, of which I admit I mostly intuitively gravitate towards, but nonetheless see as an extremely interesting and productive limit. What's particularly interesting from this section for our discussion here is Stanley's enthusiasm to introduce a psychoanalytic dimension to thinking about radical pedagogy, precisely because questions of education are so inextricably linked to questions about agency. If we posit the necessity of the oppressed to take charge of their own liberation, including the revolutionary process, which in the first place is educational, how can we confront not only the externally imposed material oppression, but the domination that the opposed interject themselves at the psychological level? To this point, Fromm's fear of freedom was the reference point to Stanley, and I think an interesting way to think about what has happened to the ambitions of students towards higher education, but also what has become the aims of education itself. Stanley writes, this interjection takes the form of fear by members of the oppressed classes that learning and the praxis to which it is ineluctably linked will alter their life situation. The implication is that the oppressed have an investment in their oppression because it represents the already known, however grim the conditions of everyday existence. In fact, Freire's pedagogy seems crucially directed to breaking the cycle of psychological oppression by engaging students in confronting their own lives, that is, to engage in dialogue with their own fear as the representation within themselves of the power of the oppressor. Freire's pedagogy is directed then to the project of assisting the oppressed not only to overcome material opposition, but also attain the freedom from the sadomasochism that these relationships embody. For Freire, profits and accumulation may account for exploitation of labor, but are insufficient explanations in the face of brutal domination. The dominating elites have a collective sadistic character corresponding to the masochism of the dominated. This is interesting in today's context, and as much as we've seen a certain expression of this foregrounded in particularly around issues of race and decolonialism in mostly positive ways. Still, it's important to see that the implications of this psychological dichotomy extend universally to all facets of everyday life. Of course, this is a complex issue that is somewhat apart from our discussion, but I wanted to draw it out briefly because I think it presents questions about the limits of the traditional structure and form of education on the one hand, and on the other speaks towards a new problematic of the subject, gives a more open-ended, revolutionary futurity to education, one which is directed towards new forms of social practice and collective liberation rather than personal liberation, one in which the full development of the human being means to shed the image in which dominant elites, including leftist intellectuals, can be self-directed, and one that posits the dialogic as a central category for education and the fundamental condition for human emancipation. And this is, of course, to a degree, the framework and logic of the Institute for the Radical Imagination, a proposition to learn geometry from the shipyard.
Thank you, John. Right, go ahead. Is it a good order?
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
okay, thank you.
All
Yeah.
right, so thank you, Michael. Hi, everybody. And I appreciate being able to speak here today in honor of Stanley and the long-lasting contributions he's made. I always thought of Stanley almost as like an octopus. He had tentacles everywhere. It was amazing to me. And I related to him in a way that, I was my own working class background. And I know, like, when I first met Stanley, who I thought was, a very powerful and profound intellectual, there was no pretense there at all whatsoever. He was so warm, welcoming, and kind of, even though you weren't his equal, he always spoke to you as if he was your equal, which really kind of amazed me. So my introductory statements will be a little brief here because I think we're going to be exchanging discussions and stuff. So I run a union at Hudson County Community College. I think maybe one of the reasons I was asked to speak here today, not on theoretical grounds per se, but for the fact that I made a decision to basically build my union so it's what I would think a union should be, or at the best it could be. And that meant starting with a union that was really just a union in name. It had no reality to it. We had a president who would had presidents who would walk around. I think the thing that made them feel best is when the president of the college invited them over for dinner at his house. And we got very, very little things either in contract or in any way that you'd want a union to be there to stop the college from doing certain things or before certain things. Anyway, I watched that for a while. I think I was pretty cynical about American labor. I agree with most things that have been said here about the problem with unions and labor. However, the problem is when you're at a college and you have a union and you are not involved, it's even worse because you're watching this theater of the absurd. You're identifying things that can be done to prevent some awful things that are taking place and taking apart the curriculum, treating faculty like factory workers, and this whole factory thing really sort of going full steam ahead. And at some point, I just thought, I'm going to dive in here. I've studied with Stanley, I've studied with others. Let me see if some of these ideas can actually work. you know, and that's really what I felt. I mean, it was a sort of application of theory. And I think that's also how I related to Stanley, that I was always impressed with the fact that Stanley, as theoretical as he was, and I understand what Yvonne and others were saying about his, you know, privileging maybe of theory, it was never, ever sort of removed from practice or engagement or experiment, you know, and I think many ways, I think of my own work with this union as an experiment. And the possibility of building a union that can do the things that maybe unions or we aspired them to do is part of the experiment and the challenge. You know, we kicked out our former president, our union president. We took over the union and we put together a leadership group that were really tough, really strong. And we had an awful college president, super Machiavellian, and he knew how to control the union. He knew how to control the faculty. He controlled the trustees. And we were just really ready to fight. I mean, our message was, we're going to go in there and just fight to the death, you know. And I think between that time, that was in May 2019 or 18, and then by September, he resigned, he quit, and we got a new president. And there was this confluence of things that happened there. I mean, talk about contingency and chance, right? We get this president, kind of liberal-minded. We wanted to make sure that when he came into our college, he didn't see a union that was just sort of gutted and, you know, we're all over the place on what we're talking about, but that we're militant, we're organized, and we're ready to kill, you know? I mean, we're really ready to fight and go all the way. And we were pretty rough on him when we first met him, right? I was thinking it's sort of like, you know, the image of a cat, you know, when it's facing an opponent, it turns sideways so it looks bigger than it is. I mean, we weren't really a very strong or powerful union, but we knew that he was going to have to see us in that sense. And that's how we presented ourselves. And it kind of established the entire framework by which we would have a relationship with him to this day. And it established a framework in which the other unions at our college, which are quite weak, have gotten much better deals, because in order for him to sort of deal with them, he has to deal with us. We set the pace. So, you know, I think as we talk here, I was hearing some of the things Josh was saying about education. I think it's relevant to the union work also. I mean, if you want to think about how awful curriculum can get, just think about having a college or university with a union that is asleep at the wheel and doesn't prevent the college from, you know, automating the classroom, right? Or using AI to sort of just replace any sort of, you know, real critical engagement. And I can talk about it as we go on, but I mean, we did many, many things to sort of change that entire dynamic. Now, it's not like we're there and, hey, you know, I mean, it's an endless battle. It's exhausting and there's a lot of sacrifice, but I don't think it's impossible. And I guess that's the issue I was sort of taking a little bit when I was hearing some of the other panelists. Theoretically, I don't disagree, but I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that unions can't be a powerful force. And in fact, I mean, look, unions have money. I mean, unions have a lot of money. They got lawyers. We should not cast unions aside and say that history is over. I mean, I think I was there at that one point. And when I started studying with Stanley, I was taken by the fact that theory, labor, politics, you know, philosophy were sort of all working through his thought there in a very important way. So, you know, I think we need to reconsider labor. I think Stanley would have always, you know, taken this position. And where are those interventions? I absolutely agree. Part of the problem of unions is we don't have any educational sort of dimension to us, right? That's a problem, because that means that we're bereft of ideas. And, you know, I mean, because of my background, I've been able to inject some of those maybe more radical ideas in our union, but there ain't that many people doing it. Unions can educate their members, and they do. That's a lesson I've learned in my union. We educate our members. We radicalize our members. And part of what the administration did was it tried to steal our members and make them administrators. And at first I was resisting it. And then I realized, holy crap, what's better than having a radicalized, labor-oriented faculty in the administration? And that is what we're starting to have there, right? So yeah, I guess personally, I feel that in my own experience, we should not just dismiss unions. We have to think about how they can be re-radicalized. Where is the point of intervention? We're bereft of ideas. We need radical ideas. And I just wanted to, again, we can talk about it a little more in a second, but one of the things I do want to address is the issue of contract. Because I can tell you this right now, if I was not able to negotiate a really good contract for my members, and I was never economically, I'm not, you know, what we call the problem of economism, right? I didn't go into my union with really economic priorities. Right? My priority was about culture, about, you know, reorienting us and all this stuff, radicalizing us. But I have to tell you, if I could not negotiate a really good contract, if I could not bring the goods into my members, they could give a shit less about my ideas, okay? Our first contract, we negotiated just a lot of things, but just financially. I'm not talking about the other things that I think are really important, but we negotiated anywhere from a 13 to 29, almost 30% increase in salaries for the first year. And then each year after that, 4% increase compounded on top of that, plus retroactive pay, okay? Absolutely unheard of, all right? Now, a lot of people who didn't associate with me because they thought I was radical, or that, you know, a lot of members at the time said, be careful getting involved. All of a sudden, they want to start meeting with me and talking with me. All of a sudden, I'm able to put together maybe 8 committees, different committees, culture committee, right? Faculty student relations committee. We have an education committee. I mean, we've got a whole bunch of committees, and they're real committees. They really do things. But you can't do that unless you can bring in the goods. You know, I mean, that's just a fundamental fact of it. If you limit yourself to that, then we're in the situation I think that Peter raised very, you know, legitimately, you know, then you're just kind of status quo, lower middle class, complacent, and kind of going to sleep. But I guess I'll leave it at this. I guess the question on my mind, and I'd like to make that the question for all of us, is in a dialectical way, can unions go beyond themselves? You know, I mean, if we're not just there, you know, at this little college, negotiating a couple more shekels for everybody or whatever, and maybe privileging the full-time over the part-time, you know, we're living off their skin and stuff. I mean, you know, can we form alliances with intellectuals, with the community, with activist groups? Can we inject some sort of, you know, radical imagination? And that imagination, by the way, is also our faculty seeing boundaries. I have young faculty, and I don't think they actually have the same imagination as many of the people in this room have. I see a boundary between the administration and the faculty. I see a boundary between my room and what my dean is. I don't think a lot of my faculty have that. It doesn't mean they can't have it. But that's what I'm saying. I think we need to change that dynamic, that the unions are there, they failed. Where are we going to move on, right? We have to, I think about sort of reinvigorating them, re-intellectualizing them, and hopefully getting them to move beyond themselves or beyond what they are currently. Thanks.
Right, it's going to be hard to go from such optimism to such pessimism.
Pessimism of the intellect, optimist of the will.
But, you know, I think we met before this panel, this time, and we talked about some roles that we would play. And one of the things I really wanted to try to bring to this panel was a bit of the sort of movements that are happening in education at the student level, which I'll get to. But my sort of segue into that is, as many of us have done, I think, is to start with a little bit of story about Stanley and our relationship to Stanley, which I think is right for this sort of conference. I bet I'm not the only one that's received career advice from Stanley. Anybody else in here? And in 2007, I was at the Murphy Institute in a distinguished lectureship position that Stanley helped me secure. And in that spring, about this time in 2007, I we were going to have dinner together. And I said, you know, the presumption was we were going to talk about this research I was doing on employment agencies in Jackson Heights. This is when he lived in Jackson Heights. So I took the 7 train out there after work one day. And, you know, what I was really going there to talk to him about was I was telling him that I was leaving my job at the Murphy Institute because I had some family issues I needed to take care of. And they were back up in Syracuse where I was raised. And I'd already accepted a job teaching at the community college there at Syracuse. And so I was, telling him that. And I knew he was going to be upset. I mean, I'd only been at the Murphy Institute for about a year. And, again, he helped me get that job. But, he was, he understood. He understood why. But he was mostly concerned, and he was, this is, of course, after the knowledge factory's out. His big concern was, and everybody here can relate to this, but that the corporatization of public education was particularly impacting places like community colleges and in 4-year colleges. And he was really concerned that, teaching a 5-course load, which by the way is standard, at community colleges per semester with, 150 students a semester. And this sort of like labor demand would infringe upon the intellectual work, which, as we all know, is vital to the role of faculty, but something that Stanley really believed in. And so, anyway, I had to do what I had to do, but he cautioned against it. When I went there, so I want to give some sort of student perspective and sort of wrap some issues around class reproduction that the knowledge factory deals with in my talk. When I started there, it was a real time of boom at community colleges. And we had record enrollments, 14,000 students at Syracuse's community college is called Onondaga Community College. So we had 14,000 students when I started there. We had 44 sections per semester of sociology. I was going to teach in sociology. So, 100 with summer courses, 100, a little over 100 courses a year. And, just to give you a sense of where we are today, we have 14 classes a semester in sociology right now. And, we've had just wide scale reduction in full-time faculty, and the transition to a different kind of education since I've been there, what some of the things that Stanley talks about, and it's just been so vivid. So I just want to like tease out some of the major trends that have been moving students out of the humanities and social sciences, and then we can sort of talk about if they're good or not. But I thought I'd start with this little story, which is that again, when I started there, college was doing very well. I had lots of extra money. Decided to invest in these new marble, entrances with the college name at each entrance. 2 entrances, big marble statues.
Theatrical music playing.
Welcome to OCC. Actually, they're digital, so there's like, they're multimedia almost, right? But the inscribed at the bottom of Onondaga Community College was explore, discover, and transform. I kind of like that, right? Just explore, discover, and transform. Today's administration does not like this at all. Like they can't wait to fill that in with cement and replace it with something else. And I think if they had to choose their model today, it'd be something like a short path to a job. And so just touching on the sort of reordering of educational values in the last 16 years. I can't believe it's been 16 years since that dinner conversation with Stanley, but it has been. Okay, just because of time, I'm going to skip a section here. So I hadn't read The Knowledge Factory, when we had that conversation. But a couple of years into my teaching, and I've now been president at our local. Michael and I have talked about this, a little bit, and I'm part of the grievance committee since I've been there. I've been very involved in the union. I can talk about that stuff, but I really want to talk about how it's changed for students. So first point, as Stanley and and William DeFazio point out in the Jobless Future, good jobs ain't so good anymore. This, the shift to flexible and service work came not just, with a shift, but also with a shift in the dominant state ideology. Regardless of whether it was led by Republicans or Democrats, they continued to press the narrative that work would save us. Save us from, the poverty of the 2006 recession. That's never gone away. And this hasn't been mentioned here today, but, the Obama administration really stressed STEM, and STEM education. And if you were going to have a future, it was going to be in STEM fields. And, that mantra has been out there, right? That ideology has certainly trickled down to students. They're well aware of this. They come in with a sense that, if they study management or if they study computer science or this sort of thing, then, they're going to have some money for their family and et cetera. So, okay. So there's that shift, that ideological shift in the dogma of work from sort of the industrial to now the sort of tech STEM shift, right? Okay, so then there's this other factor. The second point I want to make is, which Stanley gets into, and I'm going to add to a little bit. There's also a multi-pronged funding crisis. The National Endowment of the Humanities, just as an example of part of the crisis, has lost since 1979, 1980, 60% of its funding, right? So it used to have about 155 million at its peak per year grants to disseminate in the humanities, and today they got about 70 billion. If you want to just quickly compare that to NSF funding, National Science Foundation funding, mostly going to STEM fields, you're talking about a massive increase that today peaks out at about 70 billion a year. So huge discrepancy there, right? Second point around a what's multi-pronged here in terms of a funding crisis. All state institutions, tuition support has radically changed, but declined in major ways. And if you just think about the project at the community college for a second, they started off as free institutions, late 50s through the early 70s. These institutions were agreements between counties and the states that house the counties, right? And usually the counties would pay a percentage, usually up to 40, 50%, and the state would pick up the rest of the tab. So for example, the community college that I teach at now, my mother went there and received a training program that led to a job that she had for 35 years, but she never paid a penny for that program. It was a credential program. And, that's how these today, however, that's not the case. These institutions are mostly tuition funded institutions. They're totally dependent on student tuition. That completely changes how you recruit and do all sorts of other things, right? But today in New York, most of the community colleges get about 18, 19% from the state. They get about 18, 19, maybe 20% from their county. And the student tuition picks up the rest of the bill, all right? Same in New Jersey. So, that puts a lot more pressure on students to sort of carry the weight of things, and that changes a lot of things. But anyway, okay, so just to amend one of Stanley's findings here in the book, financial aid, this book comes before this change. The structure of financial aid for students has radically shifted. And this is something that is very much tied to the sort of ideology of STEM. Today at most community colleges, that in all state education, doesn't matter, 2 or 4 year, you have to stay within a program in order to get funding. You're only allowed to take a couple of courses outside of a program. Otherwise, the state's not going to cover, financial aid's not going to cover. When I say state, in this case, I'm talking about the federal state. It's not going to cover that tuition. So the motto, why does the college want to change the motto, explore? Because you can't explore. You have to get in the degree program and you have to stay in that program. Otherwise, you're just not going to get money. There are also other penalties that this is all under the Obama administration, by the way. you have to finish a four-year degree within 5 years. And, you know, if you don't finish a class, you have to retake that class if it's within a program before they reinstate. You know, so it's become very strict, very paternal. And, you know, this really has influenced the reduction of the kinds of jobs or the kinds of programs that students go into, because, you know, they know they're going to have debt. Now it's a question of like, you know, what do I choose to handle that debt, right? Which is something that Stanley talks about in the Knowledge Factory. The idea of being able to explore because you want to. No, I think there's a really great reason, Josh, right, to keep doing the community thing. Lastly, it's not cheap, and it's become more expensive. There's been fairly big increases on students and tuition. You know, I don't know if this sounds like a lot of money to you or not, but if you're a local student and you commute to go full time, it's going to cost you about $6,000. That's similar, probably. Yep. You know, $6,000 is if you commute. These days, most community colleges have dorms, and how they're really trying to sustain their budgets is through dorms, because you pay $10,000 a year minimum to stay in a dorm. Now it's the middle class kids, and here's where we get into a lot of the reproduction of class. It's a lot of the middle class kids that end up staying in the dorms because they want the whole, you know, college experience, right? And some of the sports programs and whatnot. But the poor kids in, you know, where I am, you know, half of our students are immigrants and refugees. Syracuse is a federal refugee resettlement city, so we have really large scale populations of refugees, and they've sort of saved the city. But anyway, the point is that those students are likely commuting. The refugee students and the city students and the poor rural students will commute because they don't want to take on that extra debt. The risk to that is, though, to commute, they have to have a job. They usually take care of families. And so their retention rate between the first and third semester is half that of the students who live on campus. So if you live on campus, you're twice as likely to make it to your third semester from the first semester. So that's, you know, again, this sort of reproduction of class factor here is alive and well, and there's no better place to view it in a sad way, obviously, than at the community college. The third point I want to make is just about rising paternalism. And this is where, you know, it's not just about it affecting faculty, although that it does affect faculty. It's also about how that affects students. You know, there's a book written in the 70s called The Right to Manage by John Howell. He's an industrial human rights sort of guy, but it's really become the mantra for a lot of how to run educational institutions in the last 30 years. The basic idea is, you know, that we should run these institutions like businesses, and we shouldn't let unions have power, and we should do everything to break that power. And, you know, they're really taking lessons right now from the Amazons and Starbucks and about in terms of breaking faculty power and whatnot. And in many ways, they're winning. And, you know, you think, well, how does this hurt students? It hurts them in all kinds of ways. I mean, the shift. So we're in a situation where the college is sort of redefining the meaning of retrenchment in our union. And they're just using it as a, you know, they're calling it retrenchment, but they're just laying faculty off, junior faculty off. Right? I mean, that's what they're doing. But because in the union, you know, most contracts have a retrenchment policy. It's almost always linked to economic hardship and restructuring, but it's not those things. They're saying it's those things, but it's not. Anyways, here's the thing: like they have on their payroll the largest union busting law firm in Central New York. You know, and we've gone broke. Our union has gone broke fighting them. You say you have a lot. I mean, we're broke. We have fought several big cases, and we've won several big cases. But that doesn't put money back in the, you know, in the bank account. Anyway,
You pay for that out of your local union dues?
depends on if NYSET takes it on or not.
Are they taking it on?
Some cases they've taken it. Some, and the ones that they've taken on have really been about sort of civil issues and and they've been expensive, but
Sorry.
no, but it's a good question. Anyway, yeah, it's not that nice it doesn't help. It's that, yeah, it's just that we can't fight. We don't have the funds at the local level to fight the way we need to. And NICE doesn't seem interested in taking on this retrenchment issue at this point. Maybe they'll change their minds. Last point I want to make is that, oh yeah, I just wanted to say quickly that how does that affect students? I mean, you could imagine the disorganization and the fear factors that faculty have right now. They're stepping on eggshells. It's just really changed the whole atmosphere of the learning environment. Last point, administrators at the local level are redefining everywhere the dominant state ideology I mentioned earlier, that management matters more than community. Personal investment matters more than community investment. STEM education is superior to the social sciences and humanities. And what I'm trying to focus here is that they do this at the local scale so well. I mean, if you went to our website, there's two categories: direct career to work category, transfer category. No matter which one you choose, right? You see the majors and you click on it, and then they give you a number of your average salary after you finish the degree. It's just like, they're just like dangling, the gold in front of students. And, this is the kind of, I have to say, this is the sort of thing that students are interested in though, too, right? Like when they show up and you sort of say to them, they want to know, well, how much am I going to make if I do this? But I also want to say that the data is totally wrong anyway. Even the fact that it's sort of wrong to, I think, pimp students' aspirations that way with gold and whatnot. It's also just like, nobody can figure out where the heck they got the data from. It certainly privileges the
Shocking.
the STEM stuff. All right, so money. Some of you may have seen an article that came out in the New Yorker this week that was titled "The End of the English Major." Definitely worth a read.
30 years behind the times.
Well,
Really, in all honesty. Yeah.
I mean, it echoes. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I've got some critiques of it, but it's not just about the English major. It's about the humanities. Where I am, it's not behind the times. Humanities social science was the largest major when I went there in 2007. The largest. That's today we're like nothing. And I think that if you look at the data, even if the theory in it is 30 years behind the times, if you look at the data there, it seems really, it's just worth focusing on. I think these changes in sort of the financialization, the way that students pay for school and how we fund these programs and the ideology issues, I mean, all of that stuff, which Stanley does a wonderful job of articulating, set up the shift. And I'll stop there.
Gonna move that there. I tend to speak very loudly, so I get like a little bit afraid of microphones around me. Okay, hi everybody. Thanks for being here all day, for folks who have been here all day. This is the last panel. I'm the last one to go, so I'm going to keep this snappy and I'm going to get my energy up for it, and everybody's going to have a great time, and then we'll be out of here. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my experience of Stanley and how I experienced the singularity of Aronowitz and the way that I'm thinking about that, and how I've carried that into whatever the hell it is I'm doing for work right now. I wouldn't really call it a career, but like working on a dissertation and scrambling to put together enough adjuncting jobs to make a living. So here's where I'll start. Michael Pelias, in an email exchange about this panel, suggested that one of the things that I can bring to the panel, I think he said, thinking otherwise. And I've thought a little bit about the difference between otherwise thinking and thinking otherwise. But if I have a chance to think otherwise within this room about Stanley's work, it's because I came from so far outside of this room. And the path that I took into this room was cleared by Stanley without me knowing at the first stages, and then with my full knowledge at the sort of middle stages. Though I'm sure he would be sad that I've dedicated myself to adjuncting at this point. Just for me, he would be sad. For the quality of my life, he'd be sad. But I walked into the grad center as a result of the MA in Liberal Studies program, which Stanley was key in forming in the first place. And that happened because I had absolutely no idea what the hell I was doing or how to navigate academia. I grew up in a very conservative, anti-intellectual house, Nixon and Reagan Republican kind of house. My great uncle was one of Nixon's primary fundraisers and one of his best friends. He invented aerosol. He invented this aerosol spray valve. My father was a cop, Marine. My mother was a nurse, anti-labor nurse, you know. So like the kinds of pop culture that we watched, you know, the stuff that we took in was John Wayne and like stuff that you didn't have to think about. My father hated stuff that made him think, you know, like we weren't allowed to engage with stuff that made my father have thoughts. That was bad stuff. But for whatever reason, my family had a thing about sending me to a very good college, though they were anti-intellectual. So I found myself at Lafayette College in an English program at a very nice school where you had very small classes and we got to talk about some stuff at length, and that was neat. But the question was for my family and for myself, how does this turn into a career? Right? Obviously, this is the only thing that we think about. This is true in the late 90s, it's even more true now. And the answer was, who the hell knows? So I got out of college and got a bunch of sales jobs and went from sales jobs, basic sales jobs, construction jobs first, manual labor, and then sales jobs, really sales jobs, direct sales jobs. Like, and then I started selling bonds, like at a bond brokerage firm. And then I got into marketing, and then from marketing, I got into advertising. Advertising, I got some training into strategic communication. And as a account planner, somebody who does brand strategy, your job is to see the entire, the audience and the client and all the creative work being done around a campaign in totality, right? So my first entrance into like being encouraged to think in totalities was actually on the corporate side when I was working for like E-Trade and Scottrade and the United States Marine Corps and Burger King and really terrible brands. But they taught me that like I had a right, and the most effective kind of thinking was to think totally, right? Take in everything that you possibly could. And there was a certain kind of like aggression and ambition within these positions where we were expected to think a little bit more than the strategists before us and bring in insights that CEOs and clients couldn't understand, but would nod and go, oh, that sounds really good. So by the time I got sick of working for the Marine Corps and Burger King, I decided that I was going to go to grad school, though I had no idea what grad school was about or how it would result in me eventually teaching, which I kind of knew I wanted to do, and specifically at the college level, because who wants to teach high school? It's so hard. Who wants to teach lower grades? Like, it's so hard. The routine is so difficult, right? This is my random sort of articulation, how I was thinking about this. So I send out applications because I was an English major, right? So I send out applications to PhD programs, English PhD programs everywhere. I had no idea that they wouldn't even consider me because I didn't have a master's. I didn't have anything that really, you know, I had no idea. But at CUNY, somebody in the English department, for reasons that I won't be able to discover, but certainly in some way connected to Stanley's work, establishing the MALS program and trying to establish a PhD program that my understanding is the MALS program kind of turned into. We couldn't get the cultural studies PhD program. Somebody in the English program passed my application to the MALS program. And I got like a call from the MALS program saying, we got your application from the English program. We think you should check us out. So I came here, the Master of Liberal Studies program. I was a concentration in American Studies, which meant I was required to take 2 classes in American Studies. And other than that, the rest of the building was accessible to me, the entire rest of the building. So my first semester, I wandered into Stuart Ewan's course and like, for somebody coming out of Stratcom and looking for critical perspectives on Stratcom, I mean, what a stroke of luck. You know, we were learning the PR book that he had just, PR and the typecasting book he had just put together.
Captains of Consciousness.
Captains of Consciousness was earlier. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Stuart was the perfect person to start out with. 2 semesters later, I wandered into Stanley's class. Stanley that semester was teaching the sociology of everyday life. I had no idea what the hell that meant.
but it sounded really, really interesting. And I happened to be online registering for classes at exactly the right moment. So before that class filled up, I signed on as a Mal student and wandered into Stanley's class. So my introduction to Stanley and my introduction to Marx and my introduction to critical theory and critical philosophy, my introduction to everything that Stanley introduced me to came through Lefebvre. Fascinating, right? And Lefebvre's 3 volumes of the Critique of Everyday Life, I experienced very directly the handful of sentences I could understand because I didn't have the vocabulary yet, you know? But the handful of sentences I could understand were about where I grew up. They were my life. It was a critique of my everyday life. It wasn't everyday life in general. This was my everyday life. The way that Lefebvre talked about popular culture, the way that Stanley and this group of like a relatively large class for Stanley, there were 20 or 30 people in it, all of whom knew so much more than I did. The way that they talked about Lefebvre, talking about everyday life, they were talking about me, you know, which in a very interesting way made me feel alienated from the group, right? Like in a way I didn't belong there. Like if nobody else was feeling these critiques, hit them the way that I was feeling it, then like, I'm alone in a certain way here, but I was alone in the best possible situation. I was learning exactly what I wanted to learn. Exactly what I was there to learn. So the singularity of Stanley Aronowitz, for me, first of all, is a non-charismatic theory of singularity, right? It's not about Stanley as an individual, it was the environment that he built around himself, right? Michael, you mentioned this as well as part of like, what is Stanley's, the experience of Stanley. And in those classes, which he allowed me to sit through, he became he was my master's advisor, you know, like in the first couple months I was in his class, I sat down, I went to his office, said, this is like who I am, this, I don't know shit, and like, I'd really like to learn. And Stanley leaned back and laughed a little bit and said, hey, you got a lot of catching up to do. I said, yeah, I think I've got a lot of catching up to do. He said, all right, you'll catch up. And he gave me 4 years, you know, to catch up, revise my thesis. And then he let me sit in on classes later. I went to all the Brecht Forum, the Institute reading groups. So because Stanley forged all of these different kinds of environments, right? This degree program, the environments that existed within his classrooms, the reading groups, I was able to connect to a body of thought and a body of practice and a way of relating to people and to ideas that I otherwise would have lacked and been searching for. And I don't know in the too many years, 12 years or so since I met Stanley, it was 2010 or, no, I'm sorry, earlier than that, 2007. Short circuit thinking about when I met Stanley. In the years since, what I have discovered is that, number one, the environments that Stanley created don't simply pre-exist in places that Stanley hasn't been and hasn't worked on and hasn't created environments. If the question is the singularity of Stanley Aronowitz and how to think that through when we're thinking through the knowledge factory and the dismantling of the corporate university, for me, the experience of going to a place where we could think, take the time to think and read carefully and think about our lives and have ourselves critiqued and our own thinking critiqued. And then the experience of leaving that and lacking it again, over and over again, like commuting from New Jersey, from the place I grew up, sitting in classes with Stanley, and then getting on the bus or the train and going back, like really feeling the physical separation, the geography, missing the space. And then detaching, you know, and I graduated from here. I went to Rutgers, where I'm still working on my media studies PhD and working, teaching 3 classes there and 2 classes at Montclair State, an hour away from each other. I have to be on both campuses several days a week, all that. What I discovered is we have to create them, right? Like the singularity of Stanley, like what I connected with, what Michael Menser and so many others of us connected with, being around Stanley, the ways that we were allowed to think, because Stanley thought the most important thing was to have the time to think, the time to enjoy thinking and enjoy critiquing. That without Stanley around doing the work, without somebody around doing the work, it doesn't exist. AFT, I'm on 2 campuses where AFT controls the politics. The American Federation of Teachers controls the politics. I was an elected vice president for my adjunct union and spent 2 years during COVID trying to turn our union's attention towards time and towards culture and towards education. And what I was told over and over again was that's not the strategy that comes from the state directors and the lawyers who work together to make sure we're in the best possible position for the next contract negotiation. So all the protests and everything is marketing for the next contract negotiation. And ultimately it comes from the lawyers. And if we do anything on the ground that the lawyers think might threaten something, a public image or something 3 years in the future when the next contract is up, we can't do that. And of course, there's solid reasons for that, right? Like this is such an effective, the control of some unions, at least over campuses, are such an effective reproduction of the corporate university, exactly because they are all that's on campuses where, especially AFT controls, if you want to get into politics and think that there might be something to do. And then you get in, and this is a very well-built machine to discipline the voices within the union itself. So how do we think about the singularity of Stanley and how to dismantle the corporate university while thinking through Stanley's singularity? We have to create those spaces, right? And when we're thinking about how to get undergrad students enthusiastic and energized about reading more difficult work than they're used to, what we absolutely need to do is make it less abstract, right? Like it has to be about their lives. And it doesn't matter how difficult the text is. If you're reading it slowly and you're encouraging your students to connect it to their lives and you're helping them connect it to their lives, they'll connect with it, right? But it's the pedagogy, the access, the curriculum, and the space, all of which is in the context of the time that it takes to do all of this, right? Stanley's, I'm going to close more or less here. One of the things that Stanley talked about the most during the years that I was around him anyway, scarcity and the transformation of everyday life, right? Like that scarcity is produced, scarcity is not necessary. We don't have as scarce time as our students believe that they have, except that they really do, right? Like if our students just individually said, you know what, I want to spend my time learning instead of seeking credentials, they'll be screwed in the job market, potentially, right? Like human resources folks and their advisors who say, you're going to need, if you want a job over here, you're going to need these things. There's a reality to that. So when we tell students, we want you to spend less time on the reality of your job pursuit that like you legitimately, for good reasons, rationally think you're going to need to do in order to keep a roof over your head and reproduce yourself. If all we say is you should spend time learning instead, then yeah, they're not gonna connect to that, right? But if we immediately make that learning, we immediately make Lefebvre about their actual life, we make Lukács about their life, and encourage them to bring their lives into our learning spaces and bring our learning back out into their lives, and we've got something. So if the singularity of Aronowitz can be structural and not attached only to the presence of Stanley, then it's got to be about producing those spaces where we can learn that way. And I hope we can all seek to do that. Thank you.
David, can are we,
Yeah, we'll
guys-
take a few minutes. I mean, the wine is here. We have
okay. The wine, that's,
the security has already come to tell us, you know, it's time to.
so I think with
Can I make
students,
one comment?
Yes,
Is that
please.
okay, I just
Yeah.
wanted to say, vis-a-vis what David mentioned about this thing in the New Yorker, I just want to comment. One of the things that's very interesting in Stanley's book, The Knowledge Factory, to me, is canon formation, right? And this is something that, you know, we hardly touch upon. You know, there's an exceptional book that is now out, and he wrote one back 25, 30 years ago by James Guillory. I don't know, Sonia probably knows this book. He's a guy from New Orleans, you know, who went to Yale and now lives in Brooklyn, retired professor. I forgot where he was before that. But it's very interesting on canon formation and how it shifted, you know, historically. This is going back to what Yvonne was thinking about the paradigm shifts, right? In a sense. So I think this is very important to read alongside, you know, somewhat dialogically and dialectically with Stanley's work here too. And yeah, you know, even though I appreciate, you know, the fact of how universities the last 10 years, 15 years have been really hit. I mean, I've gone through this at LIU Brooklyn, similar to you. We used to have, you know, 35 philosophy courses in a semester. We're down to 3. Give you an idea about, you know, outright rapacious, administrations, like Sonia speaking about. I think the model was really the LIU president that's going around the world right now, this kind of denial of academic freedom. To me, this is part of the struggle too. And, again, I think that you, Michael, in some ways, by building a cultural, an educational wing to the union is so crucial.
It is.
This is
Absolutely.
what's really been lacking, including the PSC. There's nothing really there at the PSC. Yeah, what's that, John? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I want to say, you're talking about students having, becoming careerists and stuff, which is, I mean, they're under the pressure of this market and the, competition. I do the same with my students. I'll say, how many students are here just to study? So nobody raised their hand. I said, how many here get a career? I said, how many students besides their career want to learn things and study? And they'll all raise their hand. We've had Rick Wolf, we've had Stanley, Michael, others, Francis Fox Piven speak at our school. Our college at that time tried to stop Stanley from speaking because he was a communist.
Proletarian revolution.
Oh, like, and that was our union president who said it at the time. Anyway, but the striking thing about that is the students were enthralled with Rick Wolf, especially, but also with Stanley. You were there. I mean, we had one of the biggest turnouts. I mean, it was so there's a desire there. It's there. And those students can kind of do both. Maybe that's a little bit of our capitulation, that they're going to need to follow their career path. There's no way. They're not going to, but it doesn't exclude them from really learning sort of critical thought and having that sort of critical dimension, because they do eat it up when it's there. I just wanted to address maybe something. Josh, sorry, David, you were talking about what we call pathways. Yeah. It's like a conveyor belt. And it's like a feeder for colleges, and it's awful because the students don't make any choices over their curriculum. And it's a way to get them there and we make alliances with the other schools to guarantee them so many students. And it's really, really awful.
I think it's an appendage of that financial aid
shift
that happened during the
administration. So the issue I wanted to bring up, and you kind of raised it, this I think starts with Reagan. We can call it the Reagan Revolution. There's an attack against, student movement, especially at Berkeley, right? He's in California with Mies and everything. And I mean, they aggressively go after dismantling the education system, and specifically by dramatically cutting funds. And I think some of us mentioned it here. The dramatic cut in funding from mostly the state, right, is really big. And then what happens is, and the county, and then so our schools start to take on what? Oh, an entrepreneurial idea. Where are they going to get it from? Corporate America, right? So, but I think you can trace a lot of the things, a lot of the problems we have back to that. And so our colleges now do what? They talk about retention. Then they say, well, you got to look at the classroom. How come you're not retaining the students, right? Then you have student affairs running your school. We have an academic vice president who's virtually, absent and silent on any sort of academic quality issues, right? So, I think, and this raises, I think, the issue Yvonne was talking about, everyday life. We are very dependent on the general cultural milieu. I mean, in Jersey, we have taxpayer revolts. So of course, anybody wanting to run for office is going to cater to them in the absolute worst way. So we've had this sort of reduction in the amount of credits a student needs to graduate. It keeps getting cut down. Then we have these pathways things. Now we have this thing called student success, and anything that seems to smack of standards or making it difficult for a student to just glide through, we say it's a barrier to student success. So, generally, I think we need to be concerned with the general cultural atmosphere and attitude. I mean, if we have a general attitude where, I'm so fucking tired of paying taxes, you got to cut it. And, let the state, cut that money, and let the colleges start, really making these places work like a business. That's where we are now. So, that general sort of cultural atmosphere. I mean, we have to address culture in our colleges, in the unions, but also, outside. Yeah.
We still have time for questions.
Yeah, we do. The police, unfortunately.
So, well,
they're nice.
Right up. What would have run a flexible battery? So I have a question for the union officials birthed by Aronowitz.
Have you guys thought about, and I don't know, Jenny McAlevey, she was supposedly at the Graduate Center. I never saw her involved in union stuff, but I don't know if she took a class from Aronowitz, but she does talk about the organic relationship, the power that service workers, public sector, particularly teachers, have that organic relationship with their students, and but it has to be mobilized. It seems like one powerful way, and we've tried a little bit at the PSC, but a lot of pushback from the bureaucracy, is to bust up collective bargaining, right? The scope of bargaining that restricts you from the demands that you can make, raising broader for the students, free higher education. And I'm from Fulton, New York. I know some like with OCC, Fultonians would be definitely attacked. And that would seem to be in line with Aronowitz's critique of collective bargaining, narrow ways it pushes the class struggle. So it sounds like Hudson County seems to be bucking the trend on there. I'd like to see more of the details. But have you thought about that, or is that your strategic position as a official that you attempted to raise that, or when you were there at Rutgers, or this upcoming strike? If they're going to win, I think that's going to have to be. And I heard one of your presidents saying, "Well, we're not going to be able to address the issue. We're probably going to go on strike. We won't be able to really address the issues." What kind of struggle are you going to raise? You got to bring in the broader working class, and how can you use collective bargaining to do that?
I'll start, I guess you raise a question that is near and dear to my heart. So Todd Wolfson, ex-president of the AFT full-time chapter at Rutgers. There's a it's full-time faculty and TAs in the same chapter, and then there's the adjunct AFT local. So Todd was president before the current president. He's now vice president. The current president is named Becky Given. And she's like a labor, like a contract. She teaches and researches contract labor, like collective bargaining and stuff. Todd is also on my dissertation committee. Yeah, he's on my dissertation committee, along with Deepa Kumar, who was the president of that local before Todd. Both AFT locals at Rutgers, this is my opinion, and they all disagree with me, especially the people on my committee very strenuously, have really committed to the idea, I think, of marketing as a labor movement while acting as a contract negotiating unit. So like the closer to, this happened 4 years ago as well. 4 years ago, everybody threatened to go on strike during our contract negotiations at Rutgers. Everybody was ready for it. We took the pictures with signs and everything to let the administration know. The administration gave a little bit to the full-time faculty unit, and the full-time faculty unit went away. And then it was just a handful of adjuncts holding signs by ourselves. And that was it. So we actually the adjuncts got a really good contract out of that, weirdly, compared to other adjuncts. But they have brought in Jane McAlevey and sent everybody involved in the union to Jane McAlevy's quote unquote strike school over the course of the last year or so, because one of the mistakes I think that they've made is they all decided that there was going to be a strike around these contract negotiations 3 years ago before. And I don't think the environment is exactly what they think it is. But Jane McAlevey, her book's okay. The strike school, other people in the room may have been to it as well. I feel very strongly that what Jane McAlevey is doing is applying basic 1950s direct sales techniques to what she's calling union organizing, but it's just simple consumer research. That's it. So like she says really neat things about organic relationships between faculty and students and all that. But what she teaches at strike school is like how to give sales pitches essentially to students, and how to like do audience research so you can anticipate how many people are going to vote for the strike before you send out the strike cards and stuff like that. And it's all about like condensing in elevator pitches and like it's sales stuff, you know? And I think that more than anything else is what's trapping us in this cycle of reproducing every 3 or 4 years, the same contract struggle. It's a campaign, right? Like they want to use the contract to create as much stress as possible. So they get as many new members as possible because Janus, and also because AFT is an arm of the Democratic Party and they need free trained labor for the next election. And strike school and everything else getting ready for the contract is training that future free labor for the next election. And that's what it all aims to. And I think Jane McAlevey, no idea how sincere or insincere or authentic or inauthentic or whatever, but the way that she's put together her programs and what AFT at Rutgers has signed on to is just it's a marketing push that calls itself organizing.
No sense of what silent parts to get the they were well in there, but they were organized way for them, they were wasting their time. They didn't convince anybody. What is a whole worker order? Whole worker order. It wasn't that. But they had to money to do it, never get a contact. And why, you know, I think a lot of people that they were excited. She went on, you know, kind of a say that it was completely smoke and mirrors, and I think that's great.
Although I will say, just to like in this, like they're hitting their goals for mobilizing and organizing right now, and they think that they're part of like the teachers' strike wave. This room has been great today. It's been so refreshing because like everybody at AFT at Rutgers thinks teachers are winning all over the place, and we're part of a strike wave that's going to win at Rutgers too. And I think obviously, like I think it's just misguided and will be declared a win, like no matter what happens, because that's what they do every contract cycle. No matter what they get, it's a win. 3 years later, it's the evil administration treating us badly, and then no matter what they get, it's a win. And then, you know, we keep rolling on.
For the second last moment, I'll give you a little Stanley comment on the AFT. Michael, Randy spent 6 hours in the classroom. That was the story.
What's your name?
You know, and I know all the bottom of us, you know, AFT to me with LIU brushed the contract. You know, no matter who you score, get the contract. No matter who you know, take out. So this is a very important. Yes.
That matters, like the local really matters. I mean,
Yeah.
this story that Mike.
Yeah, the
tells,
local matters.
Does.
you know, this is an old union adage, but I think your story really represents it. I mean, you don't get much really in friends with management.
No.
You know, you have to have a union president that's willing to have a strong wall, and then with the support of the members.
You can also, and I, you know, this is something Stanley raised. You can also work with the once you establish your position as being independent, and that, excuse the expression, that you'll fuck them if they fuck with you. Once they know that and they know you'll do it, you can work on some mutual things with them, which we did. One of the first things we did, besides aggressively going after hostile administrators, and we've removed them from our school, HR director and the dean of the academic affairs. The first thing we did was we agreed with the administration to limit overload classes that our faculty taught. So traditionally at our school, the way the college worked it was they allowed faculty to teach as many overload as they wanted. Okay, so what does that mean? They're not going to negotiate for a contract, because some of these guys, their base pay was $60,000 a year. They were taking home like $160,000. I mean, it was crazy shit, right? So against a lot of my members who kind of saw this as a gravy train. Now, what did they care about? All day they were teaching, and I mean, had lots of scams going on. And I said, no, what we're going to do is we're going to limit overload to 2 courses a semester. Administration said, great, we love that. We said, great, we love it, except we'll only do it if those salaries move up. You want to bring down the overload? We'll do it. We're there with you. Salaries got to go up. And we kind of dangled that out in front of them, and it really worked. And it got my members to think that they should be getting paid with a decent wage without having to teach a gazillion freaking classes. So I wanted to, I'm sorry, your first name? Jed? Jay. So I do want to say, like, some of my best friends are lawyers, but we don't allow the lawyers to negotiate our contracts. Most unions do, and it's a very big mistake, I think. And those, I think, who have the lawyers negotiate their contract get a shittier deal than we get, because what the lawyer does is they'll come in, they'll say, unions, the college is never going to go for that. And, I shielded my members from that. I'm like, we're not even talking about that. We're going to talk about what we think we should be getting here and how fucked up it is that we haven't. So we raise social justice issues, things that this guy Paul Johnson talks about in Success While Others Fail. It's a great book to read, but what I wanted to say is there's a lot of things in New Jersey that you can't put in your contract by law. The administration by law has prerogative over a lot of things, but it doesn't mean you can't put pressure on them or really force their hand on those things in many other venues. Anyway, I could go on.
Speaking of forcing hands, thank you so much. The police are here. This was great. Two very beautiful personal testimonies, two very good interventions. Thank you so much. And by the way, anybody want to?
He's a historian, I think, museum. He has a background in museum science. Thank you so much.